walked down the stairs, doing his best to be quiet. He was perfectly fine with having the place to himself for a while, to think without interruption. He had taken supplies, much like everyone had on day 2, from Andy's shop. Since it was a military surplus store, the clothes he had taken looked exactly like the ones he had worn into the store, except these had no tears, blood, bomb residue, or pieces of the turned dried on them. He squinted in the dark, seeing a red glow coming, and realizing it was Clary smoking one of his hand-rolled cigars, something that he knew Clary always made sure he had plenty of extras of. Clary was focused out the window, watching the bridge that went between Andy's property and the town. Aslan, who'd been on the same team for a decade, knew that Clary did not get nervous, but could see a look of serious worry on his face when he inhaled on the cigar, lighting his face by the light of the embers. "Good morning, Clary. How goes it out there?" Clary rolled his neck, cracking it multiple times. "What do you mean, good morning? Christ, I've been sitting here all goddamn night." "You couldn't sleep? Or you were too worried about those things coming across the bridge while you slept?" "Every time I close my eyes, I see Christy come running around that doorway, sprinting for everything her small frame had. I just can't help it, Aslan. I feel so fucking guilty about having a front row seat to my own snuff film." "It wasn't your fault, Clary. It could have happened to anyone." "Says the guy who didn't rig the bomb to go off. I'll be fine. It's just one of those things that you need to take some time to get your head around." "Well, just make sure it doesn't fuck you up too bad. You are the only brother I've got left at this point. I'd sure like you to stay around for a while." "I'm not going anywhere. We go as one, or we don't go anywhere." Aslan looked around the kitchen and the living room, seeing no one around. "Are all the kids sleeping still?" Clary shrugged. "It's 5 o'clock in the morning. Of course they are. Well, except for Fox. That kid slept as much as me." "So, did you get a chance to speak with him? I didn't know how long it would take for him to get past us having to dig up his dad. If it had been my dad we did that to, I'd have gone to my grave hating us for doing that." "No, that kid is strong. I think he's tormented by what he's been through the last couple of days. He spoke about day 1, and how he had to take his dad out before he turned. He spoke in detail about how bad he felt about Christy. He asked me if it got better, and I lied and told him that it did. You never know. He might be the small percentage that can put something like that past him eventually. Who am I to tell him how he should or is going to feel?" "Good." "What's good about him punishing himself?" "It means his head's on straight. If he didn't have some pent-up feelings, I'd probably be a little more worried about the kid being around while I slept." Clary nodded, looking outside again. "I think that we've got a chance here. If we just stay put for a while, we can let the CDC do its job. We can keep listening to the updates and give it some time. We know it won't be overnight, but it's better than trying to move around in this crazy shit. We don't know where it would be safe to even try and go to if we did want to try and make a break for a military base." "You just want to sit around and play farmer until you hear something?" "I don't know, Aslan. I guess. What's the advantage of leaving the farm, given the shit we saw yesterday?" "Supplies, for one. The old man has a lot, but he doesn't have enough if we have to be here through the winter. Remember, we brought on 8 more kids, and if they can keep from becoming meals, then they are going to want some food. If we don't teach them how to shoot, we are going to be too busy protecting to be able to do anything else worthwhile." "Would you rather go looting, or do you want to make sure that this place is secure? These things can walk out of those woods, and we won't know until they have a couple of 100 yards run." Aslan shrugged, while searching the kitchen for the can of coffee. He was confident that the old man had some, given the stained coffee pot on the counter. He did a fist pump when he found the Folgers Classic Roast. "We could work on making sure the place is secure, and that's not a shitty idea at all. The longer we wait, the better the chance of people coming out and searching themselves. Those that survived aren't going to take what they need to just get by for a week. They are going to take every last one of everything that isn't nailed down: guns, ammunition, and food. So yes, I say we go now and stock up to make sure that we can stay here as long as we want to." "So, where do you think that we should go?" "We are going to need to talk to the kids to see where to go. I've never had a reason to come to Iowa before. Clary thought about his travels in the States, realizing that if he'd been to the state before, he'd be damned if he knew when it would have been. Can't say that I've been here before either. Let's just look it up on a computer. We could be gone before anyone here gets up.
Sure we can, but first we'd have to go get one. Believe it or not, the old man doesn't have one.
Clary slapped his forehead, raising his hands and shaking them in disbelief as he walked around the living room. You are shitting me, right? We came to the one house in all of America that seriously doesn't have a computer? What are the chances of that?
Clary, you do realize that the man is older than dirt, right? How many people can say, yeah, I remember when computers were the size of a warehouse? He can, because he is old. He doesn't strike me as the type to sit on Facebook trying to keep up with friends and family, or shooting selfies with a cell phone that he probably doesn't own either.
Clary thought about this and agreed wholeheartedly that the man probably didn't want or need a cell phone, and would therefore be perfectly happy not owning a computer. He pushed up from his chair, which he'd been sitting in for hours, stretching his back out and feeling the long night in his bones. Aslan teased him, holding out a cup of steaming black coffee. Clary took it and tested it, making sure a good scalding was not in his future. He took a long drink from it, knowing that no matter where he had to fight from, as long as he had a cup of coffee and a pound of plastic explosives, he'd be okay anywhere. He patted Aslan on the shoulder, smiling for probably the first time since before they'd taken off. Andy came into the kitchen, hacking up the cigarettes from the day before and stretching out muscles as he tried to clear his lungs. He was shaking a fresh smoke from his pack as he entered the kitchen. He took in Aslan and Clary standing together in the kitchen, Clary patting Aslan's back and barking out a laugh.
If you two are done kissing and hugging in my kitchen, then I'd very much like it if you got the fuck out of my way so I could grab some coffee, if y'all didn't drink it all already.
Aslan shrugged off Clary's hand about as quickly as Clary could remove it. Neither man had anything smart to say to Andy. Andy limped in and looked through the cupboard for his coffee mug. He looked everywhere, and when he saw Aslan drinking from the cup that he used every morning, his cup, he snatched it, tossed the remainder into the sink, and wiped it with his dirty shirt. He looked up, choking on a laugh.
Don't want any of your two's germs. Clary doesn't look all that well kempt. You do what you want, though. Far be it from me to judge the sexualities of two brave soldiers.
Aslan quickly piped up.
You aren't doing anything, Andy snapped. Get out of my kitchen. I got a pound of bacon I'm gonna throw on and teach these city kids what a good-looking breakfast is. You boys want to talk? You do it after I get my first smoke and cup of coffee of the day.
The two just stood there in a daze. Neither of them used to having to talk to someone so old-fashioned and minded. When they didn't get out of his kitchen, he clapped his hands twice, shaking them out of it.
I said get the fuck out until I've cooked some food and had a smoke. I'm not a morning person, goddammit. And if I'm going to have more people in here than the Waltons, then I'm gonna need some space. You two dipshits are standing in it. Now get out!
They hustled out of the kitchen and outside where they could catch some cool air. Andy was slamming pans around like the world was coming to an end, which wasn't all that hard to imagine. The pans being thrown about brought people down the steps one after another. Aslan realized that he didn't know any of the new kids' names, or anything about them. They watched as the new kids came down the stairs. Aslan slapped Clary on the shoulder, pointing into the house.
Hey, check out the new kids coming down. You see any potential recruits there?
Clary turned around, watching the youths. The teens assembled in the living room, looking like they were waiting for someone to give them directions. Aslan was about to ask Clary if they should go and help get the food assembly line moving, when Andy came out with a stack of paper plates in his hand, yelling for all to be heard.
Everyone come get your paper plates and some food. We use the fine china here at Casa del Senor Andy.
The nervous-looking teens instantly liked Andy, and were looking at him like they would a grandpa figure. Clary said, "He obviously likes kids."
"Why do you say that?"
"Because he was a total prick to the two of us?"
"You have that effect on people, Clary."
Aslan left him on the wraparound deck, mouth open, thinking a slew of curse words towards his comrade. Clary watched as the new kids made their way into the living room with plates full of food. He hadn't paid much attention to them yesterday when picking them up off of the street. He noticed one boy that was stocky, shorter than the rest, and with almond-shaped eyes. Aslan was about to go inside when Clary snapped, "Aslan, come here now!" Aslan laughed.
No way, dude. I'm going to get breakfast.
Clary, who wasn't joking at all, said, "Fucking come here for a minute now! I want you to look at something."
What? What is it that you need me to check out?
Clary pointed. "Did you see that kid?" Aslan looked through the window and saw the boy that Clary was pointing at. The boy looked up and, after checking all around him to verify, realized that he was the focus of their attention. He ignored them, pointing at his food.
Aslan said, "Well, now I feel like a creep. What is it that I'm supposed to have seen, Clary?"
"He looks like he has Down syndrome, doesn't he?"
"Well, yeah. And what of it?"
"Do you know anything about the disease? Is he going to be extra work? We can't handle anything like that."
"But Patrick is on insulin and you aren't worried about him," replied Aslan.
"Patrick is okay. He won't be any extra work."
"But the kid you haven't even met yet will be?"
"Look, it's you and me. We don't need to be politically correct. You know what I mean, so stop pussyfooting around the difficult answer."
"Why don't we just go in there and get the answers that we want, instead of making the kid feel all sorts of creepy?"
They went into the living room, and the boy had already forgotten about Clary and Aslan. They walked in, staying in the back of the room, and listening to the conversation between the boy and a girl, whom they presumed was his older sister, looking more than a little perturbed with the boy. He slammed the food on the coffee table, startling everyone.
"Mom makes Cheerios, biscuits, and jam on Wednesdays. Today is Wednesday, and he made toast, eggs, and bacon."
"Joey, you like all that stuff. Just eat it. We aren't going to be having things like we used to for a while. I know you like your routine, but there isn't much we are going to be able to do about it. Can't you just bend your schedule? You like all that food. Christ, after sleeping in that damn office, you've got to be hungry. I know that I'm starving."
"Well, nobody's keeping you from eating, Jen. If you don't care about what you eat, then go ahead."
Jen said, "So you're saying that you, who never leaves a plate full, are going to waste the food?" Joey gripped the plate, shaking his head.
"Well, it doesn't mean I won't eat it."
Andy said,
"You don't want your food, then hand it over. I still got a whole group of teens that are still going to want to eat whenever they get their lazy asses up."
Joey gripped the plate a little tighter and hunched over it. Clary came into the room further. "What's wrong with your food, buddy? You don't like good home cooking?" The boy looked up, bending his head and pointing at himself.
"Sorry, did you just call me buddy? I'm pretty sure you are a stranger."
Jen leaned in, tugging on his football jersey, and whispered, "Joey, do not be rude. He saved our butts yesterday." Joey shrugged her off, pointing at his jersey.
"Don't pull on it. It's mine, and I'll kick your butt if you stretch it out."
A boy, the eldest of the three kids, who was to the side, gripped Joey's shoulder, putting an arm around him. "Hey, Joey, it's cool. Let's just save the food for later, okay? You want to go check out this place for a while, and we can get a good workout in?" Clary cleared his throat. My name's Clary, and we were just looking for some background on everyone. We got a kid named Patrick from yesterday that we met, and he's on insulin. He about went into a damn coma, so we were just about hoping that if any of you, required drugs daily, that we should get a running list so that we can try and get you what you need before it's all gone from the looters. It's only a matter of time before they get brave enough to take on the town." He watched the kids, making sure not to look at Joey until last. When Clary was just staring at him blankly, Joey finally couldn't stand the stares any longer and asked,
"What do you keep looking at me for? Are you a creep or something?"
his brother said.
"Sorry, sometimes—" "Shut up, Jordan!"
Joey interrupted and pushed his brother away.
"Don't make apologies for me. I'm not stupid. Mom and the teachers at school say that people shouldn't stare. He keeps staring. Why don't you yell at him? It's not always my fault, damn it."
Clary held up his hands in defeat
as he spoke to the older boy. "He's right. I just, don't know any kids that have what he does." He turned to Joey and continued. "I just wanted to make sure that you'd be all right without medicine. But if we needed to try and stop at a pharmacy later, then we'd be happy to try our best to get you whatever it is that you might need." Joey rose to his feet, looking panicked. He gripped his brother Jordan's shoulders, looking very worried, and shook him.
"Jordan? Jen? What are we going to do if I don't get my medicine? I'm not going to make it. Didn't you grab it out of the truck when we were running for our lives?"
Clary said in a gentle voice, "Hey, it's okay, we can get it. Don't worry, just tell me what it is, all right?" Joey looked at the man, worry spread deep across his face. Clary looked down at the other two, who were looking at the floor, shaking their heads. Clary said, "What? What is it? How long does he have?" Jen looked up, pure embarrassment on her face, trying not to laugh at the same time.
"Oh, I don't know. I'd say a good 60 years. Maybe more if he ever tries to eat healthy."
Clary took a step back, and as the sarcasm had started to register, said,
"Wait, what do you mean?"
Joey collapsed back onto the couch, smiling from ear to ear, his boyish face looking very mischievous.
"Well, it's called Down's syndrome, not Down's disease, because I'm not sick. I don't have to take any drugs. I'm healthy. I'm not different. I learn like everyone else does, but I learn at my own pace. They say that I am a highly functioning DS case."
Jordan looked at Clary, nodding and adding, "Doctors call it mosaic Down syndrome. He is high-functioning, which I think can be questioned sometimes because of how big a pain in the ass he can be. Other than being a hugger and a little short for his size, he is just like us, sir. He prefers to be treated that way, too." Joey stood up and flexed his biceps, showing there definitely was something there.
"Yeah, I might be short, but look at the gun show, baby."
Clary smiled, shaking his head, and Aslan came up behind him, patting him on the shoulder. "So, do you feel like a complete tool?" He nodded his head. Eyeing Joey's shirt and Jen's volleyball tournament shirt, with the previous weekend dates listed across the chest, he asked, "So, what's your story, guys? How did you end up in such a small town?" Jen said,
"I don't know. It was all kind of a blur how fast everything happened. I think a nightmare sums it up."
Joey jumped up out of his seat and said,
"I don't know what you're talking about. We had a long car ride home ahead of us because of Jen's volleyball tournament. We're always going to those."
Jen cut in, saying,
Excuse me, how many football tournaments and Special Olympics have I gone to for you over the years? You are seriously going to give me crap right now?"
Joey winked at Clary.
"Yeah, but my tournaments rock."
He then continued,
"Anyways, we had to stop because of a semi wrecking out on the interstate on the way home. Well, Mom wasn't feeling good, so we stayed in the truck with her, while Dad got out and walked up to see what was going on. I think we drove on for about 20 minutes when I saw Dad go to sleep. Mom and these two were asleep, and I was reading the Rolling Stone. I shook Dad's shoulder, but it was no use, and he crashed into the building."
"Wait, you say your dad was falling asleep at the wheel?" Clary asked.
"Don't interrupt. It's rude to interrupt," Joey blurted out. "Teachers say don't interrupt. You don't interrupt, Clary." He calmed himself and began once more. "When Dad wakes up, he bites his own arm, and blood is coming from his eyes. I don't know what happened, but he starts tearing into Mom's neck, and none of us could do anything to stop him. Once she started screaming for us to run, as she was clawing at him to stop, we got out of there. I think he would have gotten us too, if it hadn't been for the seatbelt being in a locked position, and the airbag."
Aslan asked, "What'd you do then? Did your dad make it out of there?" Jordan cleared his throat, choking back the tears.
"Yes, he did get out, but we were far enough away that he never found us. I don't understand what happened to him, but we found an empty shop. Joey strong-armed the door open. We went upstairs and hid in a small storage place. We've been waiting there for things to cool off, but It just seemed to get worse the longer we had to wait there.
Jen buried her head in Joey's shoulder and let the tears run. Clary looked at the next set of kids and said,
"What about you guys? Are you from Adele?"
They shook their heads, and Clary asked,
"So, what happened to you?"
Sean and the rest of the teens came down the steps, moving slowly from a full day before. He set his rifle down in the corner, nodding his head to the new kids and the adults.
"I don't think we need to ask why or how they got here anymore, please, Clary." "What do you mean?"
Sean said.
"Who here lost everyone that they could trust yesterday? Is anyone here not alone? Not an orphan at this point?"
When none of them raised their hands, he continued.
"Is there anything else useful that you're going to find out, except probably the saddest list of stories you've ever heard?"
Clary thought about it, shook his head, and motioned for them to follow him to the kitchen.
"Hey, there's food over here. He must have fried up an entire pig this morning."
On hearing that, Andy said, "You got a problem with my cooking? I'm more than happy to put you in charge." Aslan said, "Oh God, Andy, please don't do that. We won't survive a week if we let Clary here cook. Even if we had a doctor, we still might not make it."
This brought a few laughs from the crowd of teens, and Clary said, "Hey, don't encourage him. No good comes from it, I promise, I really do. Come on, guys. We need to talk. Let's get something to eat and head outside. It's nice out."
Sean nodded his agreement with this idea, and as he and the 5 other original orphans made their way into the kitchen, they all silently acknowledged the new orphans with understanding, raised eyebrows. Once loaded up on grub, they thanked Andy and headed to the wraparound deck. Clary let them settle on the stoop, shoving much-needed food into their mouths, and said,
"So, we have a dilemma here, and Aslan and I thought we'd run it by you, since we aren't really in charge of you at all, and we are gonna need to take the truck with us."
Greg was in the middle of an egg sandwich and said, "What do you mean you're going to take the truck? Where the hell are you going?"
"I thought we accomplished what we wanted to when we made it to Andy's place. You guys aren't leaving us already, are you?"
Aslan nodded, looking around the farm that had no food growing on it, and said,
"Look, Greg, by my count overnight, we've ended up with 16 mouths to feed. That's a shit ton of food we are going to need if we are going to make a go of it out here. I think we can stay here as long as we need to, provided we get word from the CDC that there is still hope."
Greg said,
"So, what do you want to do, go and rob a Walmart or something?"
Aslan nodded his head and said,
"Do you think that there's anything else around here that might be better? I mean, we need everything, including some ammunition to get the rest of you kids up to the point where we can keep this place locked up tight all day long. You think that there's anywhere close enough to try and make the drive?"
"The Army National Guard has got a place 20 minutes from here, on a regular, non-zombie-filled day. If you want, we could take a drive over there,"
Ellie suggested. Greg cut in, saying,
"The CDC made it sound like if there was a pair of boots without a job to do, then they did now."
Aslan said,
"So you think it's empty?"
Both teens shrugged, and Ellie said,
"I'm sorry, so you are worried that we might end up finding a whole bunch of soldiers and somewhere to sleep that has a bunch of tanks protecting us? I don't see how we come out lesser here. Why don't we pack up everything and head out there?"
Sean piped up,
"It's too far to have all that crap in the back of the truck again and riding with this many people. We looked like a damn circus car yesterday with everyone packed into it. We are lucky no one fell out and cracked their head open."
"So, what would you do?"
"How about we take a few of us, mostly anyone that can shoot or drive, and if it looks legit, we get a truck and come back, and if it doesn't, we get the shit and get out of Dodge again."
Ellie was clearly annoyed at Sean's idea and said,
"Since I don't drive, and we know how great I can shoot, I guess that means I get to babysit the new kids and Andy?"
Andy pushed out through the screen door, laughing.
"Well, I think you got a short memory there, Ellie. If you remember when y'all came up to my shop yesterday, there wasn't so much as one of those little creepy bastards walking in front of it. Why is that, sweetheart? Well, let me tell you. It's because when I shoot, I hit what I'm aiming at. It's a done deal. So if they leave and you are stuck here with little old me, then I'd suggest maybe you show me just a little damn respect, because I'll be the son of a bitch taking those things out."
She opened her mouth to talk when Tina said,
Yeah, you know he's probably right, considering he's going to be the only one left here able to shoot those things. I assume Sean and Greg are going. What about the new kids? You going to take any of them with ya?
Clary said, We don't know much about them, other than a new learned fact that kids with Down syndrome don't take medicine. Tina rolled her eyes.
You seriously asked him that? God, you were so embarrassing.
Clary said, Well, now I know, all right? I wanted to ask the new kids if they've got any special skill sets that could help us get there and back in a safe manner. Sean said, We don't really know them yet. Are you sure you want to take strangers with us? Aslan said, Sean, yesterday you were a stranger too. We didn't know any of you guys before yesterday. Right, we were strangers, but we saved your men's lives. Tell you what, how about the 4 of us plus Tina go for sure, and then we can figure it out from there. Patrick said,
Wait, so Ellie and I are the only 2 who get left here with Andy?
Clary nodded. Yes, you, Andy, Ellie, and 8 new faces that are dying to find something to do should stay here. Besides, after yesterday, you might need to just bunk down for the rest of the day and get yourself fixed right. I don't know much about diabetes, but I know none of the others do either. So if you can stay as healthy as possible, that would be great. Because I don't know how much of that stuff you got, but we need it to last as long as we can. Patrick nodded, still feeling the rundown from the day before, and looked at Ellie. Trying to make her feel better, he said, I'm sure there will be plenty of crappy missions that we will go on over time. Aslan looked to Andy, who was having an after-breakfast smoke. Hey, Andy, you think we can get a running list of all the supplies that you've got? Did you have a home stockpile? We ain't gonna starve anytime soon, but I wasn't planning for 18. We probably got a month or 2 worth of food. That is, if you guys like eating regularly. If we skip a meal here and there, we'd be doing even better. He pointed to Aslan and Clary, and said smiling, You boys don't look like you'd hurt if you skipped a few days' worth. Clary patted his stomach, nodding. It's called a usable muscle, and I'll outlive you 10 times over. Andy looked at his filterless cigarette and cane. Holding them up, he gave Clary a thumbs up. Ellie, you and Patrick come find me when you're ready to go, and start counting shit for the day. Ellie acknowledged.
We just need to eat, and we are ready to go. It looks like Sean and crew are going to be leaving real soon anyway.
Clary saw the gas pump on the side of a barn, and asked, Hey, Andy, is that diesel, or can we fill the truck up with it? Do you see any tractors, Clary? They all looked around, and other than an empty barn with a couple of 4-wheelers that didn't look like they'd been rode in decades, there didn't appear to be any tractors. Clary shook his head. No? Well, then it'd be pretty stupid to keep diesel in stock, wouldn't it, you Nancy? Andy pushed up and limped back into the house, yelling at the new kids to get seconds if they needed it. Joey, who'd been complaining about eating earlier, was the first to get up, following the old man into the kitchen. He caught Andy off guard, wrapping his arms around him and giving him a quick hug. Andy patted the boy on the head, looking uneasy. Jordan yelled to him, You'd better get used to it, Andy. I'm pretty sure you've made a new friend. Joey ran in, gathering a second plate, and Andy gave Jordan and Jen a thumbs up. I got no problems with a buddy. Look at this kid. His arms are about as big as me. We can get all kinds of work done around here that my old body can't handle anymore. You know anything about working hard, Joey? Joey nodded, disappearing upstairs with his plate of food. Aslan came back in, letting the kids finish their breakfast. The new group in the living room were sitting around, unsure what they should be doing. Aslan said, So who knows how to drive, how to shoot, or how to do anything useful? Jordan raised a hand. I know how to drive. I've got a car at home. You feel like going for a drive? Where are we gonna go? I would prefer not to have to head back to that town. Kind of seems that everything running around there wants to eat us once they change. Sean came in, tossing his plate in the garbage, then said, Turned. We've been calling them Turned. Seems that's the best explanation we've got for them. Hi, I'm Sean Fox. The guy out there is Greg, the kid with the glasses is Patrick, and we've got Tina the Blonde and Ellie. We've been making our way around town ourselves since it happened. Nice to meet you, Sean. I appreciate you guys stopping yesterday. I think we would have starved or been eaten if you hadn't done what you had. No worries. We need to keep those alive that way. If one of those things bites you or you get their blood in you, then you become one of them, and you turn. Hence the name. Can you cure them? Jordan asked. We don't know yet. Out of an entire Navy SEAL team sent yesterday, only Aslan and Clary survived. Why were you sent here? To find the research for the drug that caused all this. We showed them where to go, and from there we just kept losing soldiers. We had one of our friends, Christy, who got taken out yesterday too. And another kid decided to try it on his own. He was too angry to stay and be one of us. Jordan seemed perplexed by the final statement. I can't see what someone would be so angry about, that they'd want to try and do this by themselves. We were up there for 2 days and were too scared to leave, and here you guys come rolling down Main Street, armed to the teeth and taking those things out one after another? Yeah, well, his name was Mike. Or is Mike. I don't really know if he's alive. We picked him up on day 1. That's what we call it when this all came here. And once I read my dad's goodbye note, he flipped out. The note told me that this was a horrible mistake that Dad and his lab assistant had designed. Something based on some experiments that he worked up in the military. His assistant screwed him over, and the world went to hell in a few hours. Your dad made this? What the hell was he trying to solve? Sean pointed at Ellie on the deck. That's Ellie. Our parents were dating. When he asked her to marry him, she told him that she couldn't marry him because she had cancer. Yeah, people live when they have cancer, though, Jordan pointed out. Not when it's terminal. My mother had it, and Ellie's mom, Karen, thought that it wouldn't be fair to put him through it again over a second love. So, she died of cancer? Sean shook his head. No, Dad wasn't prepared to lose love twice. He took a drug he'd made in the army and tried to modify it to cure cancer. When he thought that he had it perfected, they started doing test trials on animals. The assistant took the research from him and changed the results so that they'd rush into clinical trials. He doctored the results and then told Dad it was ready. He didn't know that the drug was for Karen, who had slipped into a coma. Dad knew he didn't have any time left to wait. It was either try the drug on her or lose her forever. So he gave a drug to someone that had never had it before? Jordan was trying to mentally process the story as it developed. My dad wanted her around forever. He was pretty much willing to try anything at that point. He gave her the drug, and that's how it all started. Wow, that's a lot to take in. But what was it that made Mike leave again? I told him the truth. I told everyone the truth. And Mike couldn't handle it. After that, he wouldn't go with us to help find the research that the CDC announcement said they needed. We ran into the SEALs, and when they found out who my dad was, they made me take them back up to the woods here where my grandpa's cabin and all our supplies were, Sean explained. You guys have a cabin with supplies? Why are we staying here then? Asked Jordan. Mike burned the damn thing down. He left a note saying he had, and when we went back up there, everything apart from what we'd carried down was gone. We found Andy after we sent the research. Clary and Aslan had called their general or whoever, and were expecting a call back to arrange their extraction. They were told that they'd completed their mission, but the military were worried about the infection and couldn't pick them up. Ouch. I bet they were pissed. They weren't very happy about it, no. I don't think any of this has really caught up with us yet. It's like every time we try and get ahead, some stupid hurdle gets in the way or something bad happens. About all we've got to be thankful for at this point is Andy living out in the country, and that those things haven't started thinking about venturing out this far. Do they? Jordan questioned. Do they what? Think. I don't know for sure, Jordan. It's all new, man. But I do know that they are hungry, and that they can hunt. They act like wolves, and you've seen how fast they are, I'm sure. I've seen them rip doors away, And one of those bastards threw me yesterday after taking my gun from me. One of them threw you? What were you doing? Patrick, the kid with the glasses, went to the cabin and in the hurry of getting out of town didn't bring his insulin, which he desperately needs to live. That's a pretty stupid thing to forget, isn't it? Yeah, well, when you have one of those turned running faster than you and their main goal is ripping your chest open so they can dine on what's inside, I'd think that you might have a chance of forgetting what you need too. Sean's voice was a little annoyed at Jordan's question, but he continued. We woke up on day 2 and Patrick didn't wake up. After a while, we started to think that maybe he was turning, but Ellie, being the voice of reason, found his bracelet, explaining what was wrong with him. After giving him the last of his meds, we went to town and found his house and got his supply. Did you lose that when the place got burned down? No, he took the entire supply with him. Thank God he did. Because I don't know if we would be able to find what he needs or the type that he needs. Andy only had so much stuff at his shop. So we're going to Camp Dodge. Do you know how to shoot a gun? No, but I'm thinking it's something that I'd like to learn how to do here real soon. You might be making the right choice. Are you going to come with and drive something back? Jordan nodded. Yeah, I'm going to have to go with. My dad always said, don't be a freeloader. If you want to belong, you need to have a reason to be there and to be kept there. Sean said, I'm confident if we want to stick around Andy's, we need to pitch in. There's enough of us here we should be able to get this place set up to survive for as long as we need to. At least until we find out if there's a cure for the infected. What happens if there isn't a cure? That's what the bullet stockpile is for. If they can't be saved, then they need to be exterminated as soon as possible. I don't know what's happening in the rest of the states, but it seems like they are everywhere and outnumbering those left unturned. Do Aslan and Clary think that we should wait before trying and start taking those things out? I don't know. Neither of them has really said much about it. Once we made it to the house yesterday, I think you might have noticed, we were just happy to be somewhere safe. And so we were all okay with a little downtime. That guy? Jordan pointed towards Greg. You said Greg was his name, right? Well, he looked worse than any of you. What the hell happened to him? He might have had it worse than anyone yesterday. If you don't count finding out that your dad was in charge of the fall of Western civilization as we know it. How did he have it worse? He had a zombie soldier chase after him, and had a bomb blast go off so close to him that it probably effed up his hearing for a while. To top it off, it seemed like Greg and Christy, that girl I mentioned earlier who didn't make it, were getting friendly towards one another, or at least could be going down that path. When we were trying to find Andy, we had to clear the turn from in front of his shop. So, how did you lose Christy? She was one of the fastest, and the two of us ran through a building, triggering a bomb that Clary set in a building on Main Street. If you saw a fireball or black smoke rolling into the sky, that was us. A piece of the door turned into shrapnel and got embedded in her chest. The turned that hadn't gotten blown up by the blast caught up to her in the alleyway and... Sean paused for a moment. Well, there was no hope for her. So, did she change or turn into one of those, then? No, I couldn't let that happen. I think there should be a law or something to prevent it. No one deserves to be one of those things. If one of them bit me, I'd be grateful for anyone who would put me out of my misery. Jordan asked, Do you think they still feel pain? No, I don't. But they definitely cause it. I'm glad you're coming with us. I think we are safer in numbers. Who knows how much crap we are going to find there. It's good that we can bring back everything we need if need be. Is it going anywhere? No. But the way we've been losing people, it seems safer that the further we stay away from those things, the better. No good ever comes of them being around. I've got to run up and change, and I'll be ready. Sean sprinted up the stairs, grabbing his bag and Greg's, and as he was headed back out of the room, wearing a change of clothes, Ellie was leaning in the hallway. Hey, Sean, you got a minute? He nodded, setting down the backpacks. She pointed at them. You know you're coming back, right? Sean smiled, nodding his head. You know I am. You aren't getting rid of me. But we need more of everything if we are going to make a stand here. You and I both know that. Andy even said it, and he's the one who knows how much stuff we've got here. I don't like you leaving. Every time we do one of these stupid things, something bad happens. It was your dad, and then it was Christy. Hell, we lost almost all of the SEALs, and they are trained for this. I mean, what are we supposed to do? It's completely chaotic at this point. I don't want to leave either, Ellie. Sean brushed the hair from her eyes and kissed her lips softly. I'm coming back. I'm not going to let you go through this on your own. When this is all said and done, we are going to be there together, and I'll do whatever it takes to make sure it stays that way. Ellie pulled him in for a hug, when a gagging noise came distinct and loud, followed by choking. Sean lifted his head from her shoulder, staring over at Greg, who had both hands wrapped around his neck while trying not to laugh. He playfully mimicked the moment.
Don't worry, Ellie. I will come back for you. I won't let you go through this alone. I promise you, Ellie.
Sean was trying not to laugh, because it would only make Greg lay it on even thicker. Dude, you are such a prick. Here's your bag. I figured that you might want a few extra shots in case things unexpectedly go to shit. Greg accepted the backpack, nodded, then said, Don't worry. I'm pretty damn sure that it'll go to shit. When hasn't it? But at least now we have the good sense to keep our distance from those monsters if we need to. Greg walked past the two, pushing Sean back into Ellie, and went into the room where he grabbed his long-range rifle. He held it up and said, Bullets do better when you've got something to put them in. I'm not kidding when I say that we are keeping our distance from those things. I'll split their heads open at a few 100 yards versus worrying about getting blown up by one of Clary's bombs any day. Sean agreed. Yeah, I don't think your hearing can stand too many more of those things happening. Besides, what happens when Clary runs out of stuff to blow up? Ellie said, I think we need to learn how to do all of that stuff. It'd be pretty awesome to be able to handle that kind of action coming our way. Like Aslan did, too. Do you remember how he took out those Turn that were coming for us in the field, one after another? We get some of those rifles like he has, and we are going to be badass.
No, you'll have a badass gun, Ellie, commented Greg. But don't worry. Maybe Sean and I can put in a good word for you. See if he's interested in showing us how to do some of this stuff that he can. I'm sure there's a trick to it. We just need him equally motivated to show us.
He seems to be pretty excited about the thought process of staying alive, right? Ellie said. Well, then I'm not sure what we are too worried about. He teaches us how to survive, and we keep him alive. We watch each other's back, just like we do with everyone else in the group.
Greg smiled, saying, Don't worry, we will talk to him. I'll leave the two of you to talk for a minute. I'm not sure how much of that sappy crap I can bear to listen to from you guys. I need to go stand by Clary or something to get my testosterone back, if I can. I'm feeling pretty weak after this.
Sean waved sarcastically. Thanks a lot, Greg. I hate you. If you were to die today, I'd like to make sure that you know that. I think it is important for you to know that.
Greg waved his middle finger over his shoulder in the air. Don't worry, Shawnee boy. I love you the most, honey. You know what you mean to me.
Ellie bit her bottom lip, trying to refrain from laughing. You guys know that you are both so weird, right? Sean patted her shoulder as he walked past, heading down the stairs. We were weird far before the apocalypse came. I think you know that. Chapter 2. When the two boys got outside, everyone was standing out there already. Ellie came out behind them, taking the new group inside. She thought it probably best that not everyone was going. Who knew what was going to happen at the base? And those that couldn't shoot or drive were as good as useless. Joey was yelling at his brother.
You let me go! I can help!
Jordan and Jen were both shaking their heads, and Joey was still trying to climb into the truck. He outweighed both of them, regardless of his shorter frame. He had every ounce of muscle that his brother Jordan did, and probably more. Jen looked frail in comparison to the two brothers. She said, Joey, didn't you say that you'd help Andy today? He and Ellie said they were going to do some work around the farm.
I'm going with him. He needs me.
Jordan said, Joey, I definitely need you, buddy. But I need you to help Andy. I was going to help him, but I have to go get supplies with the soldiers. I'm going to go get a bunch of food for us. Is there anything that you want me to get?
Yes, get the right food and some magazines. I want some Rolling Stones, Jordan. The Stones rock.
Jordan wrote it down, smiling. You want it? We got it. Ellie walked over, holding out a hand to Joey. Hi, Joey. My name is Ellie. Joey leaned over towards his brother and whispered, Dude, she's hot. He reached out a hand for Ellie, smiled and shook it, and looked at Jen, asking, So, she's going to be helping Andy too? Jen nodded, knowing that he'd probably have her annoyed by the time everyone got back. But she didn't care, as long as it meant that Jordan could leave, and she wouldn't have to worry that Joey was headed to chase after him every 5 minutes. Andy yelled,
Hey, Joey, there's a clipboard inside on the kitchen table. Do you think you could grab it for me?
Joey did a quick salute and gave Jordan a big hug, lifting him off of the ground and squeezing hard. Jordan hugged him back, patting Joey's shoulder, and said, Go on and get the clipboard for Mr. Andy, will you? If you don't, then I'm not going to be able to look for any of those Stones magazines that you want. Joey disappeared into the house, and Jordan yelled to the rest, Hey, you guys ready to go? He's going to stay busy for a short time. Then he's going to become adamant that he needs to come with us again. And good luck once we get to that point. Aslan nodded, leaning in and starting the pickup truck. Jordan, Tina, Greg, and Sean climbed into the truck, alongside Clary and Aslan. They had a somewhat full truck, but there would be plenty more room if they ended up finding the vehicles that they anticipated finding. Andy walked up to the truck and leaned in. He ignored Aslan, knowing he was unfamiliar with the area, and looked straight to Sean and Greg, sitting in the back seat.
You boys know how to get there from here? You know that your best bet is probably going to be hitting the gravel roads.
Aslan said,
Wait, what do you mean? We are trying to do this quickly. You can't tell me that taking some dirt country road will be quick.
Andy didn't answer. He went back to looking at the boys.
Now you take those back roads, you hear? You stay off the main road. There are 2 reasons for that. The first is you don't want anybody following you and knowing where you are staying. Why? Because I don't want no one knowing where I'm staying.
What's the second, Andy? Greg asked.
The second what?
The second reason? You said there were 2. Andy scratched at his head, mumbling something under his breath about how getting old sucked.
Well, shit, I can't remember. But you just do as you're told. There's going to be plenty of looters out there, and you ain't going to be able to keep them all from coming here. But as long as we can keep it quiet, then maybe we can keep from having to do anything stupid.
Greg laughed, and then stopped, thinking about the idea of anyone finding out they were here and had a safe place to sit out the war on the dead. Thinking that they might find trouble quicker than any of them wanted to. Greg pushed the thoughts out of his head, gave a thumbs up, and Aslan pulled the truck out.
Hey guys, you think that you might tell me how to get there by the main roads now?
Greg and Sean whispered for a second, and Sean said, Sorry, Aslan, but Andy had a point. Well, he probably had 2, but he couldn't remember the second one. I have a feeling it would have been valid if he could have remembered it.
You realize how much longer it'll probably take to get there, right? I mean, if we don't take a highway?
Greg laughed and said, Yeah, it will take a bit longer. Maybe an extra half hour. But you know what the good news is? Aslan took the bait and said,
What's that?
Well, you aren't from around here, so I don't think that it matters as much, since you don't know either way, and therefore couldn't get there even if you were hell-bent on going there. Aslan smiled, shaking his head and yelling through the back window to where Clary and Jordan were sitting.
Hey, Clary, have I mentioned that there is a very good reason why I never wanted kids?
Clary puffed on his cigar, thinking about it for a moment, then yelled back in, You know, I think in the almost decade that I've known you, you've never brought it up as many times as you have in the past few days, Aslan. Aslan cracked his neck and said,
Well, I just hope they don't keep giving me reasons to say it is all.
Clary laughed and shut the window, perfectly content to not hear the banter coming from the truck's cab. Greg pointed to the gravel road, and they drove the distance mostly in silence. Sean thought of Ellie and hoped that she'd be all right. He stared at the gun resting between his legs and thought of Christy and her head as the bullet made its impact on her. Aslan looked in the rear view and saw the expression on Sean's face. He was sure he knew what the boy was thinking about in one way or another. He'd seen the look on too many people's faces, and on his own. When Sean looked up, he saw Aslan staring at him. "What's up?" Sean asked.
"It gets better,"
Aslan replied. "What does?"
"The hurt, the guilt, the pain of whatever you're going through."
"Really? The nightmares I'm having aren't going to be there waiting for me to go to bed every night?"
"They won't come every night. You won't think of it every day, with every minute you are awake."
Greg looked over at Sean and nodded. "You too?" Jordan looked back at the two and said, "Sounds like you've had a shitty few days run. Do you think that what your dad made can be fixed?" Sean shrugged. "You know as much about it as I do at this point, Jordan. I'm not sure if they can cure people. I know my dad is still running around. I don't know what they could do for my mom. He acted like he didn't even know her. They don't, man. If you see your dad and they haven't found the cure yet, you make sure you stay away. There's nothing that you can do for him, except put him out of his misery, or keep him from causing someone else pain." "I can't shoot my own dad." Jordan was shocked. "That's effed up." Sean took a long, deep breath. "We are sometimes put in situations that we can't control. Sometimes we have to do things for the greater good of others, and put yourself second." "Well, that's easy to say, but—"
Greg cut him off. "Sorry to say, man, but you don't know what you were talking about. Like you said, we've had a pretty shitty couple of days."
"So he had to—" Jordan's voice trailed off. Sean leaned forward, speaking very clearly and slowly. "Remember, bringing up the past now does nothing to make anything that has already happened easier. The only thing you gotta know is that if it comes down to you or them, you'd better be ready, because they don't hesitate, and they don't wait." Jordan nodded. "Thanks for the heads up. I just need someone to teach me how to do one of those things. My dad taught me to play football, but never did anything with guns. He thought they were dangerous." Aslan patted Jordan on the shoulder.
"By the time I'm done with you guys, you are going to know so much more about weapons and rifles than you ever wanted to. Once your training is done, though, only those that don't want you to be armed will have a reason to fear you with a gun. Sean and Greg, you both seem to have a pretty good start already, like you've been shooting for a while."
Sean pointed to the main highway, not wanting to get into any other talks that would keep the discussion focused on his father. "Hey, here's the last road we need to take to get into Camp Dodge. Hang a right. We'll be there in no time," Aslan said.
"Thank God, a solid road. So it's just past this farm?"
Greg said.
"Nope. This isn't a farm. It's where they go and play their war games on the weekends. They have a skeleton crew working most of the time, full of guard members that put in their 40 hours. At least that's what my dad would say. Anyway, that field has all the different types of courses all rolled into one, making sure that they stay in wartime shape."
Aslan slowed, letting the truck coast. He said,
"Greg, when you listened to the CDC announcement yesterday, didn't you say that all resources were being gathered? So there is a pretty good chance that those guys all got called out? I wonder if any of them came back. Aren't they going to let you back on base either way? I mean, don't they have to if you show them your credentials? It depends on what their orders are. There is a hell of a good chance they aren't letting anyone in. It might be smarter if I took a stroll in there before I put you guys in harm's way, too."
Jordan asked, "Do you think that you could get in there?" Aslan stopped the truck, checking out the road ahead of him, and saw a barrage of military vehicles. Not parked, not on guard, but crashed into each other in the street. They weren't smoking or on fire, but from the blackened pavement, it didn't take a genius to see that something was seriously wrong here. Aslan drove the truck up slowly, and as they got closer, they looked at the guard's entrance. They could see that it was not accessible. Instead of having a metal gate or a wooden gate, it was worse. They saw large, foot-thick poles that rose from the ground, and enough of them that there would be no chance of getting through. Sean said, We are going to have to go in on foot. You think that's a good idea, Aslan?
Fuck no. It's a horrible idea, shouted Aslan. Let's take a minute and think about this, though.
Jordan said. Well, what do we know about this type of thing? What are you asking us for?
Because it's your life on the line. You aren't a kid anymore. You aren't waiting for Mom and Dad to tell you what to do. If you want to survive all this, you need to think like a man. Then you need to be able to make decisions for yourself. It's important. Don't be a follower. None of you be a follower. You're going to have to make tough choices, and if you follow someone thinking that they know more than you, then you probably aren't going to last too damn long,
Sean said. How about we pull in a little further and see what it looks like? We are still in a truck, and there isn't anything behind us that we need to worry about at the moment. So if we need to get out of here, I think we're okay. Aslan thought about it, and did a U-turn in the middle of the highway. He backed it up slowly. Clary sat at the edge of the tailgate, watching something. He sat back by the window, slid it open, then whispered, You boys seeing this here? He motioned towards the people on the other side of the gate. Sean? What the hell's wrong with them? They're just standing there. Sean turned around in his seat, giving them the full attention that they deserved. Don't get any closer. I'm pretty sure those aren't soldiers. It's something worse. Clary tapped on the roof of the truck. Stop the truck, will you? Greg, hand me your rifle. I want to see those things up close and personal. If they've turned, I say we take them out from a distance. Anyone got a problem with that?
Well, you know my take on distance over up close and in it, said Aslan. I wonder how many more there are in there. I hope we have enough ammunition on us.
Sean patted his backpack, happier that he brought it with every second that passed. Greg and I should have plenty of ammo to get us through this. If we can't find some more 223 bullets at an army base, then we are seriously doing something wrong. Aslan put the truck in park and said, What's the point in changing a working formula? Clary twisted a knob on his shoulder-mounted radio. My battery says half full, so that means it'll probably last another half hour at best. You know how great these things are. Aslan checked his radio too, opened the door, and walked across the highway into the woods that lined on the opposite side. Clary yelled, How long do you need to take care of them?
Give me an hour. Keep your battery off and reserve it, Aslan replied.
That's great and all, but what if you need help?
Well, Clary, if you hear my handgun being fired, how about you guys come and pick me up?
Tina hopped out of the truck and climbed into the front driver's seat. She looked at Sean and Greg, laughing for a second.
What's so funny, Tina? Greg asked.
Seems kind of like deja vu. You guys ready to go and save the soldiers? Then me driving through no man's land. Sean tried to watch Aslan, but within a minute, he melted into the tree line and was gone. He pointed at Greg. We need to be able to do that shit, Greg said.
Yeah, but what good is it going to do if they can still find us by smell? Remember the bloody rag that did more than us screaming at those things did?
Sean watched in awe. He didn't care what Greg said. Those kinds of skills were going to prove very useful. If reports didn't come back from the CDC with the news that they were praying for, then that disappearing trick was going to be good to know. He thought that as people changed, it would be better to be able to go undetected sometimes. Clary poked his head in through the window. Tina, go ahead and kill the truck. The last thing we want to do is pollute the air with our carbon emissions. Tina snapped her head around, but Clary was already smiling. We don't have the gas to waste. Nice to know boys never mature, Clary. Things are already dark enough. If we can't joke, then we are all going to snap at some point. Tina killed the engine, leaving the radio on and keeping it turned down low. But they all felt a little piece of normality, except for the pistols and rifles spread around the truck. Clary heard the new music playing from the bands he'd never heard before. Hey, great music, guys. It's really... He paused, while trying to find the words. Different. Tina smiled. I have these guys on my MP3. They are the best, right? Clary gave thumbs up, while nodding excitedly, as he slid the window shut to the truck and moved to the rear, putting as much distance as possible between him and the music. He rested his machine gun on the truck's tailgate, not taking his eyes off the turned soldiers in the distance. He knew that even though they looked comatose right now, it was a matter of a sound, a gun blast or anything, To make them come out of their current state. He thought of all the places that he and his team had been, the nightmares that became true in third-world countries. He knew that he would gladly trade any one of those horrible missions for their current circumstances. Chapter 3. Aslan moved through the woods, being extra cautious to avoid broken branches. He'd been trained by the best to be a ghost in the shadows. Even now, decades after completing his training, he could still hear the screaming of his instructors. It was something that he was sure had helped keep him alive over the years. Aslan moved slowly until he was within a few hundred yards of the turned soldiers. He rested behind a fallen tree, counting the targets. There were 15 in all, and he knew that they were just waiting to do harm. He rested the rifle on his left arm, sighting in the closest of them, and thankful as hell for the silencer on the barrel. He started firing one after another, dropping them and keeping them from causing pain to others. After the third had fallen, they came out of their state. They tilted their heads back, sniffing, searching for the meal. They knew something was harming the others, but unsure what or who it was. They launched themselves into the air, landing on top of the burned military trucks, still searching. Aslan never stopped firing, and had never been happier to have a silencer in his life until now. He walked out of the woods when he could not find any more of them to take out. He waved to Clary, signaling for them to come down and meet him. Aslan walked slowly. He could see the bloody handprints on the inside of the trucks, and thought of the guards who must have tried to stop the men, possibly running from the turned, or already on their way to being infected, from re-entering the base. He saw the poles that rose from the ground, acting as a gate, and knew that they'd have to go in on foot if they wanted anything from inside. He was unsure how they were going to get the supplies out in the mass amounts that he was hoping to score. He walked slowly through the mess, avoiding the turned on the ground, and knocked on the door at the guard's office. When no one answered, he thought about walking in, but waited, realizing he had a perfectly good teammate coming really soon, and it would be a good idea to have his comrade watching his six. Aslan stayed alert, slinging his high-powered rifle in favor of his much more compact machine gun. He walked around, making sure there were no hidden surprises still wandering, waiting for their meals. He made his way back to the road and yelled to Clary to follow him. Sean called from the truck. "What do you want us to do?" Clary said. "You guys wait there. Leave it running, Tina. We don't want anything slowing us down if there is a reason to leave. Sean, why don't you and Greg get in the bed of the truck? The two of you keep an eye out, in case any of those things are still lurking around here." The two boys climbed out, and Greg winked and said,
"Tina, you two be good in here all on your lonesomes."
Jordan tried to answer, but Tina was already ahead of him. "Don't respond to him, Jordan. He's just going to keep talking if you do." Jordan nodded. "You've been with them for longer than a few days, I assume." "Unfortunately, I've known them for quite a while. We were all already close before the whole zombie outbreak thing started. Sean's dad saved Greg, Patrick, and me from the school where the breakout really happened." "Wait, the guy that started this came to your rescue?" "The guy that started this was screwed over by his assistant, and he'd have let Ellie's mom, the love of his life, die before he would have tried an experimental drug on her." "So he just saved you three from the school?" "No, there were others, but they didn't make it. I think the longer this goes on, the less people we're going to have around to worry about saving. I think if he'd had more time to plan out saving us, then he'd have got a bus and saved as many people as physically possible." Jordan thought about his own dad and said, "Yeah, if my dad is still around, I'd really like to make sure he gets treated. Who knows what the shelf life is for them? I mean, are they dying? Are they getting weaker? Are they getting stronger?" Tina hadn't thought about that and said, "Well, I know we ripped one's arm off, blew them up, and shot a cheerleader in the chest, but they all just kept getting up and coming back for more." "Well, that really makes the guy feel better. Are they going to let my brother and sister stay? Some people don't like strangers, especially when they have something different about them." "Are you talking about Joey, your little brother?" "You know I am. I'm serious, though. If you know anything, I'd like to know. Because if they can't stay, then we're going to have to try and find somewhere to hold up for a while." "You'll be okay.
Did you see how Andy took to him today? They look like they're going to be buddies pretty quick.
I'm glad Andy is so willing to take on strangers. I promise, Joey's got the biggest heart of anyone that you've ever met. Tina smiled, thinking of the boy, and couldn't think of anything that sounded more like the truth.
I think we're all going to be together for quite a while to come. Those doctors aren't going to be able to solve this overnight, regardless if they have the research or not. It took Frank months to come up with what he thought, at least, was a cure.
Jordan laughed, wiping some tears from his eyes. You realize that we should be in school? We shouldn't be sitting outside some military base trying to break in and get weapons from it. I mean, it's insane, isn't it? Blue skies, warm temperatures, and zombies chasing us down, trying their best to kill us. Tina rubbed his arm and shoulder.
It's okay. Everything is going to be all right. I don't know how, but I'm sure everything is going to work itself out eventually. We just need to be patient and calm.
Aslan and Clary walked around the guard desk, trying to see in, but the high brick windows made it impossible, even at their height. Clary set a small charge on the door, and the two of them took cover around the corner. He hit the blast to go off, and the door popped with a boom. Aslan smiled, giving a thumbs up. You finally didn't do overkill. Clary looked sad for a moment. Are you kidding me? My personal stock of explosives is finally running low. Aslan said, Let's clear this building. Then we will make damn sure that you have got everything, and then some, that you need before getting out of here. Clary went first around the corner, gun up, and Aslan followed close behind with a hand on Clary's shoulder. As they made their way into the now smoke-filled room, they heard a growling, but could see nothing. When the low growl turned into a bark, the two men stopped in their tracks. Clary said, Dog, dog, dog! Back up now! The dog lunged for the men. Clary, only guessing where the dog was, held up his rifle trying to protect his face. He heard the powerful jaws of the dog clench its muscles hard and tight. Aslan screamed, Fuck! Are you okay? Clary screamed, I'm fine! He isn't attached to me! They backed out of the room, waiting for the rest of the smoke to filter out. When it did, the two men saw the 80-pound German Shepherd, with its jaws firmly gripped around the neck of a turned soldier that was kicking and trying its best to get away from the dog. The dog was standing over it in such a way that it was impossible for it to reach the animal. Clary said, I'm keeping him. He's mine. Are you serious? Do you really want a dog? Clary put a bullet through the soldier's brain, and when it stopped resisting, the dog let go of its jugular. Aslan said, So, we are sure that dogs can't get infected, right? Not sure enough to sleep well at night. I say if the dog is still doing okay when we are ready to go home, then we go ahead and bring him with us. He does seem pretty badass, right? You know if he barks, it's going to bring the turned left and right if they are in the vicinity. Dude, you do realize that he probably just saved our lives. Clary pulled out some beef jerky and tossed a piece to the dog, petting its head and behind the ears. You're a good boy, yes you are, and I'm gonna name you something evil. They cleared the rest of the guard's desk and found the main control room. When they did, they saw the control panel for the front entrance and hit the button to lower the raised barrier. Clary watched on the video monitor, and when it was down, hit the intercom saying, Back it up and bring it over, Tina. The brake lights flashed as she backed up the large truck. When they got past, Clary hit the button to raise it back up. Aslan said, Wait, that's a horrible idea, you realize this, right? Clary said, I don't want any other surprises today. If any morons think robbing a military base is a good idea, I'd like them to be persuaded to either find another way in, or look for somewhere else better suited to loot when they aren't able to enter the facility. Aslan said, Well, aren't we kind of robbing a military base? Clary replied, We are highly trained Navy SEALs. Hell no, we aren't robbing. We are just borrowing until we are fit to return it. We have a duty to keep these kids safe. Far be it from me to try and take on such a task without a well-armed arsenal. And are you telling me that you want to try and leave all those cherry rifles and bullets behind? Aslan looked at his machine gun and thought about the kids still shooting single-shot rifles and pistols. He nodded.
knowing he'd not for a second want to leave a single bullet behind if they were able to carry all of them.
They went through the files, watching the footage, and seeing the troops pulling up. Some looked fine, others looked injured. There were others that left nothing to the imagination, jumping and eating those that were within grabbing distance. The guards had put up a valiant effort to try and save them, but had failed, and for their attempts, had been rewarded with turning themselves or being eaten. Aslan went out to meet the kids as they backed up, and Clary looked through the file cabinets until he found a base map. He found the buildings he wanted labeled Armory, Kitchen, and Motor Transport. He took the file and ran to catch up with Aslan. Tina put it in gear, saying, "Where do you want to go?" Clary thought about a nice island off the coast of Mexico, but figured it wasn't worth mentioning it to anyone else. "Let's take this really slow, Tina. I want to make sure we can hear those things coming from a mile away, if there are boots running for us." They drove through the base, and they could tell by the parking lots that at one point they'd been called into duty most likely. They kept an eye on the streets, and the carnage that had happened out by the gates seemed to follow them everywhere they went. There were turned and soldiers on the ground. The turned looked as if they'd been cut to pieces, leaving nothing to move, and the soldiers had nothing left to turn. The boys saw the bodies, but while Clary and Aslan were thinking of fallen brothers, Sean said, "Hey, do you want to pass every one of those machine guns, or do you want to bring them with us?" Clary said, "Who knows what condition they are in? If there isn't something better, we will grab them on our way back. I'd prefer to make sure the ones we get are pretty much guaranteed ready to shoot." When they pulled up to the motorcade pool, there were lines of trucks that looked brand new and ready to go. Tina said, "Hey, where do we need to go to get the keys?" Aslan said without thinking, "There aren't any keys. We just need to pick out a truck that's an automatic." Greg said, "Are you going to hotwire it if you don't need them?" Clary said, "Greg, they don't have keys because in combat, if the guy leading the way is your driver and gets blown up or lost behind enemy lines, you don't want to have to worry about not having keys if you need to leave in a hurry." Greg nodded, thinking immediately of a man losing his bottom half from a roadside bomb, and it was very clear they probably had to learn that the hard way at one point. They pulled in, driving down the long row of vehicles. They passed tanks, Humvees, regular trucks, until they came to transport trucks, already set up with shaded tops. Tina looked at one of those, shaking her head. "Am I going to have to drive one of those big-ass things? How much stuff were you planning on taking?" Clary replied, "Well, I'd say that I'm down to take anything and everything that isn't bolted down. As mentioned many, many times before, who knows how long we are going to be held down at Andy's place. Wouldn't you rather have too much than too little?" "Yeah, but can't we just come back?" Aslan laughed and said, "Tina, as genius as the two of us are, there are going to be plenty of other people worried about their survival, and they are going to be arriving here in hordes eventually, and stripping the place clean." Clary said, "So yeah, we can come back, but if we don't need to, then do you want to do so?" "Nope, I'm cool staying at Andy's and waiting it out." "Vacation is over, honey. You are going to start training bright and early tomorrow on how to use all of this lovely stuff. Day 4 is training. If all of you know how to use this stuff, we are hopefully going to have a chance." "Yeah, but don't you think—" Greg paused for a moment. "You know, the soldiers here kind of knew how to shoot one of those." Clary snapped at Greg. "Yes, smartass, I'm confident the professional fucking soldiers knew how to use their weapons. But they weren't trained to shoot people in the head. They are trained that a heart-chest shot is the best you can do, and we both know that's just going to severely piss them off. We know that if you shoot them in the head, we are going to have one less of those things roaming the streets. I don't care who they are, or about that cure." Clary stopped and thought for a moment, then corrected himself. "Well, I do care about the cure, but if one of those is in between me and where I'm going, then I won't be passing up the chance to make sure there is one less of them running around." Aslan said, "Imagine what they probably could have done if they'd had the simple facts like shoot them in the damn head, or hey, don't get bit, or by the way, these things can literally rip your arms from their sockets. If they had known these facts to keep that from happening, maybe they would have kept some distance from them,
because the riot gear and shields won't have been much help.
Sean said, "We need to have our own army. I think we need more people over time, people that we can trust." Tina parked the truck in front of the massive vehicles, and they all made their way slowly, walking down the line, making sure there was nothing roaming around looking to eat them. When they were confident that they were safe for at least a few minutes, Clary began jumping, checking trucks for full tanks. When he did, he hit the starter on it and let the giant diesel engine come to life. It roared across the quiet base, echoing into the distance. Sean and Greg looked at each other, neither of them liking the extra noise, but knowing it was impossible to avoid. When they'd found 5 big vehicles, they moved everything from the little truck to each of their own. Sean said, "Tina, you want me to ride with you? I can keep my eyes open." "No, why don't you ride with Jordan? He looks like a lost puppy. Besides, he doesn't even have a gun." She looked over to Jordan and asked, "Jordan, why the hell don't you have a gun?" He shrugged. "My dad wasn't into guns." Greg walked by, patting him on the back.
"Those football skills are gonna come in useful, man."
"I'm aware of their usefulness, Greg. Thanks, man."
Clary yelled, "Quit wasting time and pick a truck!"
He laid the map down on the hood of the truck they had arrived in and pointed to the base. "Aslan, you, Sean, Jordan, and Tina go over to the mess hall and get food and supplies. I'll take Greg and run through the armory."
Aslan said, "You don't want to keep together? You sure you want to split up?"
"If I wasn't, I wouldn't have mentioned it, Aslan. I want to get out of here. And I think even working separately, it's going to take a few hours to go through everything to find what we want to. Besides, you owe me. I'm offering purposely to take Greg with me."
Greg smiled, coughing into his hand and saying something that may or may not have sounded like, "blow me."
Sean walked by him, whispering, "Hey, be safe, man. Oh, and don't do anything stupid."
Greg patted him on the back. "Hey now, it's me. What do you have to worry about?"
Sean looked him up and down, smiling. "A lot, I think. Yeah, a lot." Clary was already in his truck and hollered, "Greg, get your ass moving! Let's do this and get out of here! Aslan, keep your radio on. If you need anything, you click twice, and Greg and I will come to back you up." The rest of them climbed into the truck and headed in the opposite direction. Both Clary and Aslan secretly wondered if they were making good decisions. They knew that if they were going to run into locked doors with soldiers behind them, they may be shooting first and asking questions later. Neither of them was really hoping that would be the case. They knew that there was just as much chance that the soldiers were taking refuge there, hoping for the best and not knowing about the turn or what caused it. They also knew that they might be opening doors to potential hordes of the monsters looking for food and ready to get out. Clary took it slowly, happy and at the same time nervous about the fact that there were dead bodies, but nothing to show why they were that way. He didn't want to see the turned, but wanted an answer as to why there weren't any roaming the yards. As they drove down the streets, the turned started to peer over the roofs of the buildings. Chapter 4. Day 1. Tim's Pub. Tim sat lazily behind the bar, wiping at the old oak, knowing there wasn't a damn thing to clean off it, but hoped that if he looked busy, the rowdy men would leave him out of the conversation. There were only 4 of them, but he knew that Sunday was the start to their 4-on, 4-off schedule, and that by the end of their weekend, he wouldn't care how much they'd spent at the bar. He would be sick of them and ready to send them back to work. Tim knew he couldn't complain too much about them being here today, as they were the only occupants of the bar. He watched out of the window as cars were going past in a convoy on their way to the school. He knew that in a few hours or less, the bar would be packed to the brim with people coming back from the welcome home party at the school. He was worried that the rowdy bunch would scare them away, though. He laughed, though, looking at one of the men dressed in blue jeans, a cowboy shirt, and a black cowboy hat. This was not your ordinary cowboy, though. No, this was Eric Shellman. The veins in his neck looked as if they were going to explode as he belted out Sweet Home Alabama while spilling half his beer playing air guitar on the karaoke stage. His friends, who were not listening to him whatsoever, would occasionally turn around while he was singing and scream, "Free Bird," even though Eric hadn't sung that song all damn day. Tim was pretty sure Eric was in his own world of bliss right now, though, and did not care what it was that the other men were screaming. Cedric and Charles were in each other's face while playing pool. Charles had been giving Cedric shit about his bald head for about 20 minutes, and Cedric, who could bench press the man, was just about at his wits' end with him. Charles knew this, and was trying to calm him down, but just had too much fun busting his balls. Tim yelled, "Hey, don't start any shit, you two. It's too fucking early for this." Cedric and Charles both looked over at the bartender. Cedric screamed, "You want to mind your own business there, Chief?" Tim held his ground, because the violent one, Cedric, hadn't yet started shooting Boilermakers and Jägermeister. "You gonna spend your weekend here getting shit-faced like usual, or you want to be the guy who spends his weekend in the drunk tank? You know Thompson or one of the other cops will roll up here and throw your ass in jail." Cedric flexed his massive arms, smiling. "What do you think they are gonna do when I resist arrest?" Charles laughed and said, "Well, that'll probably be when they decide that after the last time, they'd be better off tasering you first." Cedric put his arms down, remembering the warm piss running down his legs when he got tasered, and not recalling it as a fond memory. He nodded his head, thinking about it, then said, "Just quit busting my balls, Charlie. Damn it, call me Charles. You know I ain't Charlie, for God's sake. You want me to start calling you Cedric the Entertainer?" The fourth man in the group, Thomas, stared at his two friends, shaking his head at the banter going on back and forth with them, but as always, knew it would come to an end eventually. They would either pass out in a day or so, or they'd get too busy hitting on an unsuspecting girl at the bar to keep fighting with each other. Unless, of course, there was only one woman in the bar, and if that happened, there would be a battle until she made her intentions of only wanting to drink known, at which point they'd happily leave her alone. Thomas looked at his glass mug and yelled, "Tim, why the hell's my cup empty? Get us another round, will ya? Christ, how the hell are we going to get wasted if we don't have beer in front of us? Come on, man!" Tim got another 5 beers filled up and walked them over at his own sweet pace, keeping one on the bar for himself. Thomas saw it and yelled, "Hey, you want me telling the owner about you drinking on the job?" Tim set the beer down on the table and pointed at his own dingy black shirt that in faded white said Tim's Place on the breast pocket, where he kept his smokes. He desperately wanted one now, but didn't trust any of these guys in here by themselves with a fully stocked bar. "You go ahead and take a complaint number for me, and let me know how that goes," he said, as he pointed to the complaint department screwed to the wall. Thomas saw what he was talking about, seeing a dummy grenade on the wall, and smiled. "Now that's some funny shit, man." Tim gave an unenthusiastic thumbs up and went back to his stool, where he could watch his NASCAR race in peace and quiet. He looked out of the window, seeing the buses go by, and smiled as they swerved in the road back and forth. He couldn't give two shits about volleyball, but he did love money, and he also loved the prospect of someone coming into the bar besides these guys. He watched as Earnhardt Jr. won the race. He did a silent fist pump, knowing that the men were Stewart fans and would protest until their faces were red about how he hadn't earned his way into NASCAR, that he was family royalty or something like that. He checked that the men had full beers, and saw that even while screaming his lungs out, Eric was still able to keep up beer for beer with his friends. He was the easiest of the group to keep track of drinking, since he was fully being sent out over the large speakers, and the more his speech slurred, the better it was to make sure the refills came slower. Tim propped the heavy metal door open. There was no way he was going to start a full-on rush hour without at least 1 or 2 smokes fresh in his system. He said, "We're gonna get damn busy, I think. You guys better smoke them if you got them. You don't want to worry about losing your table, do you?" Eric never heard them, but the other 3 came out resting against the old brick building and lighting up. They could hear the screams in the distance. Cedric laughed as he shot smoke out of his nose. "Jesus Christ! Would you listen to those people? You'd have thought it was us coming home with the high school football championship of '99.
Hey, you know how many yards I threw for that day? The three men said in unison, 364, setting a new record that has to this day not been challenged. Cedric pumped himself up. You guys can all kiss my chocolate starfish, dickheads. You ain't done nothing that damn cool before. Charles, who was always happy to piss off his friend, said, So are you saying the last cool thing you did was a football game that happened like 15 years ago? Cedric pinched the bridge of his nose, doing his best not to explode. No! I thought it was pretty cool doing your mom that night. Oh, screw you, Cedric, damn it, Charles said, as he took one last long drag of his smoke and tossed it in the street, ignoring the basin to put the smokes in, and stormed back inside. Eric had moved on to Guns N' Roses, singing Welcome to the Jungle, which, little did any of them know, would be horribly fitting in a matter of minutes. Cedric yelled after him, Oh, Charlie, don't be like that, Cupcake. Come on back out and have another smoke. I'm only busting your balls. Cedric whispered to Thomas. His mom was somewhat frivolous in her younger days, and I think Charles is still a little touchy about the subject. The rest of the men nodded, trying not to laugh, all but Tim, who was standing a few feet up, trying to ignore the two men. Thomas said, Dude, if you want to go down to the welcome home thing, we can watch the bar for you. Tim ignored the plea to leave the men alone with his livelihood, realizing that the screaming and yelling was not subsiding, but that they were only growing. He raised a hand, trying to get the men to shut up, but it was useless. He screamed at them, Shut the fuck up, will ya? I think there's something going on. Cedric said, Don't tell me to shut up, damn it! There ain't nothing going on over there but a bunch of kids all hyped up over some dumb shit welcome home thing. They'll settle down. It's probably just the kids getting off the bus. You just don't understand what it's like to get a hero's welcome home. Tim didn't see a point in mentioning the welcome home he'd gotten at the airport when he was in his 20s and had just returned home from war. The fifth man of the group, Philip, came out patting his chest, looking for a pack of smokes that he'd already known weren't there before he came out. Tim had forgotten he'd been at the bar in the first place. He had been in the toilet for so long. He smiled and walked up to Thomas, pulling his pack of smokes from his shirt pocket, and took two out of there. After sex and after shits, you gotta have a double smoke, man. Thomas snatched at his hand, but Philip already placed one behind his ear and was lighting the other one. You ass. You know they sell those things at the gas station, right? They come in nice little neatly bound packages of 20 at a time. If you ask nicely, they'll give you a pack of matches, too. Philip drew on the smoke hard, looking as if he was thinking of the way to cure problems in the world. But Thomas Reed, would you have felt so good about yourself if I'd have stopped and bought smokes, and you couldn't have been such a valuable friend? Cedric said, Dude, shut up and look over there. What the hell is that? Philip, who hadn't been inundated with the high school football talk, was still fresh and completely in a good mood. He put a hand over his eyes, as if to study the horizon, and said, Now, Cedric, I'm not 100% sure you know, so please forgive me if I'm wrong, but it would seem, now help me boys if you have a better description, that the black stuff going up in the air may or may not be smoke. Well, thank you very effing much, Captain Obvious. God, you're as useless as a hooker that wants to cuddle. I mean, why is there black smoke rolling up? You guys think we ought to head up there and see what's going on? Thomas raised a hand to interject. You really want to head over there and see what's going on? If we do and the sheriff sees us, he's going to pick us up for DWI, you know, and we'll piss our entire weekend away in the Adele jail. That sound like something you want to do? Cedric thought about this, as did Philip, and they concluded that they did not have any interest in going to jail this fresh into their weekend. Cedric did not want to have to call his wife Lana to come and pick him up, and Philip knew well that if he called his wife Lori, she would come down with a box and a pair of scissors with which to put her newly cut trophies in. Tim said, So what, you just want to go back in the bar and mind your own? You don't care about any sense of civic duty? As Philip puffed sloppy smoke rings into the air, he pointed to his nose, indicating that Tim was perfectly correct. Tim knew that regardless of what was happening, he sure as hell wasn't going to go out of his way to trust any of these guys, who were usually responsible for at least one epic bar fight per month. They bickered like little bitches most of the time, but when it came down to it, each of them would slit another's throat for each other. This was the group in town that you didn't screw with, and if someone did make such a mistake, they were typically out-of-towners and had no idea what they were about to get themselves into. Tim pulled out his cell phone, dialed 911, and hit send. He waited for it to connect, but it never did. He looked at his phone and saw that it definitely was trying to make a call out, but there was no connection. He tried it a second time. When it failed again, he looked at the holster that Charles was carrying his in and said, "Let me try and use your phone, will ya? Mine isn't working for some reason. I can't get a call to go through at all." "Well, it ain't my fault your phone's a piece of shit. I only got 1,000 minutes a month on this thing." Cedric laughed hard. "You wouldn't spend 1,000 minutes on that damn cancer maker in a month if you had a year to do it." Tim didn't point out he'd have 12 months to do it in, knowing the end result would just be confused looks with a long explanation that no one would listen to. "Charles, I tell you what, you give me your phone, and I'll buy your next round. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to pull Eric off karaoke and lock up, so I can drive down there myself. Civic duty and all, you know?" Cedric pulled it from Charles's hip, tossed it over to Tim, and smacked Charles on the arm. "Damn it, I'm too damn sober to go home to the wife this damn early. If I go home like this, there's all kind of work she's going to make me do that I plan on putting off until—" He paused for a moment to sarcastically search for the right word. "Never!" Philip offered his phone out too. "Here, if it doesn't work, try mine. The wife got us the best damn plan you can. She said, 'You gotta be reachable in case I need you to go run some errands.'" Thomas said, "Is that phone any good, Philip?" He shrugged. "Hell if I know. I keep the damn thing off." Had he kept it on, he'd have been getting the messages from his wife, telling him of the hell that was going down at the school, along with pleas from Cedric's wife, who was with her, knowing her own husband wouldn't carry a cell phone if you paid him to. Tim said, "Enjoy the art of not speaking for a minute, would ya?" He hit send again on the phone and waited, seeing it was trying to connect, but getting nothing from it. "Something's wrong. There's no way this many different cell phone providers aren't working. Go get Eric. We're going down there to see what's happening." Their plans changed drastically when the first of 10 gunshots echoed, startling all of the men. Cedric said, "It's probably just the guys out at the gun club." Charles said, "Yeah, because they usually shoot cannons, right? There's no way in hell that those blasts would make it to town. You know damn well that it's coming from the school, which is where the fucking black smoke is coming from, too." Tim went back into the bar, grabbed his bar phone, and called 911. He got an instant dial tone this time, then a recorded message from a woman very kindly telling him that all lines were busy and that he was going to have to wait. He looked over at Eric, who was giving the performance of his life, and at some point had moved off stage, abandoning his beer bottle and stealing one of his friend's glasses of beer. He was on to singing Steely Dan, and looked the complete opposite of Tim, who was getting more nervous about things as the afternoon progressed. He looked out the door, noticed that all the men were focusing their attention towards the school, and picked up a .45 semi-auto pistol. He slid it into the back of his pants and clipped a holster for a .357 on his side as a backup. He covered both of them with his baggy shirt. He didn't need to be told something was wrong when he heard gunshots coming from a school rally. Tim walked back outside and heard an engine screaming under strain. He lifted his shirt a little. The men stood back a step when they saw the weapon attached to his side. Cedric said, "Christ, man, you getting a little jumpy?" Tim, who usually wouldn't talk back to the man, even when he knew he was right, said, "Well, yeah, when there's gunshots going off in town, smoke filling the air, and screams that sound more like fear of life than welcome home, I think I'm perfectly fucking justified in my hesitation. You got a problem with it? Get a case of beer and fucking go home." Cedric started approaching Tim, ready to kill, when a four-wheeler skidded around the corner. Philip pulled him back, and Tim jumped out of the empty street. As it approached, the men watched in awe at the two individuals, who sped towards the opposite side of town like they were truly on a mission from God. Each of them had a rifle on their backs, and they watched as the girl behind them motioned frantically, pointing, while holding on for dear life to another young man. Tim watched the kids as they turned into a speck in the distance, struggling to process such a visual in the middle of a city. He turned around to say something to the boys, asking if they'd just witnessed this as well, when what he saw made his balls go up into his throat. Out of the shock, he walked forward, hands limp at his sides and shaking his head as he squinted to try to get the out-of-focus image into a real visual. What he saw was definitely more awkward than the two teens racing by on a four-wheeler, both wielding rifles. A mob of what looked like hundreds, if not over 1,000 of people, came around the corner. They looked to be in different states. Some were covered with blood. Others looked like a landmine had gone off next to them, with limbs missing and blackened clothes. Their pink shirts from the school were darkened on half of them, resembling the Batman character Two-Face more than a school supporter. As they got closer, you could see that most of them had huge chunks worth of skin missing from their arms, and those that weren't bleeding from anywhere else all had blood coming from their eyes. Charles screamed, "What the fuck is wrong with them? What are they running from?" Tim was already pulling his handgun from behind his back, pulling back and making sure that there was something already in the chamber. He clicked the safety off and held it in a two-hand stance. Thomas yelled, "Those people live here, you realize, right? I mean, they are running for help, it looks like." Tim said, "Bullshit! Those fuckers are running with a purpose, and there ain't anything good about it. They look like they are going to kill, and it looks like we are what they are running for. I'm pretty sure that they were running after those teenagers that came through here a minute ago. Look at them! They look all kinds of fucked up, bleeding eyes, arms missing. Who the hell runs with missing limbs? I've been in the shit, and this is the worst shit. Those people should be dead, not screaming and running." Philip pointed at two extremely vicious-looking women running side by side. "Would you look at that, Cedric?" Cedric, who was looking around for anything that could be deemed a weapon, was only half paying attention to his friend. "Jesus, what, man?" Cedric looked, focusing now, and saw Lori and Lana running, but at speeds that he had not seen matched, even in the Olympics. His mouth was open as he watched them, one missing an arm, the other with a chunk taken out of the side of her neck. That made the fact her head was still attached a miracle in itself. "What the fuck happened to them?" Charles backed to the door and said, "We need to get out of here! I think they're coming straight for us!" Tim was already turning to run for the door as he said, "You guys aren't in here in 10 fucking seconds and I'm locking your asses out of here! Those... He couldn't find the words to describe the monsters. "I don't know what they are, but something happened to them. I'm locking the bar down, so get the fuck out of Dodge or get in here! But do something, and do it now!" Tim ran into the bar, where Another One Bites the Dust was blaring over the speakers. He pulled the plug on the noise, breaking Eric out of his trance. He waited as the men sprinted in, and then slammed the large steel door home. Never had he been more thankful that he'd put such a heavy-duty door on the place. He slid the latches that locked it on the top, bottom, and sides, making it as secure as a tank. The door shook violently as hands on the outside were smashing into it. It did not give way, but he felt that was only because there was no handle for anyone to hit on. The men stared at each other, and Tim only shrugged. He had no response for them, other than things were not looking good. The door slammed repeatedly, the bodies on the outside not getting bored, nor would they, until they had the meal that they so desperately sought. Charles yelled, "We can't stay here! What the hell do you want to do?" Tim said, "We can't go back out there. We could make a break for it out the back, but where the hell are we going to go?" Cedric said, "Let's go to my place. I've got guns, and we can hide out there. I'm pretty sure, by the looks of my wife, they don't have a clue what is going on with themselves, or where the hell home even is." The men nodded and made a break for the back door. Eric yelled, "Why the hell did you unplug me, man? I was in the fucking zone. I was rocking my balls out, and you were getting my all for free, man." Thomas yelled, "Just follow us. There's something wrong outside, dude." Eric fell into line as they ran towards the rear entrance. Cedric grabbed a wooden baseball bat that one of the boys from the high school team had given Tim when he'd set a new record. The other men grabbed pool sticks, and they pushed their way out the back. One of the turned had been trying to push his way past the others to assault the front door,
But when the back door opened and squeaked, the turned man gave his undivided attention to the men pouring out of the bar. It screamed down the alleyway, running at full speed. Charles ran up to it, gripping the pool stick tightly, holding the fat part out as a club. It took all his effort not to shake. He saw how fast the man was running, and he tried to judge when he'd be at him. Just as he thought he was going to be there, the man jumped, leaping into the air and off the side of the brick building. He reached an unimaginable height and came down with a vengeance, crashing into Charles. The two spun over and over in a circle, and blood sprayed into the air. The men backed up, unable to comprehend what was happening to their friend. Charles lay lifeless after only a second, blood pumping out everywhere, his body convulsing hard as the turned man tore into his neck and moved down into his stomach, ripping his abdomen to shreds. The men watched this in horror. Philip started dry heaving as this vicious interaction took place. A second later, he was bent over, hands on his knees, and losing all of the beer and food he'd consumed that day, puking everywhere. Cedric, who was no happier about seeing this, ran up to the turned man with nothing but bad intentions towards the guy that had just killed one of his best friends. He gripped the wooden bat hard, sprinting at him, and screamed his war cry that was instantly returned by the turned's guttural cry. Cedric swung the bat down hard, hate filling his eyes. The turned jumped to its feet, reaching one skinny arm up to match both of the muscular giants that were on Cedric's arms. He caught it one-handed. The men all saw this, realizing there was something horribly wrong with this man if he was capable of doing that. Cedric took a step back, brought his foot up as hard as he could, and snapped it into the thing's chin. It was sent flying backward in an arch and landed in a puddle of dirty rain runoff. As the thing tried to rise to its feet, Cedric was already there. He wasted no time in bringing the bat hard and fast into the thing's head. The echo of the bat cracking went through the alleyway. The thing's head caved in, and Cedric raised the bat, cracking it again and again, until it did not move again. "Take that, motherfucker!" Thomas ran over to him, looking him up and down. "You all right, man? It didn't bite you, did it?" Cedric wiped the sweat from his forehead, trying to catch his breath. "No, I'm good. What the fuck was that?" Tim screamed to watch out as he saw Charles rise to his feet. The multiple feeding spots on his body had made the turn process happen at blinding speeds. The disease was spreading through his just barely beating heart. He reached his arms around Thomas, gripping the man's sternum, while still chewing the bite that he'd taken of his own arm. He no longer knew his friends and reached in, ripping a chunk the size of a baseball from Thomas's neck. Thomas screamed in pain, and Cedric backed up a foot. Tim hollered, "It bit Charles, and—" He wasn't sure how to continue. "And made him something else." Cedric said, "Don't get bit!" Tim, who did not need to be told this, waved at Cedric to get out of the way. After seeing what damage the bat had done, he fired the .45 caliber, putting two perfectly placed bullets in the skulls of Charles and Thomas. The casings spun on the ground, hitting at the same time that their turned bodies landed. Tim pulled the revolver from his belt side and handed it to Eric. Philip looked down at his pool stick, seeing Tim and Eric's pistols and Cedric's baseball bat. He threw it down the alleyway and picked up an abandoned 2x4 instead. He felt better about its weight and dimensions over the 1-inch pool stick. The shots Tim had fired off had solved their temporary situation, but had created a much bigger issue. The turned that had been so focused on the front door had started pouring into the alleyway. They ran, each one just as hungry as the next, fighting to be the first to the men. The men sprinted to Tim's pickup. Tim fumbled for his keys as he ran and dived into the truck. The turned were gaining distance by the second, and Tim slammed the truck into reverse, going out the opposite end of the alleyway. Cedric screamed through the truck window, "They are too close, man!" Tim found his gun. He handed it to Cedric, who knew he would rot in hell as he took out the two who were in the lead. That happened to be his wife and his best friend's wife, with 2 single shots in the skull. Both women fell to the ground, smashing their faces open on the dirty alleyway. Their bodies were of no concern to the turned following behind them, other than tripping over the women, causing a chain reaction, and buying the men precious seconds that they so desperately needed. Tim drove the truck down the alley, trying to get his head around the hell that was engulfing the entire town. Faces that he'd served happily, and with a returned smile usually, were now trying to tear his bar and his own head off. He screamed for the guys to hold on as the truck came to the end of the alley where they could turn onto open streets. Cedric should have been as terrified as the rest, but he looked as if he was having the time of his life firing off rounds. Tim looked in the rear view, seeing another turn falling with each blast of the gun. Cedric looked like he was riding a wave as he was hanging on to the inside of the truck with one hand. Philip was holding onto the side of the gun, still in shock at seeing his wife Lana and Cedric's wife Lori come after them, hungry and ready to kill each of them. Philip yelled, "Where are we going to go? What the fuck happened to everyone? Christ, they lost their fucking minds!" Tim screamed through the window, "Fuck, man! I think they're zombies!" Cedric, who had fired his last shot and was now on empty, sat down in the back as they put more and more distance between them and the turned. "Those things can't be zombies, man! They are fucking meat-eating track stars, for God's sake! Zombies walk with their damn arms out and wobble a lot. I don't know what those things are!" Philip yelled, "Yeah, but they seemed perfectly content eating us, didn't they? I can't believe you shot my wife!" "Your wife was going to kill you, and not in the usual sense," Cedric replied. He yelled through the window to Tim, "Go to my place! We need bullets and guns, and we need them now! I want to get the fuck out of town after that!" Philip screamed, "We should try and go to that gun shop in town after we hit your place. That old guy Andy is probably dead by now." Cedric nodded. "Yep, that's a damn good idea, man." Tim drove, never using the brake more than he had to, not caring how much distance that he'd put between himself and the freaks. He wasn't going to let off of the accelerator until he'd made it to where he could breathe for a minute. Eric looked over, sitting in the cab, shaking his head. Tim saw this and thought he had remorse for all of the people that were turning into whatever it was they were. "It's all right, Eric. We're going to make it through this, man." Eric shook his thoughts clear. "Screw them, man. My karaoke setup is trash by now. Those things are probably ripping your bar piece by piece anyway. It's fucking depressing. Where am I going to sing now? I have fans." Tim just stared in awe, shaking his head, thinking he'd probably be better off if he was on his own, not feeling very thankful for the three men that were with him right now. He tried to debate how harshly God would judge him if he pushed the man out of the side of the truck. Instead, he took the highbrow approach and said, "You are right, Eric. The world is truly missing out on the sounds of a god." Within a few minutes, they were pulling into Cedric's place. Cedric pointed to the rear of the house and said, "Let's park in the backyard. I don't think we want the truck sitting out front for everyone driving by to see it running." As they flew into the backyard, coming to a sliding stop, Tim yelled, "What do you mean, everyone driving by? That looked like the entire goddamn town, with the exception of the two kids with guns racing down the street. I'm more worried that those freaks are going to make their way here. There isn't shit to keep them from us." Cedric went to answer, but sirens started going off, and their blaring made it harder to hear one another. The four men agreed that leaving the truck running for now was a pretty good idea, probably more because they were scared to turn it off. Each of them had the thought of being stranded in what they could only think of as the devil's mouth. Being stuck in it was a horrid thought. The group sprinted from the truck to Cedric's small house, never slowing down. Tim was stuffing the extra magazines into the back of his pants, wishing he had so much more than what he kept in the pickup. Cedric went in first, gripping the bloody, dented baseball bat as if his very life depended on it, which, if he was to run into another turned, could very well be true. Philip and Eric followed close behind. All the men were wound as tight as a virgin on prom night. Tim kept in the back of the group. He was freaking out, but not nearly as much as the others were. He'd never seen anything like this before, at home or abroad, even in times of war. Tim was sure that the military training he'd received had at least taught him how to stay calm, especially in times where you couldn't think of the situation being able to get worse. As the pills rattled in his pocket, he contemplated that it could have been his Valium as well. They went through the house methodically, checking every corner and room. When they had found nothing, Philip slipped from the group and disappeared into the bathroom. Eric moved to the kitchen. He came back rattling as he tried to balance a handful of bottled beers while refusing to relinquish his grip on the pistol. He also refused to put it down for one moment for fear that Tim might take it back, leaving him naked. Cedric disappeared into his bedroom. Tim was trying to get the television to come on when he heard the rattling of a gun locker, which might have been the sweetest thing that he had ever heard before. He ignored the TV set and went down to the bedroom, where Cedric was pulling out a small arsenal. Tim, who had the sense to ask a very intelligent and much-needed question, said, "You got ammo for all of that, Cedric?" The smile on Cedric's face did nothing to make Tim feel any better. He pulled out an ammo can, pointed at it proudly, and said, "What do you think this here is?" Tim walked in and saw that the can was almost half full, or as he was beginning to think today, definitely half empty. "Cedric, you did see how many of those things there were. I mean, unless you were going to never miss and you were going to kill like 100 with each bullet, we are going to need to find more bullets. We are going to need lots more of everything." Cedric was in pure agreement with him as he pulled out magazines for the AR and tossed a shotgun over to Tim, who loaded it with slugs. Screaming came from the living room. The two men grabbed the extra 2 rifles and made their way into the room with rifles up, ready to go. They skidded, trying not to run into Eric or push him through the flat-screen television. Eric sat in front of the set. He looked frozen in place. Cedric pushed him from behind and scolded, "What the hell are you screaming about, dipshit?" Philip stumbled out of the bathroom, still trying to secure his pants. "Jesus! I thought those things had found us already!" Eric pointed his right hand, still clasped tightly around the massive revolver, at the television. Look at the television! Fuck yeah, I'm screaming! Look there, would you?" The men fanned out, all watching the TV screen. They saw a man with an impeccable hairdo, but also with the most terrorized expression stretched across his overly tanned face. Eric set the beer down and turned up the television. They read the name going across the bottom of the television. Each word coming up was like some new discovery. The funny thing about it was, they had been watching the news reporter David Lund for the last 5 years. However, at this point in time, he seemed like an alien sitting in front of a strange war zone. It hit like a landmine once the words Des Moines, Iowa scrolled across the bottom. The men stared. A sense of cold crept up their legs, moving up their bodies slowly, as what they hadn't expected to see came true. The reporter was so nervous that he had to be directed to lift the microphone to his face so everyone could hear. "Hello, my name is David Lund, bringing you..." He seemed almost too lost for words. "Bringing you the news first with Channel 5 at 5. There is something horrible, it seems, going on in downtown Des Moines. We came down originally from reports of a crashed medical helicopter, and what we found was much worse." Eric said, "Hey, how do you think they got his hair to stay like that?" A hand was already flying through the air from Cedric to the back of Eric's head. "Shut up, moron! Fuck! Maybe they'll give us something that we need to know." Tim said, "Christ, would you quit? We don't know anything about these fucking things, except the only thing that seems to take them out is a shot to the head." He pushed his second rifle over to Philip, who gladly exchanged it for the piece of wood. He checked it out, and looking up, said, "It's a freaking 22! Are you kidding me? Am I going to be shooting at zombies or squirrels, for God's sake?" Cedric said, "Well, I hope that Eric likes 22s more than you do, because that is what he is getting also. I don't got money to burn on weapons. 1 AR and a shotgun will get you through a ton of scenarios." Eric yelled, "This ain't gonna cut it with those things. We need to go and get set up for the long haul. We got a gun shop no more than a few miles from here. All we gotta do is make it back through town again and we will be good to go. That old guy won't be able to do anything to keep us out once we get there. What's he going to do? Tell us that we can't come in? It's 4-on-1. Tim said, "Dude, it's stealing. We aren't going to go and stick up some guy for his hard-earned shit." Philip looked at the skinny rifle in his hand and said, I think that I could probably be talked into doing something like that. Hell, why don't we just take him with us? He'll need someone to watch his back. What good are all those guns if he can't have someone watching out for him, right? I mean, he can only fire those things off so fast. He'll have to reload at some point. I bet the 2 or 3 seconds while he's locking and loading, he'd like to think someone might be there to help out, right? The man nodded, and the reporter they'd been talking over was now screaming.
Whatever you do, please don't approach them. We don't have anything but initial reports. Cell phones seem to be down. The helicopter that we came to originally report on was the reason for that, crashing directly into the cell tower. When we went a few hours later to speak to the head of the hospital and see what happened, we found this.
The camera panned across the parking lot of the hospital, and a lone car with 2 men firing shots into the air sped out of the drive. A hand pointed at the people who were attacking innocents left and right, ripping and gorging on anything they could remove from the bodies. Eric had tears in his eyes by this point, and was no longer worried about the fact that he was watching a televised news network. Jesus fucking Christ! What the hell happened to those things? I don't understand how this is... What was once a 90-year-old woman now turned, jumped in from off the screen. She gripped the 200-pound man like a rag doll and knocked him to the ground. He kicked her off, throwing her 5 feet away, and pushed himself up off the ground. The cameraman, who was worried about survival over his job, heaved the camera. It spun in the air, sky swirling on the screen, then ground before it connected with the old lady, who was pushing herself up off the ground with the agility of a teen. It knocked her back to the ground, and she screamed a war cry filled with hunger and hate. The camera fell, showing the cameraman running for everything he had back to the Channel 5 news van that was waiting for them. The camera was barely in focus, but none of the men watching were upset. Not one of them was interested in seeing the gory details crisp and clear. What they could make out was still more than any man wanted to see. The cameraman, who was a healthy meal to be had, was running for everything he could manage. The reporter was running before he was fully standing. Eric screamed at the television, "Run, goddammit, run now!" The reporter was trying to push off the ground as he was still trying to right his balance, doing more of a bear crawl than a run. The elderly turned, pushed to her feet, running, leaping with her hands. When she was close enough, she exploded into the air, going out of the view of the camera, and when she made her way back into view, she landed squarely on his shoulders. She brought her 2 skinny arms down on him with such force that she split the reporter's face wide open. His blood sprayed from the wound, landing in her mouth, making her drunk with hunger. She buried herself deep into his neck, clenching tight, and pulled meat off the side of his neck, his blood pouring freely now. Mother turned, who had not seen the fresh meals, were racing past her. She now had her eyes planted firmly on the cameraman, trying to get into his van. The television cut to the News at 5 logo for a moment, advising that they were having temporary technical difficulties. When it came back on, a well-dressed anchor man and woman were standing at the camera, mouths open and shaking their heads. They had not been told they were back on the air yet, and the man yelled at who could only be a producer. "Well, what the fuck do you want me to tell them, Roger? To be on the lookout for perfectly normal-looking grandmas that would like to rip your goddamn head off? Jesus Christ, what the fuck are we even doing here? Did you see the video feed? There's no one watching this shit, because everyone is either hiding or already one of those bastards. We're all fucked!" His face went a new shade of white when the unseen man had relayed that they were live and broadcasting right now. The anchorman smiled, adjusted his tie, and started back up. "Well, as you can see, viewers, there is something very wrong in the city. Airways have been shut down immediately. The last planes that have left are going to be the last ones allowed to do so." The mystery man came onto the news stage and handed the woman a slip of paper to read from. She read it to the camera, cutting the anchorman off. "Hello. We have received a report from the local government that we need to stay inside. Consider everyone on a curfew that is in effect until new information comes out. Camp Dodge and all the reserve units in the state are active with immediate effect. The government is going to be setting up safe zones to come to. If you are feeling ill, please stay in your home. Do not attempt to leave. Please do not try to leave the state. We are informed that those who attempt to cross the borders will be shot on sight.
The best thing you can do is stay inside and not try to make contact with infected people. Every option is being looked at, but it will take time to put the plan of evacuation together. Thank you, and God bless."
The anchorman, who was past his job at this point, just stared at her.
"Well, thank you, Molly. Son of a bitch, we are all fucked."
He threw his notes on the table and ripped his microphone off, cursing his way off stage. Molly smiled, looking down at her notes.
"Please stay tuned for further details. We will be getting them to you as soon as possible."
The woman grew fearful as a growling came from off-camera. What looked like a bucket of blood being thrown across the room painted her and the news set, followed by the leftovers of a head. When she tried to get up to run, one of the turned jumped onto the set, knocking her backward. Her legs stayed in the air, shaking violently, as she was fed upon. The four men stared at the carnage, unable to fully process what was happening. Philip said,
"So I'd say that traveling is out, right? I was kind of thinking if it was just in Adele, we weren't really all that bad off, you know?"
Tim said, "Oh, I'd say Des Moines is definitely not a possibility. We aren't able to leave the state. At least that's what they say."
"What do you mean?"
Eric asked. "Simple. How far is Dallas Center from here? 8 minutes, maybe, right? If you wanted to get there without taking a paved road, do you think you could?"
"Well, yeah, dipshit. All we gotta do is go on gravel roads, but we can't get all the way to another state by them, man."
"No, but we can sure as hell take every gravel road that we can, praying that we don't run into any of those things. We need to stock up on food and guns, then get out of here." Cedric cut in. "Wait, if we try to leave and get stuck, we don't have nearly enough of what we need, man. I say we try and give the guard a few days to clear those things out. You never know. It might work. Right?" The men were all okay with this, and over the next few hours, they watched some more news reports, losing hope with every second. They were already too far behind the spread to be able to get somewhere that was free. The reports showed it spreading to the west faster than the east, but only because the military was focused on keeping as much firepower between the Turned and Washington as possible. Information was relayed to citizens as it was figured out, only to be recalled later and something different given in its place. They made their way up and down the block, knocking and trying to find any other survivors as they did. Philip yelled,
"Dude, were we, the only ones who didn't go to that stupid rally?"
Tim realized they'd gone up and down the block and were yet to run into another human. He said, "Yeah, it kind of looks that way, doesn't it?" The men had been stuffing all the food that they could find into luggage at the people's homes. They also marked any house that they had found gun lockers in, not wanting to waste time looking for keys that might not be able to find. They had enough to eat for weeks after raiding all the pantries, and Tim was becoming thankful for having a crew to run with. He was unsure what would have happened if it had just been him at the bar when those things had shown up. He thought about the two on the four-wheeler and wondered where they were and how they had known what was happening. They were genius for getting out of the city. Chapter 5. Day 3. The men had seen the news reports saying to stay put and had ignored them, happy with the haul that they'd got. The kitchen was as packed as it could have ever been, and their ammo supply, while still lacking, was much better than it had been to begin with. Each of the men now had a rifle and a pistol of different calibers. The news had stopped reporting, and only the emergency broadcast channel sign had shown up, with the exception of one daily report from the Center for Disease Control. The men didn't listen to the reports telling them to try and make it to the large sports arena in Des Moines. They knew that if they could make it through the hell to get there, there was no guarantee that they would be safe, or allowed to bring in firearms, which they would only be leaving behind over their dead bodies. Eric said,
"You know what? I say we try to go and see that gun dealer Andy. It's been 3 days now. I don't care who you are going to want to have some company by now, you know what I mean?"
Cedric looked at Tim, who'd become the unelected group leader.
"Tim, what do you think? You've had some pretty good ideas so far."
Tim looked out of the window, seeing nothing going down the block. He shrugged. "I can't see what it's going to hurt doing a quick drive through town. There must be someone out there fighting after that bomb blast going off yesterday. Maybe someone figured out how to blow all the damn things up." Eric cut in. Yeah, or maybe someone got drunk as shit and drove their car straight into a gas station pump. Philip raised a hand that wasn't needed. You know, just a thought, but do you think we might stop back by the bar on our way to Andy's place? Tim said, Dude, I told you. I don't have any other guns there. Besides, we are going to a gun store. Eric laughed. Are you kidding me? He doesn't give a shit about the guns. Philip is worried about going through a zombie apocalypse dead sober. We ran out of beer on day one of this shit. I would be more than happy to take a swing by your place and pick up a couple of, pick up all of your kegs. I mean, if someone hasn't already looted all your shit, then I say we might as well take them with us. And smokes. We should get smokes. Tim said, So your shopping list for the zombie apocalypse is smokes, beer, and guns? Eric smiled, winking. You got it, brother. Now let's grab all your guns and shit and get moving. The men made their way around the house, collecting all the ammo that they had acquired in the last couple of days. They filled packs that they could carry with them. When every pocket was full and they looked like they could burst from the seams, Tim said, We need to put the rest of this in the pickup. We don't want to leave any of it behind. Christ, how much more do you think we need, Tim? Eric asked. I think we need all of this and much, much more. We need food, warm clothes for when winter comes, and some kind of Kevlar. You saw what happened when Charles and Thomas got bit in the alleyway. It took seconds before they turned into one of those things. I don't know why that happens, and I don't have any interest in finding out. Eric interrupted the spiel. Beer! Beer! We need beer! Lots of it. Probably hard liquor, too. God knows that the breweries, bless their hearts, are gonna have to take a break for a while. Man, it would have been cool if we could have been stuck in one of those places. Philip and Eric both looked to the ground in sorrow at the realization that no more beer would be made. The two might as well have been at a funeral with the compassion they showed in their faces. Tim said, You guys do realize that we are going to a grocery store, right? They have beer and liquor there. We can get stocked up with enough booze to drink yourselves stupid. We can get enough non-perishable food to hopefully hold up somewhere for a while. Hell, I don't give a shit if it's right here, as long as we've got the supplies that we need and can stay safe. They walked out slowly, checking the side driveway and the backyard. All of them walked cautiously, guns up, and relieved when there was nothing on the ground. Eric said, We are going to need a bigger truck if we're getting all of these supplies. I mean... A single droplet hit him in the forehead, then another few, more quickly. He wiped at it, and saw the dark red blood smeared on his fingers and hand. A mangled leg dropped in front of him, not attached to a body. Eric screamed, jumping back onto the edge of the roof. He had nothing in his gun sights, but began firing as rapidly as he could pull the trigger. The bullets punched through the roof, sending pieces of wood down into his eyes. The bullets were hitting the turn, but doing little damage. Had it been able to feel pain, it would have been thoroughly pissed off. It leapt off of the roof, landing on the roof of the truck 15 feet away. It screamed for everything that it had. Pieces of the leg fell from its mouth. It clenched its fists as it stuck out its chest, never letting up its cry. Cedric, Philip, and Eric unleashed hell's fire on it, hitting it dead center in the chest from all 3 rifles. The force of that many bullets knocked it backward on the opposite side of the pickup truck and out of view. Philip screamed, Who else is up for getting a new truck? There are only a few thousand people who no longer have a use for them, right? Let's just cut our losses and get out of here. We can just leave, man. Tim walked around the side of the truck. The turned was having issues using its arm. Tim could see that its elbow had been wounded by a shot, making it no longer functional. The bone was sticking out of the side of its arm. Tim aimed true, seeing the elbow, then screamed to the rest of the men, You've got to shoot them where it counts, or you're just wasting your fucking ammo! Cedric yelled, Yeah, we get it, Tim. We need to shoot them in the head or they won't stop. Tim shook his head. We won't always be able to hit these things in the head, especially with these damn shotguns. Cedric screamed, So what the hell are you trying to say? Get to the point, before this damn thing tries to kill us again! Tim pulled the trigger. The first blast sent a half-inch slug through its knee. It buckled and fell to the ground. For a moment, the men saw it as less than invincible and more like a man. When it growled and pushed up with its one remaining good arm, trying to balance itself, Tim fired again, this time blowing through its spine and crippling it. It tried to squirm on the ground. When it did, Tim walked up, pulling the pistol from his pants as he approached it. He put one final shot through its skull. The other 3 men walked around slowly to join Tim and get their first good look at one of the turned up close and personal. They stared at it in awe for a moment, looking at its arms. Its muscles appeared to bulge from its skin. When its leg twitched, the 3 men jumped back a foot, each using one more bullet firing into the thing's skull. Tim watched, smiling and trying to hold back a laugh. "Hey, guys, I think that they, or he, or it, whatever the fuck you call it, is dead." Philip nudged at it with the barrel of his gun. "Hey, you think that they're going to be able to cure these things?" Cedric said.
"No, I kind of think that this one is a lost cause."
Philip looked at the brass and shotgun casings on the ground. "We are going to need to really start saving our ammo." He did some visible math on his fingers. As he did, he fired up a smoke, losing count and having to start over again. The men waited, thinking something useful would come from it. He said, "Man, we are going to need, like, a much bigger truck." Tim shook his head, looking at his pickup. "Nope, we don't need a bigger truck. We need a damn bus." Tim was the only one not laughing when he said this. "And where do you want to get a bus from?" Eric asked. Cedric cut in.
"There's a high school 5 blocks from here. We're going to go there. It's a no-brainer."
Tim shook his head. "Yeah, but I think the school will be a death trap to try and get to. I do appreciate how close it is to us, but—"
"But nothing!"
Cedric cut in as he walked past, jumping in the driver's seat.
"Get in! Every minute we waste here is one more we might have needed for something else. Those survival centers might open up soon. If we aren't there in time, they might not let us in."
Tim reluctantly climbed into the passenger seat. "I think there's a reason that all those people were wearing the shirts for school." He mentally counted to 3, giving the men the benefit of the doubt that they were all on the same page. He gave up and pointed it out to them. "Christ, I might be better off alone. The shirts, the goddamn clothes. These freaks running into the streets to try to eat us were coming from the school's Welcome Home rally. So I fear that they might still be wandering around there." Cedric pumped up his chest, gripping the wheel tighter and turning the truck over.
"Hey, my wife was one of them. Don't be calling her a—"
"Cedric, what would you call someone trying to rip your throat out and eat it?" Tim yelled back in frustration. Cedric thought about this, and as he thought of more to say, he realized that the growling was not the truck's engine. He held up a finger, signaling to the others to keep quiet. Their ears were ringing from the gunshots, but even over the sound echoing in their ears, he knew that death was on its way. Philip screamed, "Hey, it sounds like those things are near. Like, really near." Eric and Philip climbed into the back, and Cedric slammed it into drive, screaming,
"Hold on! It's gonna get a little bumpy!"
When Cedric pulled from the backyard over to the driveway, he punched the gas hard. The engine responded and propelled them down the short driveway. Tim slammed his hand on the dash and screamed, "Take it easy on the gas! That bar don't make me rich!"
"Well, what the hell does that mean, damn it?"
"It means this truck is a piece of shit, and if you overwork this damn thing, we're gonna be on foot, and we're going to be screwed!" Cedric let off of the gas and pulled into the street, turning a sharp right, ready to head to the school in the quickest route possible. Eric and Philip were each holding on to whatever they could with their free hand, and saw the approaching horde of Turned running their way. The gunfire had been as good as a dinner bell to the Turned. Eric and Philip screamed, "Left! Left! Turn left, Cedric!" Cedric was already turning right. He saw the bloody mob approaching that the men were screaming about. He yanked the steering wheel to the left, bringing the truck up to full speed. Its left side went into the air, and when the tires hit asphalt again, he gunned the engine. They raced up the hill, knowing every second could mean life or death. They gained as much distance as they could and made their way to the side of town where the school was. Tim yelled through the back window, "Philip, you see anything back there?" Philip shook his head and realized no one in the cab could see him doing that. "No, Tim, I don't see anything now. I think we are in the clear." Eric yelled, "Are you stupid, man? You don't ever say dumb shit like that when things are going well." They had driven the rest of the way to the school slowly and without any further issues. The men were thankful that they hadn't experienced any further run-ins with the Turned. As they drove through the residential sections of homes, they began taking in the carnage that had been happening over the last few days while they had been holding up at Cedric's and collecting supplies. They saw that the cars had either been parked, then left open, with blood trails heading into homes, or in some cases, people had never made it inside, and there had not been enough left by the Turned for the people to make the change themselves. Some yards were simply littered with body parts. Just when they thought the ride would turn out to be uneventful, the windows behind them started to explode. The men raced out of the residential neighborhoods. The Turned, bloody and hungry, raced madly after them. Philip screamed, "What the fuck is going on? Where are these things coming from?" Eric yelled, "Dude, they're in the houses. I think it's the noise that attracts them." "That's stupid," Philip said, as he raised his rifle, waiting for a patch of road that did not make him bounce wildly in the back of the pickup truck. He sighted in on the closest of the Turned and fired a string of shots, taking many of them out. Their bodies fell to the ground and tripped up the other pursuers behind them. With every shot, it seemed that more of them came from nowhere. Eric tapped him on the shoulder. "Dude, if the sounds aren't bringing them, then why do more come out every time you fire that gun?" As little as he wanted to admit it, Philip realized that Eric was right and quit his slew of firing. He knew that the one he was taking out was not worth the 5 he was gaining in return for his actions. Eric said, "If we're going to do this regularly, we will have to figure out a way to do it quietly. I don't know how we're going to handle this." "Well, we sure as hell aren't going to have a lot of time to figure shit out, are we?" Philip replied. Eric leaned back, shaking a couple of smokes free of the pack, and passed one to Philip. "The biggest problem, I think, besides, the entire world going to shit, there isn't a way we can just kill these things easily. I know, but at the same time, what if they can cure them? Philip, if they are trying to eat me and it's going to be a do-or-die situation, then I think I'm okay with some of them not being cured." The two nodded in silent agreement that they would definitely be survivors, regardless of what they needed to do to make that happen. They kept the firearms down, and because of this reduced action, and putting enough distance between them and the following horde, they saw no more of the Turned. As they approached their final turns, they could see the school up ahead. Cedric parked the truck, taking his field glasses and scanning the school grounds. He saw the buses that they were praying were in running and ready condition, and his hopes faded. Cedric counted the 3 buses that the school had, seeing they were either crashed on their sides, burned, or a combination of the two. All appeared to have been painted in blood recently. The paintbrushes were the bodies, torn to pieces, and now left on the ground beside the carnage. The blood painted the ground as well. Tim tapped Cedric on the shoulder. "So, hey man, how does it look?" "Like hell." "That's not very useful, Cedric. I was kind of wondering if we could go down there without, having our heads ripped off." "Sorry, but there are bodies everywhere that are missing heads and limbs. I've never seen so much blood in my life. We can go down there, though. I'd say whatever was there has moved on. But those school buses are shot. I don't think we could even repair the damn things." Tim snapped for the binoculars, wanting to see for himself, to verify they were in a state of disarray and truly wouldn't be usable. After he got his look, he wished he had just taken Cedric's word for it. He had seen horrible, horrible things during times of war, but those memories, that at times were his worst nightmares, would have to fight these scenes for his attention during his sleep. "Yeah, those buses are screwed. You got any other ideas?" Philip poked his head through the window. "Hey, you realize how much food is probably in there, right? Are you sure that you really want to pass up on all of that? We could at least attempt to go and get it." Eric said, "Dude, we don't have anywhere to put it. Did you forget about us needing the bus? That was the whole point of us coming here." Philip sat back, thinking of all the food they were temporarily passing on. He had forgotten about needing the bus, but would be damned if he was going to mention the fact to any of his friends.
I'm just saying, when we get a bus, it might be a good idea. Isn't there a veterans home around here?
Tim yelled. Well, we sure as hell aren't taking the veterans bus if they have one there. There's an orphanage on the edge of town. Hopefully they are far enough away from town that they are okay.
Philip laughed, coughing out a smoke.
So sorry. You're saying no to taking a vet's bus, but yes to stealing from a bunch of kids?
Yes, and we'll just leave them there and put them out of their misery. Seems like the right thing to do after all.
The three men stared in awe at Tim, who finally cracked a grin, the first one he had had in a few days. Eric said,
Dude, kinda dark. We can't just go shoot a bunch of helpless kids, man.
I'm kidding. We should probably check on them anyway. I'd forgotten all about the place, to be honest. I'm sure if anyone else had still been alive, that they would have forgotten about the kids as well.
Yeah, but if they are alive, what are we supposed to do with them? Philip asked. They aren't our responsibility to take care of.
Tim twisted in his seat, giving all the men a look to remember.
Lucky for y'all that I've got this truck and took you with me. You know, even though you weren't really my problem to deal with when those, well, whatever the hell they are, came after us.
Cedric nodded.
All right. So you did us a huge freaking solid favor, and we appreciate it. But who knows how many kids are out there? We don't know how to take care of that many kids. Do you?
Cedric, I'm going out there with or without you. It's my truck. And I hate to be like this, but just because the world's going to shit, don't mean I need to become a shithead as well.
Hey, wait. Did you just call us pieces of shit? Eric asked.
I don't know, Eric. It kind of depends on what your answers are going to be. We can do something great and help, or we can worry about ourselves and...
Cedric cut him off.
For God's sake, would you shut up? We all know that we aren't going to leave those kids to die. Of course, if you'd have had a horrible memory, maybe we wouldn't have needed to drive out there, and you could have thought of a bus located somewhere with way less baggage to pick up because of it.
He put the truck into drive, and the four headed out of town towards the orphanage. They had seen some of the turned in farmers' fields. The only visible parts of the turned were their torsos, hanging out of the cows' carcasses. The sight was enough to make the men's stomachs turn. When they pulled up to the gates, it was not a sight that they'd been hoping to see. Cedric pulled to a stop away from the building. All of the men stared in disbelief at the scene in front of them. There were children, aged 5, up to adults that must have been counselors. The van that had the school's name on it was flipped on its side and covered with blood and gore. The windows were painted with welcome home messages. No one had to say it. They'd all realized that some of the kids had probably been offered ice cream and a trip to town to go and welcome home the girls at school. There was probably a contest with pictures being drawn or names being picked for who got to go and gleaming, happy faces sitting dressed in school colors for the short ride. Tim saw the school bus parked half in the garage and smiled before trying to think whether or not he could do anything to the turned. He was pretty sure that he'd be fine with shooting the adults, but the fact that there were kids brought an entirely new aspect to things. Philip said,
So this is now the new worst thing that I've ever seen. What are we going to do about the kids? They could be treated or cured, per the news.
The news is just telling people what we want to hear, to keep people calm, said Cedric. If there's a cure, it ain't coming anytime soon.
So you're trying to tell me that you were okay with putting the rounds of that rifle through those kids' heads?
Eric questioned. Those kids are more interested in eating us than a cure. I'm not saying that we go out of our way to shoot them. But yup, if they come after me, trust me, the last thing that the world wants is for me to be one of those things, man.
Tim said, Don't worry. If you get bit, I'll make sure to keep you from turning. I promise that I won't let it happen.
Is that supposed to make me feel better? Asked Cedric.
Just start driving up there, and let's see what we can do, replied Tim. Hell, for all we know, all of them are infected.
The men made their way up the driveway slowly, trying to keep from gaining the turn's attention, something they all knew that they weren't interested in having any part of, but knew it wouldn't last for long. They were hopeful that the turned were fighting to get in the orphanage,
only because there was a strong chance that it meant someone was still alive. As they circled around, Eric jumped out of the back, followed by Philip. They went into the garage, looking for the keys to the bus. When he found them, Eric brought the giant vehicle to life and backed it up across the yard to the side of the orphanage. Cedric hit his horn one time and gained the attention of every one of the turned. He drew them away from the building, while Eric and Philip pulled up next to the main entrance. Philip kept watch, while Eric ran up to the doors. "Open the doors! Come on, do it! Anyone alive in there, damn it!" It took a moment, and just as Eric was beginning to think there wasn't anyone alive, he heard from the opposite side of the door items being moved. He figured they'd probably been in place to keep the door secure. It took a few minutes, and then a pile of teenagers came out of the small building, each of them carrying everything they owned in a backpack. Eric said, "Any of you bit?" One of the teens replied, "Hey, old guy, did we rip your head off when we saw you?" Eric nodded, and thought how he could remember being such the smartass himself. Philip was sitting at the wheel, and as the last of the teens ran onto the bus, Cedric had begun to circle the truck around. The speed he lost when changing his direction was all it took to give the chasing mob of turned the upper hand. They engulfed the truck, piling on top of it, 20 or more of them, each of them drunk with the idea of the meal that was inside the vehicle. Tim fired through the roof and front window, but it was too little too late, and each of the two men knew that there was no hope for them. The windshield instantly had hands punching through it, the safety glass spiderwebbing, and making it hard for them to reach in all the way. Their mouths, bloody and angry, were chomping, unsure how to get around the glass. They started smashing their faces on the windshield out of frustration, as others started reaching in from the door windows. Tim and Cedric fired everything they had into the mob, but it was of little gain to them. The hands that were coming through the windshield pulled it from its place and dived into the cab. The two men screamed in horror, cursing their certain fate, as mouths gripped tightly onto whatever piece of flesh that they could. They brought large and terrific chunks of skin and bone away. Blood squirted out from the cab, covering the bodies that were fighting to get a bite of the warm meal. Philip and Eric sat stunned, seeing the men that they had known for so long now gone. "What do we do now?" Eric asked. Philip looked at the teenagers. They had been watching turned teachers, counselors, and friends all chomping at the bit just to eat these men's friends, the men who had helped rescue them from their temporary prison. Even though they would have had a better chance of surviving if they hadn't come out to the orphanage and tried to save them. Philip yelled, "We still need supplies! We need to get out of here before they finish what it is they're doing!" Eric hit the door shut, and the group left before the turned had lost their attention on their current meal. The old bus roared as it came up to speed, leaving the orphanage behind to be taken over by the turned, who were always hungry for more, never satisfied. Philip bounced in the driver's seat, yelling, "Where are we going now? Do you want to try and hit Des Moines to drop these kids off? We can see if we want to stay there." Eric shook his head. "No, we still need guns. If we're going to Des Moines, there's going to be more of them, and we need to try and be ready for that. You saw the news. We picked these kids up. We need to be as prepared as possible to keep them safe, or all we did was take them from one shit situation to another. I think, given where we picked them up from, they've had enough of those issues." Philip was getting used to the large steering wheel on the old bus and was bouncing wildly in the seat. "Fine, so we drive by Andy's shop, jump out and get guns, and then go to Des Moines. How does that sound, Dad? If you were my kid, I'd have given you away years ago, Philip. Head up, taking all the back roads that you can, and let's see what we can find. So far there haven't been any places to worry about someone looting before we get to them. You think that we are the last people in the town alive?" "No," said Eric. "I'm sure there are more, but how the hell do you figure out how many, or where they are? It looks like after the shit hit the fan, people went running. They were probably clueless that once they got bit, they were infected." Philip looked at the rows of houses they were passing, seeing many of them had cars in the driveway with blood streaks running down the car doors, and said, "Dude, there are probably zombies in all these houses. We need to just get out of town. It isn't safe. Considering we lost all our ammunition when Cedric and Tim were...
Well, you know what happened to them. It's not really a matter of debate for the two of us. We need guns, we need ammunition. We can't kill those things with our bare hands. You saw what they did to that truck. They ripped it apart.
A teen boy said, "Hi, my name is Matt. Hey, who are you guys?"
Eric never even looked at him.
"Kid, we are just two guys trying to last a week in this mess." "Well, thanks either way for, saving us. We were pretty damn sure that we were screwed. When the counselors got home, they came racing in and crashed the van that had all of the kids who had won the contest to go to town. The young kids were out at recess when they arrived, and it was the worst thing any of us had ever seen before. The little kids never stood a chance. They were out in the side yard, and when the van crashed, the door looked like it had been blown off the side. The counselors and kids came pouring out, and the teachers who weren't supervising the trip were outside with the little kids. They tried to get them inside, but none of them made it. There were little ones being torn apart brutally. It was horrible. The blood was everywhere, and they never let up. Some of the younger kids got a bite and ran away, but then, within minutes, they came back and were just like the others."
Eric said, "Well, that is about the most horrible thing I've ever heard. I'm glad at least some of you guys made it. How did you keep them out for so long?" The teen laughed.
"Well, the teachers and counselors were always complaining that the state was cheap about putting windows in the place because brick was easier to maintain. So anyway, when it came time to block the windows, it didn't take all that much. And because those doors are like hard as rock, we just put everything that wasn't bolted to the ground in front of it. They stopped trying to break in after a while and just kind of stood out there in a daze. We were smart enough to keep our mouths shut and not make any noise that we didn't need to."
"What do you mean?" Philip asked.
"If you break them out of that trance or whatever the hell they are doing when they just stand there all stupid-like, then they go right back into a rage. So the first time someone brought them out of it was enough, and we were more than content to just sit in the dark. We tried calling the police and no one answered. We found the counselors' cell phones in the office and none of them worked. We watched the news, seeing that they were trying to organize a safe zone where those that weren't infected could go and find safety. But the guy in the news got eaten before we could get any more information. They were clear that a cure and keeping Washington safe were two of the top priorities."
"So we need to find out if they really got that safety shelter, or safe zone, whatever you called it, up and running. I'm sure as hell not driving all the way out to a freak-filled Des Moines to try and find out if it's there, especially as big as that place is. It could be anywhere."
"So where do we go if they don't have it?"
asked Matt.
"Hell if I know, kid," replied Eric. "There's too many of them in town to stay here. But we don't know what the other cities around here look like either. I'd hate to think if this was the same everywhere in the state. There has to be a few places that were safe from it. But so far, Adele ain't the place to be staying."
"We could go out to the Sportsman's Club shelter and hold up there for the summer if we needed to," suggested Philip.
"It's out in the middle of nowhere. We could be safe out there. The amenities suck, but we could at least make it."
Eric shook his head.
"No way, we'd fry out there. But you are right, it would be a good shelter. I'm not sure what to do if they don't have the center. Maybe the gun shop will have a television we can watch, or a computer to look up if it's still there. Either way, we need to stay out of town once we get supplies."
Matt asked,
"So wait, you guys don't really have a plan yet?"
"Kid, every minute of this thing is just one more plan that goes wrong," said Eric. "We came out to the orphanage to save you guys and get a bus. What we ended up with was 2 of our 4 either dead or turned, who knows, and a bus full of kids that we don't have any provisions for. Everything in life that we still had with us was left in the back of that truck. Those 2 risked their lives for you so that you could get out of there. You seem to forget that we could have just taken the bus and left you to fend for yourself. But that isn't how we roll." Tim made sure to say just because the world is going to be a different place now doesn't mean that we have to change with it. It was his idea to step up and look out for y'all, and not to just forget about you because of the circumstances."
Matt sat back, looking out of the window, watching the countryside roll by. When he looked back, he had tears in his eyes.
"Thank you, then, for coming after us. I know you didn't know us nothing. Most people just think we are a waste of money, and they don't want to spend anything towards the orphanage. They think there's something wrong with us because our parents didn't want us. Hell, half of us didn't know our parents. It's like that's our fault. We aren't worthless, you know. We work hard. We can do a day's work. And if you keep us around, we can figure something out. We ain't stupid.
Hey, bud, we aren't saying you are, said Philip. I don't think that there's anything wrong with you kids. Just because you got dealt a shit hand doesn't mean anything. So hang in there. If the shelter isn't there, we will hold up somewhere else for a while. It's not going to be an easy run of it. But if we look out for each other, and maybe we can show some of you kids a thing or two with guns, we might just make it a while. There is talk of the cure, and I'm sure you've seen that on the television. But we don't know if it will hash out or not, do we? Chapter 6. They took their time driving into town, taking as many of the back roads as they could, until they hit Main Street. Philip pulled the bus up on Andy Street. They felt a bit of hope, seeing the massive number of turned lying dead in the street. Philip whistled. Would you look at that? Good God, you think the guy made it out alive? Eric shrugged. I have no idea, but he sure as hell isn't worried about curing any of them, is he? Matt asked, Are you worried about hurting the infected? Neither of the men had really thought about it, but they both shook their heads. Eric said, You saw what happened to our friends, right? We need to keep an eye out for those that haven't become sick or dead or whatever the hell they are. There's no way that people missing arms or with holes in their chests are coming back from that. Philip pulled to a stop, and Eric, gun in hand, stepped out of the bus, walking cautiously. He pulled the door open, not sure if the fact that it was locked was a good or a bad thing. He looked around the shop, seeing nothing but empty racks. He went through the back, and didn't even so much as find a box of bullets or shotgun shells. On the counter, he saw a piece of paper. He grabbed it and ran back to the bus, feeling the slightest of hope. Philip said, You forgot to grab the guns, dude. You do realize that was the point in coming to the gun store, right? To get guns? Yes, thank you, Philip. I'm well aware that was the sole purpose in coming here. It's cleaned out already. But someone left this on the counter. I say we go there and try and see if they made it. Do we have time? Matt asked. You got somewhere more important to be, Matt? We can try and go to Des Moines without them. But if you want to drive into hell, you might as well turn up with some firepower. As they drove through town, they saw Dee's place and saw the turned that were lying outside of it, with skin that had burnt beyond black. Pieces of the brick were embedded into their skulls, putting them out of their misery. As they drove, they took in the scenes, wondering how many bodies were there. Knowing how many people lived in the city, and this wasn't even a relative percentage of them. Philip said, Well, at least all of them are out of the streets for now. Where do you think they are, Eric? Eric went to smack him on the shoulder and remind him that when things are going good, it isn't the time to bring up the obvious. But he was interrupted. A heavy thud, thud, thud slammed on the roof. They instinctively stared up at the ceiling of the bus. Philip turned around, slowing down, and Eric screamed, Do not slow down! Get us out of here now! Get moving! I don't think it's alone! A hand, blackened from burns, punched through the cheap metal ceiling, its hand outstretched and fingers gripping for flesh. The children melted onto the floor, covering their heads with their packs. Philip floored the gas, but the engine showed little reaction from it, their speed not improving very much. Eric ran to the hand, keeping a safe distance from it, but didn't do much good. The thuds continued. Then the banging from the roof ceased, and bodies started sliding off the side of the roof and punching their hands through the windows. The teens screamed, kicking at the outstretched hands. Eric went sideways, running towards the only one of them able to get their hands on the bus. Eric twisted the gun in his hands, smashing at its arm until it snapped and was no longer a threat. When it was removed, a new hand came in and received the same treatment. Philip screamed over his shoulder, the sweat pouring from his forehead. What do you want me to do? These things are everywhere, man! I don't know how we're going to get them off of the bus! Eric was fully using his rifle as a baseball bat at this point, doing his best to try and get them removed to no avail. I know they are thick as shit! Just keep driving! Whatever you do, don't stop! As they passed a storefront, he screamed,
Circle back around! I got an idea. Once you see me go in, I want you to circle back around and come back. These things seem to like fresh meat, so let's give them something to chew on, right? Let's not give them something to chew on. Are you kidding me? Just hit the doors right before you get there and let me out. But do not stop the bus. You come back for me. Come around the block and get back here. You got it? You are making me just a little nervous, Eric. Seems like a shit idea. You don't even know what my idea is. You getting out of the bus is a bad idea. It makes me nervous. Hence the shit idea part.
Eric held both sides of the seats as he saw them getting closer to the stores that he was waiting for, and started getting pumped up for what he was about to do. He took a few large, deep breaths. Knowing what he was about to do could mean suicide, but that there was no point in staying in the bus under the current circumstances. He could see no point in not trying to do what he could to save these kids. He couldn't live with the idea of them dying just because they took them from what seemed like a perfectly safe place, regardless if they were turned trying to get in or not. He ran for the front of the bus, as the store he wanted was in sight, and ran for everything that he had in him. He screamed, "Hit the doors now! Do it! Do it now!" Philip hit the lever, and the automatic doors swung inward. Hands instantly started swinging inwards of the bus. Eric burst through them, making a bloody Red Rover game out of the turned. He jumped out of the bus, losing his balance as he landed, and rolling to the ground. He used the momentum to right himself, his shotgun clenched in his hand. His heart raced as he heard the growling. All he could hear was his heart pounding, and the snarls from behind him. He screamed at the turned, wanting to gain all of their attention and give the bus a chance. The screaming was not so much the attraction as the fresh blood dripping from his arms and knees. The thought of an easier meal was more than enough to entice them to leave the bus alone. Eric screamed, "Come on, you big ugly bastards! Come get a bite of Shellman! It's the best! Come on! Let's go, you damn freaks!" They leapt off of the bus, mouths open, arms outstretched, and ready to try and fill their hunger. The dead hunger. Eric ran for the 2-story building, seeing that all of them had removed themselves from the bus, and he had their full and undivided attention now. He attempted to pull the door open, and when it was locked, he twisted the gun around, putting everything he had into smashing the handle. The seconds being wasted were ones he wouldn't get back. When the doorknob fell to the ground, he kicked it open, staying just an arm's reach in front of the turned. He ran through the storefront and straight towards the back to the stairwell that led to the second floor. Eric thought about what he was about to do and wished he'd have been 20 years younger, or at least that his knees had been. He went to the small flat upstairs and slammed the door shut, thankful that the storage room was clear of clutter. He moved a trunk in front of it, just as the door began to splinter from those wanting to destroy it. Eric ran to the large window, checking the street below, and when he saw the bus coming, he ran back to the door and fired 2 shots through the window. The pellets from the shot spread, shattering the window, leaving only thin wood strips in its place. When he could see the bus from his spot, he sprinted at full force. Philip stared in his rear views, amazed that they had all gotten off the bus to chase Eric. The kids had moved off the floor, slowly staring around. You would have thought the teenagers were 5-year-olds, the baby in their face coming clearly through in their fear. He slowed the bus as he came next to the building. He could see the turned were up against the door and trying to fight their way into somewhere. Where the hell did he? A blast made him crane his neck up to look at the window, but doing little with no view of it. The teens melted themselves against their windows, having an actual view of it. The window from the second story rained down on the street. A second blast sent the second window pane down, landing on the bus's side. Philip screamed to Matt, who was looking up. "What the hell is happening, kid?" Matt yelled. "I don't know. Are you kidding me? There is gun blasts coming from up there. Christ, are you deaf or something? Look, smartass, I just want to know what you see. I see a building, and I see glass covering the street, and... Oh my God, stop the bus now! Stop!" Philip skidded to a stop, sending everyone in the bus flying over the seats from their positions up against the windows. He did everything he could to not drive the bus into the building. He hopped the curb by accident, knocking the light pole over. He pulled the door open, expecting Eric to come out the front window or something. He put it in park and ran to the bus's steps, looked up, and saw Eric launching himself out of the window, kicking his legs in the air. He was thankful he'd pulled the bus up on the curb now, as Eric's distance was just enough to keep him from cracking his head open on the pavement below. Eric slammed into the roof, hitting hard, and feeling a rib that previously wasn't cracked had now been. He rolled to his back, sliding down, and Philip grabbed him, helping him into the bus. Eric was screaming in pain, but Philip knew that he didn't have time to take it easy. They needed to get moving, and they had to do it now. Philip laughed a little as he got Eric into the seat. Eric said, "I'm sorry, is something funny about this situation?" No, not at all." "Well then, what the hell are you laughing at?" "Well, my best friend in the entire world had just jumped out of a moving bus on purpose. He then leapt out of a window, which, by the way, you are too old for that. We can prove this fact by your fucked up condition right now. And you saved everyone. Besides, you totally looked like Mel Gibson jumping out that window. It was awesome." Eric smiled, wincing in pain. You really think I looked like Mel Gibson?" "Hell yes! That was badass." Matt said, "You guys think maybe we should get going? While there isn't anything running after us and trying to eat us?" Philip came back to reality, pushing up and backing the bus up to avoid the light pole. They made their way down the street and out of town. Matt came up, sitting by Eric, who was holding his side, and said, "You all right, man?" Eric pushed himself up in his seat, patting his sides down until he found his smokes, and lit one up. Thinking how it could very well have been the best one that he'd ever had, he said, "Yeah, I'm all right, I think. I don't think I'll be doing that again anytime soon, though." Matt said, "Yeah, well, that's probably a good idea, seeing how as you almost got yourself killed a couple of times back there." Philip yelled over his shoulder, "Where the hell am I going?" Eric pulled the piece of paper that he'd taken from the shop and handed it over to Matt, who gave it to Philip. Philip asked, "You sure that's a good idea?" "I'm not sure anything is a good idea at this point, but we gotta do something, or we're just going to sit and die. You are such a chipper little thing, you know that, right?" Chapter 7. Day 3. Ellie watched as they drove away. She was unhappy, and feeling a sense of insecurity about the group splitting up. Each time they did, they had some sort of heartache which seemed to happen, and no good had come from it. She kicked at the gravel driveway, sending rocks flying. Jen walked up, gripping her shoulder. "I'm not any happier about them leaving than you are. My brother is in that truck, and he is the only one left to help me take care of Joey. Are those guys any good?" Ellie shrugged, watching the dust from the gravel road disappear into the sky. "I don't know. They were the only ones out of their group that survived yesterday. They probably kept us alive, too. I don't know what would have happened if we'd have gone to the chemical plant by ourselves with those things running around in there. I guess they are good. They think they can at least teach us how to shoot, and maybe survive. So, you guys are just going to stay here until you hear something? There isn't any reason to leave, from what I can see. We've been cut off from everything since the outbreak. Sean's dad, Frank, wasted no time getting us out of the city." Ellie laughed a little. "Of course, that didn't do a hell of a lot of good, given the fact that we just went right back to town again on Tuesday." "So you had somewhere that was safe, and then you left it to go back to town? What were you thinking? I wouldn't go anywhere if I had a safe space. We would have starved if we'd stayed in that building." Ellie pointed to Patrick, who was staring intently at the television through the porch window. "He was with us on day 1. His name is Patrick, and he is diabetic. He had only planned on going to the school welcome home rally for our school volleyball team, and didn't bring any extra medicine with him or any of his testing stuff. So with the whole zombie outbreak thing, and them trying to eat us, he kind of forgot to mention that he needed it to stay alive." "Wow, so you guys went back down just to get his drugs? That is pretty ballsy of you." Ellie shook her head. "It's just what friends do for each other. We really only met him the day before, but we couldn't just watch him die because we were too scared to go and get his meds, you know?" Jen shrugged.
I really don't know if I'd have been able to go and do something like that for a complete stranger. We actually thought he'd neglected to tell us he'd been bitten, but we found the bracelet that has his diabetic details on it, advising medics to be extra cautious giving him certain drugs. If you had seen him sweating and shivering on the cabin floor, you would have helped him. I'm sure of it.
Jen nodded, thinking of her brothers, and knowing that there was nothing, beyond trudging through hell and back, that would keep her from doing something if it meant saving them.
So, did you guys lose everyone yesterday also? Pretty much. My dad was already out of the picture, so I can't really say he was a big worry about the end of the world coming and if he was going to be around. My mom was already on her way out from cancer. Wow, so you guys really had a tough first day too, didn't you? I don't think anyone that survived day one had a very good day. It's kind of defeating, knowing that anyone that was left after yesterday more than likely lost someone they loved. We haven't even had time to mourn since the whole thing happened. If you sit around too long, you die. But hopefully, now that we are here, we will be able to have some downtime, or at least we can pray, right? It can't just be a constant battle. We aren't going to make it if we keep up like this. There's only so much luck to go around. The fact that Greg was able to make it through yesterday was a miracle. We lost Christy, and I think it really messed with his head. Were they dating? No, but he definitely looked like he was going to be interested in it. No one in the group of us is dating. Well, maybe me and Sean, but that is kind of more complicated. I don't want to get into it. What, you've got something better to do?
Asked Jen.
No, it just kind of brings up every bad memory I've ever had in the last year. But I suppose I should talk to someone about it.
Ellie told Jen all about the way she and Sean had met and what had happened between their parents, and then went on to explain about the drugs to cure cancer and how it was connected to the outbreak.
So his dad is the one responsible for all of this?
Jen couldn't believe it.
Yes and no. If you ask Sean, it's put a lot of weight on his shoulders. He keeps thinking about if he hadn't done anything to help me that day, that our parents would have never met. He's having a hard time allowing the fact that all things happen for a reason, and sometimes it is out of our control. Wait, so where is his dad at now?
Jen couldn't help her curiosity.
When it broke out in Des Moines, he raced back here and picked us and the rest of our group up, which has sadly dwindled since then. He got some random kids that were running for their lives as well. Okay, so what happened to his dad? As previously mentioned, this is a long story, Jen. One that you kind of asked for, right?
Jen nodded her head and was ready to voice a reply when Ellie started right back in true Ellie fashion.
Well, Frank picked up more kids than he had room for after getting all of the supplies from Andy's gun shop. Andy gave us his van, thinking that he'd just be able to take the squad car that Frank was driving. Well, when we went to leave, a horde of zombies was coming our way, and we just barely made it out of town. One of them almost busted through the window trying to grab Sean. We thought that the rest of the ride there was going to be a safe ride. You seriously were still trying to be optimistic at that point? No. We just figured that we had made it far enough away from town to be safe. Christ, were we wrong. I've seen war zones on television that looked less horrible than what we ran into on the way to their cabin.
Jen looked confused.
You were one of the volleyball players yesterday, right?
Jen nodded, confirming this. Ellie continued.
Well, somewhere between here and there, those that were close enough, as you figured out with your dad, got infected, and it seems a couple of miles out of town was about where the turn happened for most of them. I don't know much about the change when people are exposed to the drug, but we've seen what happens when people get bitten, and depending on where or how many bites, there can be an immediate change or turn. We call them turned. I don't know why, it just seems more realistic somehow than saying there are zombies in the streets. But there are zombies in the streets. Lots of them, actually. Yeah, but when I think of zombies, I think of the kind that shuffle around and walk slow. They don't jump 20 feet in the air, or punch through metal roofs, or rip people's limbs off single-handedly. These things are monsters more than zombies. They just kill. And after some time at the school and moving through town, it seems to me like they might be able to think. What do you mean, they think? Jen asked. When Sean and I were on a hill on day 1, we were shooting some of them at the school. I had told Sean to quit shooting, that we needed to leave and catch up with Frank and the rest of the group. Sean kept firing, and after a while, they started looking for the noise. They weren't stupid about it. Between their hearing and sense of smell, they know when there's something around that they want. I don't know about their eyesight. They bleed right after they turn, so maybe that affects their eyesight, but who knows? Why would it affect their eyes? I don't know, I'm just kind of praying that it does. But where was I? You were driving through a war zone. Right, thanks. So, yeah, we were driving and couldn't get through on this highway. Frank had to stop the van, and he, Sean, and Greg got out to move some of the vehicles out of the way. When they got everything cleared, they had found why all of the vehicles were empty. They found the occupants, you mean? Oh, yeah, they most certainly did. I've never heard so many bullets being fired at one time in my life. Like, not even in a movie have I heard something like that before. Why didn't the rest of you go out and shoot? We didn't really have a clue how to shoot the guns. We learned a bit yesterday, but we still would probably be in serious trouble if we needed to try and save ourselves in a hurry. Wow, that is pretty intense. No shit. We didn't know if they were coming back or not. But they did, of course. When they were fighting those things off, one of them bit Frank's ankle. It wasn't a bad bite, so it gave him the time he needed to get us to the cabin and make one trip up the hill. Wait, what happened to him after that? I can't say for sure, but I'm pretty confident that Sean put him out of his misery before the full turn could happen. I don't think I'd bring it up if I were you. Like I said, we haven't had much time to mourn. If I had to guess, though, I would say that Sean isn't in a grieving stage so much as a hate one. Hate? Yes, he hates the Turned. I think if he had the ammo and a safe place to do it from, that he would shoot every last one of them. I don't think he's worried about the cure, but he's willing to at least give the government a shot at curing those things before he goes off on a rampage. I don't think Sean feels like he has that much to lose, and like I said, he feels partially, if not completely, responsible for all of this. Well, it's not like he knew that his dad was going to do some mad scientist crap to try and save the woman he was in love with. It's kind of romantic that he didn't just take no for an answer. Yes, it was totally romantic. Except that it is like the one lone action that is causing the zombie apocalypse to take place and ruin life as we know it. So yeah, if you can ignore that, then it was romantic as can be. So, now that your parents are gone, there isn't much keeping you and Sean apart, right? I don't know. Seems like a crappy time to go out and try and start a love life, if you know what I mean. I already worry about him every second he is away, and can't bear the thought of him turning into one of those things. I don't think I could put him out of his misery. But could you let him do that to someone else? Would you let him bring pain to someone? Or take another person's loved one?
Ellie shrugged, kicking at the gravel.
I don't know. It's impossible to say. I don't think anyone can answer that until they are really put into that situation. It's just the same as asking what you would do if Joey or Jordan got bit. If it meant they were going to hurt others, would you put them out of their misery? Or would it be too painful to do anything about it? Would you rather die yourself before you hurt someone you love? Because the way I look at it, it's just as good as ripping my own heart out, having to go through with something like that.
Jen tried to think of what to say next, but knew that there was nothing left that she needed to say. She was well aware that she would not be able to pull the trigger or do anything to Joey, no matter what circumstances were. She knew the same could be said for Jordan. She thought of what Sean must have felt, having to deal with his dad before he had the chance to turn, and felt heartache for him. It was more than she could handle. She didn't even know him yet, and already she admired the strength he had to have to be able to do such a thing. Ellie walked slowly towards the house. She saw Patrick and Kaya pacing back and forth in front of the television, looking quite excited about whatever it was they were watching. Jen said, "What is wrong with Patrick and Kaya?" Ellie laughed. "I don't know. A lot, I would guess. But I think most of it is socially related. I haven't actually talked to Kaya, but she looks just as hyped about whatever it is they are watching. No, really, he's like freaking out in there. What do you think he's doing?"
Ellie shrugged, walking up to the front steps of the large house. Patrick and Kaya appeared to be losing their minds. Just as Ellie went climbing the steps, the two ran out of the house, screaming. Patrick yelled,
"It worked! It worked!"
Ellie questioned,
"What worked?" "It worked!"
Ellie said.
"Yeah, we get that. What is it, though? You kind of lost us at it."
Patrick stopped, sucking in a large breath. He pointed back at Kaya and the house.
"We were watching TV, and they had an announcement just in from the CDC. They had received information that they are going to begin using immediately to try and develop a cure from. They said that the team of Navy SEALs that the government had sent in yesterday had succeeded, and were heroes."
Ellie said.
"Wait, so that just means that they got the stuff that Clary sent yesterday?"
Patrick shrugged.
"What else could it mean?"
Kaya said.
"They said to keep checking back on the television report, and that they would be updating from the quarantined building on a regular basis."
They all shared a smile, but in the back of Ellie's thoughts was doubt. She was having a hard time not being a bit skeptical about the information that everyone was being so optimistic about. Jen saw the lack of enthusiasm on her face and asked,
"What's wrong, Ellie? You don't look overly psyched about this."
Ellie tried her best to put on a fake smile.
"I don't know what my problem is. It just seems that we are getting our hopes up over something that doesn't quite have any merit behind it. I mean, they have all kinds of research going for hundreds of different diseases all around the world every day. It doesn't mean that there's going to be a cure for it anytime soon. I hope that they do. But after what we saw yesterday, it is hard to tell."
Jen nodded.
"But it's better to have hope, right? I mean, it gives us a reason to continue and to wait, right? I know it keeps me from losing my mind with what is really going on so close to us and all across the country and world."
Ellie nodded.
"Yeah, sorry. You all right. It's amazing. And it isn't that bad here, right? If we can make the place safe and just stop going to town, I don't think we'll have too much to worry about."
Patrick said.
"Hey, no school. And Clary and Aslan said they were going to teach us how to shoot and survive. You know, just in case things don't end up going well. So either way, we get a summer education like we wouldn't learn anywhere else, right?"
"I don't know how to shoot a gun," Kaya said. "I don't know if I could shoot one of those things anyway. They scare the hell out of me." "That's probably a good thing they scare you," replied Ellie. "I think the second you decide that you don't need to fear them would be the end of you for sure."
Kaya looked sad for a second, thinking of what she was going to say, and said,
"You know, I got pretty excited, thinking that my parents were going to freak out when I told them I was going to learn all kinds of amazing stuff from real live soldiers. But then it hit me that I won't be telling them anytime soon."
Kaya buried herself in Jen's shoulder as her body convulsed up and down. Jen's shirt was slowly growing wet. Ellie mouthed, "Did her parents turn?" To which Jen shook her head. Ellie mouthed, "Eaten?" And Jen nodded affirmatively, slowly. Joey came out of the front door, holding a pancake that he had turned into a makeshift tortilla filled with sausage and eggs. Jen saw him smiling proudly at the concoction.
"Joey, you realize that you're going to make yourself sick if you don't take it easy, right?"
"Hey, when I'm full, I won't eat anymore."
Jen sighed, then spoke to Ellie.
"That is what he always says, and he ends up making himself sick if no one checks on him."
Then back to Joey, she shouted,
"Fine, Joey, you keep eating, but when you have an upset stomach, don't come complaining to me later about it."
Joey gave her a thumbs up, while never stopping his mission at hand of finishing his snack. He saw Kaya and wiped his hands on his jeans. Jen saw the look in his eye and laughed a little.
"Watch out, Kaya. You are going to become a sandwich."
Kaya looked behind her, but it was too late, and Joey had come up behind her, wrapping his massive arms around both girls
and squeezing them tight.
Joey said, "It's okay, Kaya. You don't need to be sad. Jen always tells me to stop eating. I never do."
Both girls laughed a little bit, but he did help. Jen rubbed her hand through Joey's hair and patted him on the shoulder. "All right, stud. We can't breathe. Can you let go?" Joey did, and both girls sucked in a deep breath. Joey pumped up his biceps, smiling.
"These guns are something."
Patrick looked at his arms in comparison to Joey's, cursing a bit under his breath at his much smaller size. Ellie patted him on the shoulder and said, "Hey, it's all good. Those seals are going to make you buff." "What are you talking about?" Patrick said. Ellie smiled and gave a nodding wink. "I'm just saying, don't be so worried about, you know." She motioned to him. Patrick said, "Dude, just pointed to all of me. With my diabetes, it makes it hard to lift weights and work out, which, unfortunately for me, leaves me with this less than impressive physique. But you know what pisses me off about it?" "Sure, what?" "The fact that all those years during elementary and junior high, I kept hearing from teachers, counselors, and my parents that when I grow up, it is going to be the smart kids who rule, and that it's going to be people with college educations that go somewhere in life. Well, that just all turned to crap. It's still going to be those kids that could run faster than me, that could lift more than me, and that were just overall more able to be active than myself, who are going to be the survivors. God, it pisses me off." Ellie patted him on the shoulder again. "Hey, it could be worse, right? You could be one of the turned walking around." Patrick laughed. "Does that mean I could eat the jocks?" "They'd be all stringy. Nothing good there about them. No, you want to go for the bigger kids, maybe." Patrick just stared at her. "You are just a bit off, aren't you?" "Oh, you know it, buddy. I'm the best kind of chick you can know. No stupid makeup or designer wear for me. Give me a t-shirt any day of the week, paired with a hoodie, and I couldn't be happier about it." Patrick went to say something when Andy hobbled out, staring around, shaking a match out, and tossing it off the deck.
What the hell are y'all sitting around here for? There is work to be done. This is a damn farm. We can't just wait for someone else to come and do it now, can we?
Ellie said. "Well, we aren't farmers, Andy. How are we supposed to know?" Andy nodded.
Valid point, kid. Don't worry. I got an entire list of shit to keep you kids busy until the others get back and need our help. Now, I know it is only barely past spring, but we are going to want firewood this winter. I know we got a whole bunch over there, but I tell you, it gets damn cold out here when we lose power. I can only assume what power we do have eventually is going to go to shit in a handbag."
Ellie raised her hand. "How did crap get in a handbag, Andy?"
You might be missing the point here, sweetheart. What I'm saying is, you aren't doing anything productive, and there seems to be plenty of work that needs to be done around here. Now, none of you know what that work is, but being the helpful, knowledgeable, old, handsome man that I am, I'm going to be here to help you with everything.
"You are too good to us," Ellie said. Joey pointed to the giant mountain of unsplit firewood that Andy had next to the house.
"What about all that wood, Mr. Hey, what is your last name?"
Joey, don't worry about it. I'm too damn old for you to be that worried about being proper with me. Christ, I think the fact that you kids didn't leave me for dead in my shop is plenty enough respect for me to be able to sleep with at night. Joey, you just call me Andy. That is plenty good enough for me, kid."
Joey nodded, still focused on the wood.
"What are you going to do with all of that wood back there, Mr. Andy?"
Andy smiled, looking at Joey, and pointing at it, he said,
Well, Joey, once we teach you the finer points of how to swing an axe and a sledgehammer, I'm going to put you to work.
Patrick cut in. "He isn't going to be able to do all that work on his own, Andy. That is a two-man job, and—"
You know, Patrick. It is Patrick, is it?
Patrick nodded his head slowly, wishing he'd just kept his mouth shut.
Well, Patrick, lucky for Joey that you are still around. He is gonna need someone to move the pieces of wood that are left. Hell, it'll be good for you. Put a little meat on them there bones for you, too. Hell, you are going to be thanking me by the time you two are done. You never know. You might just find yourself a new buddy.
Joey walked by, putting his arm around Patrick, engulfing the boy with it.
Come on, Pat. You and me are going to go cut wood.
Patrick tried to get free of his grip, but he was in a one-armed bear hug, and he wasn't getting out. Patrick said,
Okay, Joey, let's go cut some wood. You can call me Patrick, though, okay?
Joey shook his head.
Nah, I like Pat better. My sister's been trying to get me to call her Jenny for years. It doesn't sound right, though.
Andy showed the boys the material and helped Joey with his swing. Within 10 minutes, the two boys were kicking ass and taking names. After Joey had broken his first massive log in half and split those remains as well, Andy had pulled a Snickers bar from his overalls. He held up a weathered old finger to Joey, letting him know to keep it between the two of them. Joey's eyes lit up when he saw the treat and dropped the axe as he ran for it. He ripped it from Andy's hands, giving the old man a hug he would not soon forget. Joey ripped the bar in two and handed off one of the pieces to Patrick, patting him on the back. Andy pulled one for himself, and as they took a quick break, he said,
You work hard, and I might even show you two where my stash is. But you gotta play your cards right. I don't just go showing anyone where I keep my stuff. This kind of food is going to be a hot commodity in no time at all.
Patrick stared at the chocolate bar for a second.
You think we will really be here for that long? I don't think you heard that news report saying that the government was going to be finding a cure. They said that there was a good chance that they would be able to use the research that we sent them yesterday. They didn't really say that specifically, but I doubt anyone else sent them anything like that.
Andy was as sharp as a tack and didn't miss a beat.
Oh, thank God the government is going to save us all. That is a good thing, isn't it? Hell, maybe we don't need to go out chopping all this wood after all, huh?
Andy finished his candy bar, and the boys started following. Andy started laughing.
Oh, hell, sorry, boys. I was just kidding. We'd best plan on being out here for a long time, and we can keep ourselves safe. If it don't last that long, then at least you get to not be lazy shits and learn some new skills.
Patrick's shoulders dropped as he thought about how funny what Andy said might have been if it wasn't himself and Joey being the brunt of his joke. Ellie walked up, seeing this going back and forth, and said,
So, while you men folk are doing all this hard work, what do you intend on us women folk doing? Did you have some pies that need baking or something?
Andy said,
You got a bit of spunk in you, don't you? You keep that about you. It's going to help you stay strong. It's going to help you survive, don't you forget that. Now, you all head down around the edge of that timber and get anything that burns. We are going to be cutting down plenty in the coming months, and I figure all the kindling we can get is going to be more useful than you can imagine.
Ellie stared at the wood tree line and thought about how far it was from the house.
What if any of those things from home come in across the bridge? What are we going to do to save ourselves?
Andy said,
Well, you know how to shoot anything, Ellie?
Ellie waved her hand back and forth in a 50-50 gesture.
I can shoot one of the rifles that we brought in, but I'm not very quick about it. Greg got us these cool pistols that have the lasers on them, and those seem like what I'm best at shooting.
Well, there you go. You, Jen, and Kaya can head on down there and pick it up. If you want to make a big pile of it on the tree line, we can take my tractor down there, and when we do that, we will cut some trees down and be able to keep Patrick and Joey busy for a long time to come.
Patrick shook his head, thinking of an entire summer spent chopping wood with Joey. Joey put his arm around him, the stickiness of his shirt soaking through the back of Patrick's shirt.
Hey, you hear that, Pat? You and I are going to get to spend all kinds of time together. That's good news, isn't it?
Patrick wiped at the sweat on his brow and nodded. You know, Joey, there are probably worse ways to spend a summer. Then he whispered, If we keep working like this, we're going to be ripped, and Andy is going to hook us up with his Snickers stash. Joey squealed at the thought of this.
Oh man, heck yes!
He didn't let his grip of Patrick go, and the two of them walked quickly. Patrick was doing his best to keep his balance as they raced back to the woodpile. Ellie stared at the two of them, thinking of Mike for a moment, and thought how it might not be the worst thing for Patrick to have a new friend that he could talk to if he wanted to. Ellie looked at the woods and yelled to Jen and Kaya to hang on a moment. She ran inside to her room, grabbing the rifle Sean had taught her how to use the day before,
and clipped on the holster to the belt of her jeans. She made sure that it was snug and put the extra rounds for it in her back pockets. As she left, she overheard the talking on the television and couldn't help but stop to look. She stopped as she saw the list of cities going across the screen. She sat as she saw the names slowly going across. Ellie read the listings. It was the proposed safety camps that were being set up en masse across the United States. She saw Des Moines, Iowa, Wells Fargo Arena. She knew that they could be there in less than a half hour if they needed to. It gave her a little bit of hope that if the worst came to worst, they might be able to make it to a safe zone if they needed to. The other message stated, "Do not travel if you have somewhere safe. There is nowhere to run outside of your state. The spread has taken over the central states and has made it all the way to the west. The east is all that is left and is hanging on by a small line. Godspeed and good luck." Ellie wasn't sure how she felt about the fact that she couldn't dream of fleeing anywhere. She understood that they were dead set in the middle of America, and without the aid of flight, there was very little chance they would have a way to bypass all of the states between them and the East Coast. When she went outside, Kaya and Jen were waiting with small handsaws and hatchets. Andy had pointed out to them it would make their job easier. Jen said, "What's wrong? You look like you saw a ghost or something. What happened between you walking upstairs and back down?" Ellie tried to speak, but when she opened her mouth, nothing came out. She walked down the steps and said, "They're setting up a shelter, a safe place of some type, over in Des Moines. It's like a half hour from here, probably. They didn't have any details about what is there if we could make it, but they said they were trying to set up something. I'm not sure if they have it up and running, but at least it is an option." "Really? They have somewhere we could go if we need to? God, that is great news, isn't it?" Kaya said hopefully. Ellie shrugged as she chopped at the downed branches. "You know, it is and it isn't, I think. It is hard to say. We would have to be able to make it there, and if we did make it there, how do we know that we would be safe? I think once we get there, we are going to be stuck there. I can't see us being able to go there, finding out we don't like it, and just saying, 'Hey, thanks for letting us try this place, but it isn't for me. I think I'm going to go back out on my own.' There's no way back once we go in somewhere like that. We are just kids again in their eyes." Jen said, "We're teenagers, though. What the hell do we know about surviving anything? We've all survived for a few days on our own, and that includes both of you and your brothers. It seems to me we are doing a good job of it so far." She looked at Kaya. "I don't know your story, Kaya, but I don't think that any of us have had an easy last few days." Kaya shook her head slowly, thinking back to her day one, and shuddering at the thought of it. "We were headed home to Colorado, just down by Colorado Springs. We'd had a late start because my mom had lost her cell phone in the locker room. We were just one of the regular people who were leaving at that point. We got stuck on the interstate trying to head west. When it wasn't moving, my dad decided to follow some of the other cars that he knew would be headed west." Ellie said, "Probably a dumb question, but how would he know where perfect strangers were headed?" Kaya smiled. "Lucky I'm not bitchy, or I might have mentioned it could be considered a dumb question. It was their license plates. He followed a few of them that had Colorado, Utah, and I think there were a few that were from Nevada as well. Anyway, as we headed back, we thought we'd traded one pileup for another." "Oh no," said Ellie. "Was it just a few miles from town, where there was a huge pileup?" Kaya shook her head. "It wasn't a pileup to me. It was like that old movie Constantine, where the guy could go to hell and back. Except hell had come to us. They were everywhere. It was a massacre." Ellie didn't want to ask, but they had already opened a can of worms that wasn't going to be able to be closed again. "The turned were everywhere, Kaya?" She nodded, wiping tears. "Yes, they were everywhere. And when my dad tried to reverse, he drove into the ditch and got stuck. There were too many cars and nowhere to go. It was a buffet for them. They ran through the cars, smashing their faces and heads on the windows until it broke. And they took without letting up, never getting full.
When we thought that it was safe to try and run, my family slipped out of our SUV and made our way into the ditch, trying to stay hidden in the grass. But it didn't do any good.
They smelled you, didn't they? Ellie guessed correctly. They probably knew where you were better by your scent than they would have if they had actually seen you.
How did you know that? I mean, I think you are right. I don't think that they saw us because I know when Dad got out and slid into the ditch, he cut his arm on a glass beer bottle that was in the grass. He didn't even scream when he did it. He didn't have anything to wipe at the wound with or to bandage it. And within minutes, the turned, or whatever you call them, started coming towards us. They were sniffing and walking slowly until they had figured out where Dad was.
Ellie was entranced.
What did you do? I mean, obviously you got away, right?
Kaya nodded slowly. Her shoulders started to shake as she tried to put the thoughts out of her mind, but it was too late. There was no stopping now.
We had tried hiding, but once they got the scent of blood, it was all over. There was nothing we could do, and it no longer mattered. My dad's last act on Earth was to save me and my mom. When they came down into the ditch, he slowed them down with a crowbar that he'd taken from the SUV. He took out a few of them with it, smashing in their skulls.
Ellie said. It wasn't enough, though, was it? Kaya said.
Not even close. It was the worst thing that I've ever seen. They didn't have an ounce of humanity left in them. It seemed to only make them more angry and violent. When he had struck a few of them with the crowbar, 3 of them leapt into the air, landed on top of him, and started pummeling him with their bare hands. They clawed at his face until it was unrecognizable. Just when I thought they were going to come at us, they dug their faces into his skin, each of them ripping pieces off. The more they bit, the louder his screams grew. They didn't let up. Even when more came, they acted like wild dogs, ripping off limbs and running away with them to feed greedily on them. My mom and I sprinted away, and when those that hadn't been able to get a piece of him saw us, we were public enemy number 1.
Jen said. You don't have to continue if you don't want to, Kaya. I know how hard it is to think about it. It's not doing you any good, and you are going to make things worse for yourself. Kaya laughed and wiped at the tears.
Are you kidding me, Jen? It's going to make it worse for myself? Every waking moment I've had, I've been trying to think of what I could do to save my dad. And when I sleep, the only thing I can think of is my dad and the blood. I have never seen anything like that before. I fear that there is a good chance it won't be the last time that I see something like that either. My mom would have felt even worse about it. Imagine what you have to be going through when you see your husband being eaten in front of you, and as bad as you want to try to save him, the only thing you can do is get you and your only child to safety. You know that if you don't leave right then, you will have an even lesser chance of getting safe.
Jen said.
You don't have to go on, Kaya. Really, it is okay. You worried I'm going to have nightmares? Because that is all I have had since that first day. My mom forced me to run. She told me no matter what happened to run until I couldn't run any further. And then to keep running. She knew we didn't stand a chance. That if we didn't get somewhere where we could hold up, we wouldn't last the night. Of course, we thought that once we made it to town, we were going to be safe.
Ellie said.
And that is how you lost your mother? You made it to town, probably thinking that you were going to find shelter and someone to take the 2 of you in, right?
Kaya nodded.
Yeah, we made it to town. But there wasn't anyone friendly to be found. We ran to Main Street thinking that it would be our best chance. But when we got there, nothing but the turned were there, waiting for us, growling and salivating for a taste of us. My mom got me somewhere safe, and then used herself as bait. She refused to let anything happen to me. She sacrificed herself for me. By the time I knew what was happening, it was too late. She had pushed me in the store building. It was the same one that I found Jen and her brothers in. I watched her through the window, and she didn't make it half a block. They didn't leave anything to turn. They just tore her apart. Her last sounds I will ever remember will be that of her in the worst pain in her life. I mean, think about your dying moments after a good life. She didn't do anything wrong. She didn't ever hurt anyone. And now... well, now she's just another victim. Ellie said, "You know, I think that maybe we should stick to Sean's rule going forward." "What rule is that, Ellie?" asked Jen. "When we met Clary and Aslan yesterday, he came up with a rule that the past doesn't matter." Jen said, "Isn't that a little harsh? We aren't supposed to think about our loved ones anymore?" Ellie explained, "No, it isn't that we shouldn't talk about our loved ones. I think it was more that he thinks we shouldn't talk about day one and those that we lost. Each time we meet someone new, it isn't making anyone feel better talking about who they lost and bringing up those feelings. He had a pretty rough day, too, and I think it's eating at him." Jen went to say something, but thought of her dad and her mom, and how telling the story didn't make her feel any better either. The thought that no explanation needed to be made to people was hitting her hard. "I think I get it. What matters isn't what happened to those that we loved, because we all lost someone. What matters is that we survived," Kaya added. "And we need to keep surviving." Ellie laughed a little, and Jen and Kaya just stared at her, wanting to join in, but couldn't figure out, after that story, what she could possibly be laughing about. Jen had to ask, "What is so funny right now, Ellie?" Ellie shook her head, picked her hatchet back up, and went to work. "I don't know. It just seems like we sound like really serious right now. Less than a week ago, I was lying around in my bedroom with Tina, worrying about my mom, and one of our biggest concerns for the coming days was Tina thinking about Sean and if he was going to like her new swimsuit." Jen was confused. "I'm sorry. Don't you mean Greg? I thought you and Sean kind of had a thing going." "No, I most definitely don't mean Greg." Ellie was almost annoyed at the suggestion. "With all the crap that was going on with my mom, Sean and I had a thing going on briefly, and it was like, as soon as it started, I found out about my mother, and that put a stop to things. I knew it wouldn't be fair to put Sean through that." "Shouldn't that have been his decision?" asked Kaya. Ellie shrugged. "Yeah, maybe it should have been. But at the same time, the way I looked at it, he and his dad had both already lost his mother to cancer. I couldn't make him be that close to me going through that. It wasn't fair to him." "So, both Tina and you like Sean?" Kaya questioned. Ellie shrugged again. "Who knows at this point? I don't know if she ever did properly. Does she still like him? I'm not sure. You'd have to ask her. But now that my mom and his dad are gone, I think it's important for everyone to have something, to have someone to hope for. I think for me, that is Sean." They worked the rest of the morning and into the early afternoon in quiet. Andy brought sandwiches and water down for them on his four-wheeler, and they sat staring around the property, each wondering about what would happen in the days and weeks to come. The boys worked hard all morning as well, splitting the much-needed firewood that would be invaluable once the electric turned off, if it ever did. The longer they worked, the more Patrick began to warm to Joey. He found Joey's playful and sarcastic demeanor like a breath of fresh air. He was silently thanking Andy for being paired up with him. Chapter 8. The afternoon sunset was high and hot, and they'd been working all day long. The accomplishments seemed significant. The girls were bonding, each of them knowing that in times like these, there was a good chance that they would need someone to speak to, especially with the future currently so uncertain. Ellie hoped secretly that when the others got back, Tina would be able to bond with these girls as she had. She knew that Tina was hurting. She was worried that things would become even more complicated if, and when, she and Sean progressed in the way that she felt they were going to. Kaya walked out into the field, stripping off her long-sleeve shirt, and felt the fresh, cool breeze on her bare arms. The hard work that they were doing was all that they needed to keep from being cold on the semi-gloomy day. Ellie stopped working, momentarily staring deep into the distance. She squinted, as the only sun that was out was blinding her view, She said. Hey, does anyone else see that? Jen said. What? More wood? And more wood to clear? Yes, I see lots of wood. Kaya giggled, to which Jen responded. Kaya, don't be dirty. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Ellie laughed, but it was just a natural reaction, trying to be one of the girls. She typically didn't go out of her way for anyone to like her, but she knew friends would be limited. No, really. Over there. Do you see that? I don't think it is a good thing. Jen dropped her saw, walked to the edge of the timber where Ellie was standing, and peered into the distance, making it two girls who couldn't see anything. What is it you think you see over there? You know what it looks like to me? Said Kaya. Yeah, I know what it looks like, was Ellie's response. I think it looks just like a damn blurry blind spot. Nah, it isn't that. It looks like a dust cloud, Kaya continued. You guys don't have dust storms here, do you? I mean, what the hell is that? Ellie thought about the video she'd seen of dust storms in Arizona, where you couldn't even be outside during them, and the translation into her thoughts couldn't make it fit. After a minute, she thought about the millions of times she'd seen a car driving down a gravel road, and thought about the dust trail that it would produce. She realized instantly it was a vehicle of some sort coming. She felt a rush of adrenaline surging through her body, thinking that Sean and the others were back already with supplies, and hoping everyone returned safely. She could already see Sean jumping off the truck, and saw the shimmer in his eyes when the two of them locked onto each other. Ellie ran up towards the gravel road that met the house, leaving the two girls behind. Jen shook her head, a bit jealous that she didn't have someone that she could be that excited to see. She did, however, want to see Jordan back safe and sound, but that was an entirely different care to have for someone. Oh, wow, Ellie has got it bad for him, doesn't she? Remarked Kaya. Which one was Sean again? Jen watched as Ellie disappeared around the tree line and shook her head. He's the one that Ellie doesn't take her eyes off of for 1 second. If I were you, I would go after someone else if you were worried about having a boy. I'll be okay. I just figured that he must be something special if she is that worried about him. I guess time will tell, won't it? I wonder how much stuff they've got. I would think it's a lot, right? They've got to have a stockpile of, everything. They continued working more slowly, staring at the tree line, expecting to see the group coming back. What they saw sent shivers through them. Ellie came back around the tree line, and she was not walking. She was sprinting for everything she had, not looking anywhere but the path in front of her. She cupped her hands over her mouth, screaming, Grab the guns! Grab the guns and run! The two girls just stared for a moment, walking forward, having stopped their work. They saw the urgency on Ellie's face, but couldn't see what the issue was. The fact that things could go all to hell within a few seconds was something they were still learning. Jen tripped walking backward and fumbled trying to get back to her feet. Kaya helped her up, yelling, We gotta go! Come on! Jen was still focused on Ellie, who was running towards them, motioning for them to get moving and to get up. A bus came into view behind Ellie, making Jen wonder even more what the issue was. Kaya grabbed the guns and their tools and started moving through the woods towards Ellie. Jen followed, still not running, despite the warnings, and as the bus came closer, the threat was blatantly obvious. As the bus headed up the hill towards the house, a horde of the Turn followed not very far behind it. Kaya turned around, seeing Jen still standing. Oh my God! Get your ass moving! We need to get back to the house! We need to get back to Andy and... Jen snapped out of it, and only one thought hit her in the face. She whispered, Joey! Oh my God, Joey! She rushed past Kaya, leaving her standing holding the rifle and gun belt. She turned over her shoulder, screaming at her. Kaya! Move, goddammit! We need to get back to the house! We need to move! The two sprinted towards Ellie, meeting her in the middle of the field. The bus was catching up to them quickly. Jen screamed, We need to get back to the house! We need to hurry! Ellie took the gun from Kaya and looked behind them. She thought about her ammo supply, and seeing the abundance of the Turned, she knew they didn't have a chance. We need to let them know we aren't going to beat them! We don't have a chance! Ellie pointed her rifle in the air and towards the woods behind them. She fired once, pulling back the bolt action, and then fired again, hoping that it would be enough to warn the others. Chapter 9. Patrick jumped when he heard the gunshots, dropping the pieces of split wood he was stacking on the quickly growing woodpile. Joey said. Was that gunshots, Pat?
Patrick walked slowly towards the edge of the house. He peered around the side of it and saw hell headed straight for him.
Joey yelled. What is it?
Patrick yelled. It is a school bus coming.
Why are they firing guns then?
Because there are the turned chasing. Joey didn't care to look. He pulled the axe from the wood he was splitting and ran past Patrick. He wasn't worried about himself. Joey could only think about Jen. Patrick whipped his head around when he went past, trying to reach out and grab Joey, but the boy was moving at full speed, and he was unstoppable. By the time he tried, it was too late, and he was off to the races. He made a beeline for Jen and the girls who were flat out, but the turned were catching up quickly. They were spreading out in the field, following the bus, knowing that there was something edible inside it. Patrick ran down the hill after Joey. Jen was motioning with both hands for him to turn around and screaming, "No!" She wasn't worried about being saved. She, much like Joey, worried about the others' safety before their own. Jen tripped in the field, her arms flailing in front of her and hitting the ground hard. Ellie and Kaya kept running, not seeing her go down, and by the time they did, it was too late. The only thing that brought their attention back to her was the screams that echoed up the hillside. Jen tried pushing up to her feet, but wasn't quick enough. It had taken too long, and the turned that had been tracking them down had closed the distance. Ellie heard the scream and saw how far they were from Jen. The turned got within 20 yards and leapt into the air. 3 of them landed on top of her, knocking her back to the ground. The largest of the 3 pushed the smaller 2 away, gripped her by the shoulders, and lifting her small body up to its mouth, ripped into her neck. Jen screamed. Tears filled her eyes, and the screams became gurgled as her mouth filled with blood. The other 2 ripped into her calf and thigh. The blood poured from the wounds as they chewed hungrily. The biggest of the 3 growled at the smaller 2, so each ripped a leg out of its socket and ran away, leaving the alpha to its meal. Kaya went to run back. The thought that she could save someone was too much to ignore. Ellie, knowing that it was too late to do anything, tackled her by the knees. They went down hard, smashing together in a mess on the ground. Kaya kicked and pushed at Ellie, screaming, "Let go of me! What's wrong with you? Are you kidding? What's wrong with me? Those things just killed her! What the hell do you think you were going to do? She's good as dead! Or worse, if they don't finish her off! She'll be one of them in a matter of minutes, and then you are just going to be one more meal to be had! What do you think about that? Is that what you want? Because if it is, let me know! I'll let you run off and get your dumb ass killed! But if you want to live, and you want to survive, then we need to get moving, and we need to do it now! Those things aren't going away! They're coming right for us! Those 3 there are just the first of probably hundreds coming this way!" Kaya pushed Ellie off. The 2 sat staring for only a second, breathing heavily, each of them thinking of their next move. Ellie grabbed for her guns, not wasting the time putting the gun belt on around her waist. "If you are coming, then let's go! We don't have much time!" And that was when she saw the turned flying in the air. The impossible distances that they were able to jump were mind-numbing. As it reached its face in towards Ellie's, her face was painted with a reddish-black mist. She closed her eyes, protecting her eyes and mouth from the turned's blood. Ellie stumbled backward, pulling up her shirt and wiping the pieces of skull and mist of blood from her face. She looked at her own hands, seeing the pistol and rifle, knowing that she had not fired. She stared for a moment in pure confusion. An elderly voice was yelling, but it was more of an echo. Ellie stared in front of her, seeing a turned at her feet. Its head was split in half. Kaya said, What happened?" The voice came again. This time Ellie snapped out of it. It was Andy hollering from his second-story bedroom. He had a rifle on a bipod and was screaming at the top of his lungs to move. His smoke-damaged lungs did not possess very much yelling power, though. He motioned for the girls to come towards the house. Ellie shook herself out of her lucid state and backed up quickly, seeing 3 more monsters sprinting at them. It was as if God himself touched them with his finger, sending them to hell as each of their heads exploded. Ellie peered over her shoulder at the house, seeing Andy sitting on a chair at his window, never lifting his eyes from the rifle. He had a row of magazines sitting on the windowsill ready to be locked in and used. The echoes from the rifle were deafening. They filled the small valley that was Andy's property. The line of sight down to the horde was littered with bodies bent in impossible ways. Their bodies lay limp, as their desire to kill, and for the taste of the blood, had left them. Just as Ellie finally got the reaction she wanted from her legs, which was moving, Joey came running past them, with tears in his eyes and streaming down his round face. Patrick ran faster than she'd ever seen the young man run. He had a look of determination that she also had not been witness to yet. She was trying to figure out what she was doing. She thought Patrick looked like one of the Turned for a moment, leaping into the air with no care of his own well-being and tackling the much larger Joey. Both boys lost all of their air when they hit the ground hard. Ellie winced when they went down. She was thankful that the axe that Joey was running with had not been landed on. Joey tried rolling to his side and pushing Patrick off, but Patrick would not let him run further. Joey screamed, losing his mind at the sight of what had happened to his only sister. The Turned had ripped her open, and now had his head buried inside her intestines. Its head didn't come up for air, but just continued to bury deep into the warm, fresh young meal. Patrick gripped at the axe and screamed at Joey.
You need to come with us! You need to be around when Jordan comes back! You've still got Jordan!
They were the only words that he could think of to save the boy's life. Joey was in the middle of screaming for his sister and trying to fight Patrick off at the same time. When he heard his brother's name, it was like a switch in his brain, and he started running back towards the house. The other three had to hurry to keep up with him. Joey had his head down and was running hard. Andy's gunfire was constant, and the old man was ready to trade his life for the teenagers if it meant they would have a chance of surviving. Patrick turned to Ellie as they ran and said,
Where the hell are we going to go? What are we going to do? What do you mean?
Ellie asked.
We need to get out of here. Understood,
replied Patrick.
But what I don't understand is what the hell are we going to drive away in? And who the hell is going to drive us? We don't have a car, and everyone that knew how to drive went on the gathering run. They took our only car. Unless Andy has another one.
Ellie stared around the property. She knew that the tractors would be useless, being too slow, and they would be ripped apart by the Turned. The four-wheeler would be good for 2 or 3 people at best, but no way would they all be able to fit on it. She stopped running, staring at the bus still coming up the hill, and having regrets already for her thoughts. Ellie pointed at the bus.
We need to get on that bus. We need to leave with them. What about Andy? What do we do with him?
Patrick asked. Ellie shrugged.
I don't have all of the answers, but if he is upstairs, then he isn't going to make it back down. Let's just hope that they don't find him. We aren't able to do anything to save him in the time that we've got. I've got to go in the house, though. You guys see if you can get the bus to stop and pick you up. Try and get Joey to go with you, would you please?
Ellie laughed hysterically.
Where the hell do you think you are going? You are going to get caught if you go in the house. We need to get out of here, and we need to do it now. Damn it, Patrick, you aren't thinking. Oh, I'm thinking. Clear as an effing bell. If I don't go in that house, then the next few days aren't going to be anything but a slow and painful death.
Ellie stopped running and slowed to a jog.
What are you saying? I need my damn insulin, Ellie. You know what happens if I go too long without it. I swear I'm just going to start carrying it everywhere I go. It seems like every time we leave a house for more than a few hours, the damn thing either burns down or gets infested with zombies. It doesn't even seem to matter that we are outside the city limits. It's like they are drawn to us. They aren't drawn to us, Patrick. It's those morons driving the bus over there that they are here for. They might have never found us if they hadn't followed the bus. I wonder what the hell they want anyway.
Patrick shouted at her while pointing at Joey.
Get Joey, and get on that bus. Don't wait for me. I know exactly where I'm going. I'll be out in just a minute. I'll come out the back.
The Turned that were following the bus saw the 2 teens and veered for the house. The thought that they could rationalize an easy meal versus a hard-to-catch meal was too much for the kids to ignore. The horrible creatures had changed their course, now heading straight for them. Patrick disappeared inside the house, and a handful of them sprinted after the boy. Patrick flew upstairs, not worrying about himself, but worried about Andy. He went to the old man's room, calling at the door.
Hey, it's Patrick! Don't shoot me, Andy!
Andy yelled.
Quit wasting time, kid, and get your scrawny ass in here!
Patrick didn't need to be told twice. He entered the room, seeing Andy still sitting in his chair. He was looking out of the window and picking off the turned as they chased around after the 3 teens still outside. Patrick was not an idiot, but felt compelled to still try to get the guy to leave. After all, he had done a lot for them and asked for nothing in exchange.
We need to get out of here! We need to get you downstairs, Andy!
Andy laughed, shaking his head.
Yeah, you missed me going for my run this morning, didn't you, kid? Christ, you know by the time that it takes me to get down those stairs, I'm as good as dead. You can't carry me, I can't run. And those things will kill both of us instead of just me. I don't have a chance, kid. Every second you stand here pissing around is one less you are gonna have to get out of here. Those things will be in here, and once they outnumber us inside the house, there ain't anything I can do to save you.
Patrick said.
So what are you going to do, damn it?
Well, besides kicking your ass outside, Andy said, I'm going to push that dresser in front of that door and hope that good old American craftsmanship is enough to keep those things from getting in here.
Andy pointed to the rifles on the bed and continued.
Now you get your ass out of here, kid. Good luck to you, okay? You were a good kid, you remember that. You tell the others I said the same thing about them. I want y'all to survive. You don't worry about that damn cure. You just stay safe. And if you aren't sure about someone, you stay away from them. If those guys on the bus give you any trouble, you don't hesitate. Now take these rifles and ammo bag and get out of here, now!
Patrick ran to Andy and gave the old man a hug. Andy patted him on the back and said,
All right, that's enough of that mushy shit. You get out of here. Come on, I'm not kidding around here.
Patrick ran to the bed, slinging both rifles around his shoulder and gripping the heavy ammo bag.
Are these things ready to shoot?
Andy nodded.
You got 30 shots in each rifle. You look through that scope, put the red dot on whatever it is you want to take down, and squeeze. Don't pull that trigger. There's a little switch on the side of it. You flip it up, and it'll show red instead of black. That means it's ready to kill. If you need more than 60 shots, you've got bigger problems. Chances are you'll be able to figure out the rest as you go. Now leave!
Patrick stared at the old man, who was already starting to get out of his chair to push the dresser over, and couldn't think of anything else to say as a thank you. He sprinted out to his room, looked over the balcony, and saw the turned flooding through the door. He moved quickly to his bedroom, grabbing his backpack with his medicine and some extra clothes. Patrick thought how it would have been nice to be able to call somewhere home for more than one day. He headed back out and saw the turned making their way up the stairs, falling over each other to be the first. They were following their noses, and drunk with their hunger and desire to be the first to grab a piece of what they could smell. Patrick heard a giant slamming sound, which he figured could only have been the dresser that was in Andy's room. It gave him a moment of hope for the old man. The turned came up to the top of the steps and looked up, seeing Patrick, who did not wait another moment in the long hallway. He ran towards the back of the house and looked out of the open window to the ground below. The porch in the back had an awning over it, breaking up the drop to the ground. Patrick knew that if he jumped without having something to land on, he would surely break a leg from all of the weight he was carrying. But he knew that the guns and ammunition was going to be what kept him alive. They came up the stairs much quicker than he thought that they would, and he looked at the rifles. He set half of the gear down and shouldered one of the massive guns. He found the switch that Andy had mentioned and aimed it as steady as he could, with his heart racing a mile a minute as the first head of the turned came into view. He squeezed the trigger slowly, taking his first shot and blowing through its head. The force sent it backward, tripping up the rest that were trying to make their way up the stairs. Patrick repeated his action for the next two, then wasted no more time and jumped out of the window into the awning below. Ellie ran to Joey, gripping his shoulders, trying to get him to focus on her. She jumped each time the rifle was fired, and it was being fired constantly. Andy was the only thing giving them a chance at survival right now, and she loved the old man for it. She pulled at Joey to move, but she knew she was kidding herself, that she could drag a boy that weighed almost twice what she did. She screamed,
Joey, you see that bus?
Joey seemed to come out of his trance-like state for just a second, looking at the bus and nodding his head slowly.
Good,
Ellie continued.
Because that bus should be able to take us to Jordan. We need to get on that bus so we can stop them from coming back here. We don't want what happened to Jen to happen to the others, right?
Joey's face scrunched up as fresh tears made their way down his round cheeks. He shook his head.
No! This can't happen to Jordan! No!
Ellie patted him on the shoulder, urging him to get moving with her, and he grabbed her arm and sprinted for the bus, dragging him behind her. Kaya ran hard to keep up with the two of them. The bus came up near the house. Ellie pulled her arm free from Joey's grip and started waving her arms.
We need to get on that bus! There isn't any other choice!
Kaya piped up.
You know the whole don't ride with strangers thing that has been, drilled into our brains our entire lives, right?
Ellie waved frantically.
Are you kidding me? Because we have so many choices right now. We can try and outrun zombies that never ever get tired, topped off with the fact that they run way faster than we do. Or we could go into the house, which those things have already entered, and just make it super easy for them to kill us. Or option C. Screw it. All the options suck, Ellie. Okay, we get on the bus. But do me a favor. If anyone on that bus tries to do anything stupid, you know what I mean. Don't hesitate to shoot them. You got it?
Ellie nodded affirmative, and they veered straight for the bus. Seeing that the turned were splitting off between chasing them and going after Patrick and Andy in the house. Ellie looked over her shoulder, realizing that it had gone quiet, and the hail of bullets bringing hell to the turned had ceased. She looked up to Andy's room, praying she wouldn't see the turned filling the room and eating the old man. But all she saw was a white curtain billowing in the wind. The window was no longer filled with the old man. Kaya screamed. Ellie looked behind. The turned were within 20 yards. The break in gunfire had given them time to catch up. Ellie prayed the bus would stop and wished she could do something about the turned, but knew there was nothing to do but run. Ellie screamed,
Get your ass moving, Kaya!
Kaya reached down deep, knowing that her legs were the only thing that would save her now. She put her head down, leaning forward, and pushed harder than ever before. She was well aware that this was literally the race for her life, and that there were no saviors coming to help her. She was wrong. Just as she thought she could sense the turned within a foot of her, a warm mist sprayed her back, startling her. She looked back, scared to see what it was, and her ears registered at the same time the gunshot. She saw Andy back in the window, and firing again. She saw it turned, rolling on the ground, its momentum now gone, and skidding to a stop in the grass, leaving a line of blood as it slid to a stop, its body tripping the turned that were following the closest. Chapter 10. Eric paced back and forth in the bus, keeping low, knowing that at any minute, the pounding on the ceiling could very well send a hand through the top of the bus. He stared out of the back of the bus and saw turned coming from every street, flooding after them. Eric screamed to Philip,
Where the hell are they all coming from?
Philip stared in the mirror, shaking his head.
How would I know the answer to that? That was a recess question, right?
Eric snapped his head back.
You mean a rhetorical question? Christ, how do you remember to breathe? Whatever, college boy. How the hell would I know the answer to that, though?
Neither of them spoke for a moment, and they could both hear a loud crying coming from the roof, in between the thudding noises. It made Eric crouch lower, not knowing what the hell it meant. As they drove down the street, they could see that the turned that were standing around in the street were snapping their heads towards the sound of it. Neither man was sure if it was the cry of the freak on the roof or the bus's loud engine. Eric voiced what they were both thinking.
I think it's that fucker on the roof. Well, get it off of there, then. You want me to just climb out there and see if I can have a one-on-one battle with something that's like twice as strong as me?
Philip pointed to the gun at Eric's side.
You still got bullets in that thing, don't you?
Eric nodded.
You know I do. Well, then why don't you send a few of them through the roof where that pounding is coming from and lose that little bastard?
Eric walked slowly, listening for the constant pounding. And the kids were all pointing to where they were hearing it as well. Eric held the gun a foot from the ceiling of the bus and fired until the gun clicked empty. There followed one last thud. They listened for a moment. Then Philip swerved the bus, and from the top, they saw the turned roll off the roof, landing on its face on the hard concrete below. The kids in the bus made the men's hearts jump when they screamed a cheer for getting rid of the immediate threat. Eric did not cheer with them, as he looked directly behind the bus and saw the horde following them, No matter how fast they went, the creatures had the scent and would not lose it. He walked to the rear of the bus, getting one of his first good looks at the turn without having to worry about them immediately trying to kill him. Or worse. He stared at them and yelled back to Philip, "Hey man, there's something weird about some of them." Philip shouted back over his shoulder, "What do you mean, like, they rip people open and eat their guts? Or that they can bite someone and make them turn into a freak as well?" "No. Well, yes, that is weird. But no, that isn't what I was talking about. What I meant is the fact that they look like they were burned. Their clothes are all blackened and burnt, right? But it's like their skin is just fine. Shit! You wouldn't even know that they were burnt if it wasn't for their missing hair and clothes. So you think that they got burned and then healed? Oh, that is just great." "No, it isn't great." Philip cut him off. "Christ, thank you, Eric. I'm aware that it is bad. The nice thing is that at least the bullet to the head works. Can you imagine if they could heal from something like that?" Eric said, "Well, being from an entirely Catholic upbringing, I would say yes. I have an idea. It would be hell. It would be hell on earth, with people running wildly through the streets and hell's demons running after them." No one said anything for a minute, and Philip asked, "So, are we still going to head out there? What if that guy is alive? We might be bringing an entire horde to his place." "I think we will be okay," Eric said. "You saw the shop. That place was trashed. There's no way he got out of there alive. We didn't see his van in the back, though, did we? It must have gone somewhere. Maybe it went to his place, you know, with him in it." Eric pointed to the teens, who were just now starting to get up out of their safe cover on the floor. "You see all those kids? They need someone to watch out for them. What are we going to do for them if we don't have anything to protect them with?" Philip wanted to say something, but after seeing that news report, knew that it would be certain death to head to the city without some sort of protection. Philip looked at the address again and said, "So, where do we need to go?" Eric said, "Head east, out where that old railroad bridge is. There's a farmhouse, and not much else out there. That's where his house is. What about those things following us? We aren't going to be able to get out of the bus if those things are right behind us. What are we going to do?" "Well, speed up," said Eric. "They can only run so fast, and we don't have any choice. There's nowhere between Des Moines and Adele that is going to have as good a chance. There aren't any gun shops in Waukee, and besides, we don't know if it is going to get even worse if we head there or not. We need to try and be as quick as possible at the house. I'm sorry, but I'm thinking of this shit as it comes up." Philip punched the gas, pulling ahead of the following mob, and prayed that they were going to have a chance. The idea of seeing the bus overtaken by them, and the young lives ended too soon, was difficult for him to get his head around. He made distance up, and as they pulled across the bridge, they could see people. Eric said, "Fuck it. Get up to the house and get those people picked up. We aren't going to have the time to get out, damn it. Let's hope that they've already got some guns on them as well. They didn't have any time to know that we were coming. It's not like they are going to be sitting outside waiting for a ride to come. They probably think that they are safe out here," Philip said. "Well, they probably were safe until we came here." One of the kids yelled from the back, "Hey, there's some people in that field, on the tree line over there." They watched as the turned ate Jen, and the other two ran for their lives up towards the home. The instant guilt setting in made Eric and Philip's stomachs roll violently. "Just drive as fast as you can to get those kids!" Eric yelled. Philip held onto the wheel tightly, trying to keep from losing control. The gravel beneath made it hard to steer, and the sides of each road were like quicksand that would suck the bus in and make it flip if you got too close to it. They sped up the driveway, pulling the doors open and stopping in front of the house. They saw a skinny boy running into the house, and the two girls bringing a boy with them. "Hey, what's wrong with that kid? Is he, Philip said. "He looks like he has downs. So what? You do realize that just because the zombie apocalypse is in full force, it doesn't mean that there aren't any kids like him, or the wheelchair kids, or people who are just plain sick. Hell, I bet you even one or two gay guys will have survived day one. Yeah, you just what? Assume we don't need to take care of anyone besides ourselves? He could have been one of these kids here. Just another kid that got into the bus. I know, it is just that shit is getting very complicated very quickly.
You remember we just wanted a bus to get supplies and to get to that center in Des Moines? That, of course, is hoping that it is even still there, or that it actually got set up. Life is complicated even more now. We aren't able to pick and choose what we are going to do. We have to take care of these kids, and probably those 3 there, and the one that ran in the house. That girl in the field was someone's daughter. We brought these freaks here, so we need to get the kids and keep moving. We won't be able to wait around. Eric said. What if he has the guns here? Then maybe we wait it out for another day and try coming back, suggested Philip. Who knows? Maybe these things will get bored and move on. Maybe they'll lose interest in the property. We can't just camp out, man. What if the government decides to airlift everyone out of here? You want to be the asshole that shows up late and misses what might be the only ride out of town? Can you imagine a city overrun with these things? With us stuck in the middle of it? Philip remarked, Hey, we've done all right so far, for not knowing anything about these things. I don't know what you were so scared of when it comes to Des Moines. I mean, I saw the video and all, just like you did. Dude, I think the problem that you aren't seeing here is population. You're right. I don't see what you were talking about. We don't have time anyway. If they aren't there, we are going to have all the time in the world to try and figure out how to survive an apocalypse here, Eric said. What I'm worried about is that we haven't run into very many people who haven't become one of those things. Now multiply that by the entire population of Des Moines and think about what we are possibly dealing with, man. Philip was thinking of the answer when Eric mouthed it for him. A lot of zombies? Fine, all right. So we go to get there and pray that there's someone to take us. Does that seem good by you? Well, if it's shitty option A over shitty option B, then yeah, I guess that B seems like the way to go, right? Philip said. Eric hit the doors to the bus and screamed to Ellie and the others through them. Hey, come on! We don't have much time! Get in! We need to keep moving! We have to keep moving! Ellie yelled to Joey, who was pulling her towards the bus already, as the turn were closing in quickly. Come on, Joey! Get on that bus! We've got a ride! Joey did not say anything. They just kept their path, running into the bus, wild-eyed. Joey sat in a seat, like he did every day, and shouted, Take me to Jordan! Take me to Jordan! Eric and Philip just stared at them. Ellie screamed as she saw the turn flooding into the house after Patrick. Get moving! You need to go to the back of the house and pick up Patrick! We can't leave Patrick! Who the hell is Patrick? Eric asked. Ellie and Kaya screamed at the same time. Drive around back! Philip didn't wait for the doors to close. He punched the gas, sending Eric backward and on his ass. Joey leaned over directly above him, smiling. You have to sit when the bus is moving. Eric looked at the boy, trying to stay as calm as he could under the circumstances. Thanks, kid. Philip pulled away, just as the turned were coming their way. As they pulled around the back, Ellie and Kaya were glued to the bus window, waiting to see Patrick come out. They were focused on the back door of the house, waiting anxiously to see him come out. Philip yelled over his shoulder, Hey, sweetheart, I don't see anyone coming out. Maybe he didn't make it. There were a ton of those things going into that house. The monsters are going to be coming around in a minute. We don't have that much of a lead on them, and what we do have is one I'd like to keep. Kaya went to speak, but Ellie was already talking faster than her mouth could keep up with. I'm sorry, but I'm not a sweetheart, and I'm sure as hell not your sweetheart. You say we don't have time, and you can't wait around? Philip started to mumble something, but Ellie was nowhere near being done. You do realize that you morons brought those things here? The turned hadn't crossed the bridge yet. Sure, it was probably going to happen at some point, but I am pretty positive you two brought them here much quicker than if they had just been left alone. Instead, they were given some big-ass yellow bus to follow somewhere. I mean, Jesus! Could you have acquired a more attracting and louder vehicle? You do realize they are all about the smell of blood and noise, right? We didn't mean to bring them here. It was an accident, Eric said. Ellie whipped her head around at Eric, who wished he hadn't tried to make things better. Really? You didn't mean to bring them here? So the fact that they made a meal out of his sister and my friend over in that field, and that an old man is up there probably getting eaten alive, only for having the good sense of living this far out of town, is just all right? Well, thanks so much! Apology accepted, asshole! Kaya gripped her shoulder. We can give them the ass-chewing that they both deserve very much later, but it isn't helping anything right now. Where is Patrick, though? Hopefully alive and in that house. I don't know what is taking him so long. He was supposed to get his medicine and get out. He needs to keep that stuff on him at all times, Ellie replied.
Kaya glared at Eric and said,
Well, maybe he wasn't thinking that for the second time in 2 days his home was going to be taken away from him.
Ellie said a quick prayer to herself for Patrick, and for all of them. When she opened her eyes, she saw glass raining down from above. She craned her neck up and saw a large backpack falling to the ground. It bounced into the yard, and when she looked back up, she saw Patrick's skinny frame jumping out of the window, his feet kicking every which way in the air. He hit the small awning hard, his legs buckling underneath him, and rolled right off the top of it, landing hard, with the 2 rifles doing very little to pad his landing. Ellie screamed out of the bus,
Patrick, keep moving! Come on, you can do it! Go, go, go!
Patrick pushed off the ground, fell back down, and tried again. He picked up the bag he'd used to break the window and made his way over to the bus. Just as he was climbing on, the turned were piling out of the house, still in pursuit of their meal. They listened as the bus was pulling away, hearing gunfire that didn't cease. They could still hear it as they drove further away, the echoes of the rifle filling the small valley. Ellie whispered,
Do you think Andy made it?
I don't know, Ellie, said Patrick. He pushed something in front of the door to try and keep safe, but who knows how long it is going to hold up. You've seen how strong those things are. Ellie stared out of the back of the bus until she couldn't see or hear the gunfire any longer, letting the tears start to fall. The fact that she still had tears left after all of the loss they'd encountered in the last few days made her feel a little bit better. She was worried that if the loss of friends and loved ones continued, maybe she would become cold and be able to accept the death of others much too easily. Kaya walked to her and said, Maybe he made it. Just think what would have happened if everyone had been there. How many people could we have lost if everyone was out doing chores? That would have been horrible. Ellie had been too worried about keeping Joey safe, following Jen and Patrick's instructions, but finally had a clear thought. She could only think of one thing now, and realized that there was no good answer. She said,
Sean! Shit, how are we going to let Sean know about this? You realize what he is going to think when he comes back and the place has been overrun? What he'll assume when he sees Jen in the field, and Andy, if he doesn't make it through the day? He's going to think we were taken. I don't know if he can handle the thought of losing so many people.
Kaya, thinking of what Jen had said to her, spoke up.
Do you mean us, or do you mean you? Jen said that the 2 of you seemed pretty close. Like, if there was a couple here already, it was probably the 2 of you.
Ellie said,
It's complicated, but I don't want to leave without letting him know what is going on. I can't put him through that. He's lost just as much as anyone. He couldn't feel more guilt over what happened between his dad and my mom. He thinks that if he had just left me to be picked on at school, none of this would ever have happened. I've tried my best to explain to him that things happen for a reason, and while I don't have a good reason for a zombie apocalypse happening, that there was still a reason. We might not know it for a long time to come, but maybe one day we'd understand. We need to get off this bus,
Patrick said.
We need to stay on this bus. If they leave us out here in the middle of nowhere and the zombies come up this way after us, we would be screwed. I've got a couple of rifles, but it still isn't enough. We need numbers and speed, and we don't have either yet.
Ellie shook her head.
Well, these guys are heading to Des Moines to some safe place.
Patrick nodded his head.
Yeah, they mentioned that on the news, but who knows if it is going to be safe? Frank said to stay away from Des Moines, but now all of a sudden we are just going to head straight there with complete strangers? And from what I can see in the bus, absolutely no supplies?
Eric said, You do realize that we are in the bus, right? We can hear you speaking. Ellie nodded.
Oh, we aren't stupid. We totally know you are here. I just don't care. We have people we care about, believe it or not. They're out getting things that we were going to need if we wanted to survive out here. But now when they come back, they're going to drive up to a very scary-looking scene. You see, the place that he left, that was peaceful and safe, well, the house has now been overrun and probably got totally trashed. As little as I want to say it, There's also a really, really good chance that the old man who was firing out of the window and not worrying about his own well-being is probably dinner for one of those bastards by now. I don't know what I would do if we ran into one of them, and it was Andy.
So are you four going with us, or are you staying here? I know apologies are like assholes, but it is about all I can offer, Eric said.
Patrick looked at Ellie as they saw the house growing smaller in the distance.
Ellie, you realize if we go, that there's nothing leaving Sean to know that we made it. Nothing to know that those things didn't eat us, or that we wouldn't be walking towards them ready to kill.
Ellie knew what would happen if they were left on their own, and the turned caught their scent. They would tire out before the flesh-eaters ever stopped running, and that would be the end of them. She thought of the dream she'd had, running for her life, and having the group chasing after her. The worst thing she could imagine was having the tables turned on her, and running after the boy that she couldn't see herself living a day without. The idea of her going after him, and ripping into his flesh, was more than she could handle, even though she knew there would be no way of her knowing who he was.
Eric cleared his throat, trying to get an answer out of her. She stared a set of daggers at him that only a young woman was capable of. She looked at Patrick's bag and tore into it, ripping out a white shirt. She went to the front of the bus, seeing a black Sharpie, and started carefully writing a message on the back of the shirt. Philip said, "Do you need help?"
With writing? No, I think I'm good. Pull up over by that fence, though.
Why? What are you going to do?
I'm going to attach this message to it, and I'm going to pray that Sean sees it as he is coming back from the armory.
And this Sean kid is going to come and try to find you in Des Moines just like that? You don't think he'll cut his losses?
Ellie smiled a knowing grin at Philip.
He's a fox. It isn't in their DNA to quit, to give up, to move on. If they want something, they go after it. It doesn't even matter if it means the end of the world will come from it. They go after it. If he sees the message, you can pretty much guarantee that you are going to be meeting him.
Done deal then?
Kaya leaned up in between them.
Well, that is, if you and the other guy don't get yourselves eaten first. I've got a feeling that if you keep bringing zombies to places with you, then you aren't going to be very popular in the world as it is now.
Philip said, "You do realize that it was an accident, right? I'm not sure how many times we can say this to you."
Well, I'd say 2 or 3 probably isn't enough, said Kaya. But yeah, we know you weren't purposely trying to ruin our lives. You aren't trying to do that on purpose, right?
Philip just shook his head and looked at Ellie. She was pointing to a barbed wire fence that was running along the side of the main road before the long driveway to the property began.
"Is this good to post your note to that kid? You think he is going to see it here?"
Ellie shrugged and nodded.
Yeah, it's going to have to do. I just really hope that he sees it. It really sucks that we can't just wait for them. But who knows how long they are going to be there. I don't want to get that close to that many turned again anytime soon if we can avoid it.
"It just seems like we keep finding ways to run into them," Patrick said. "I still think going to the shelter or camp, whatever they call it, is a bad idea. We don't know enough."
Eric said,
"Well, unfortunately, we don't really have any way to find out anything else. The news is shoddy at best. I saw this morning on TV where the camps were going to be made, depending on your state.
But you have to keep one thing in mind. We don't know if those camps are still running, or if they even got established, or if..."
Eric wanted to know where the train of thought was going.
"Or what, kid?"
Kaya finished Patrick's sentence, thinking it out in her head ahead of them.
"The turned overtook the camp,"
Patrick said.
"Can you imagine the pull that it would have on the turned if they smelled that much fresh meat? That many people screaming to get in, to fight their way inside? It'd be a slaughter. There'd be nothing stopping them. If the soldiers protecting them didn't know about headshots, they might as well be throwing rocks at them."
Eric said,
"Yeah, and those things look like they might be able to heal themselves."
Ellie said,
"What are you talking about? Why would you think they can heal? That is probably one of the worst things that I've ever heard before."
Eric said,
"Hey, I'm just guessing. I don't have any hard proof or anything, but from what we saw just a little while ago, they had burnt clothes, like someone had torched them."
Ellie cut in.
"That was us, actually. Do you know Dee's Diner in town? Well, we kind of blew it up when we were trying to get Andy free from his shop. There were too many turned in front of it to be able to do anything about it. So we lured them into the diner, and one of the guys from the SEAL unit is pretty good at blowing things up. He set the gas lines in there to blow with a grenade, and he took out a ton of them with the explosion.
So he just set a bomb? That is pretty badass.
Patrick then said, It was, until one of our own was taken out by the blast shrapnel too. Then the turned came after her, and that was the end of it.
Ellie finished Patrick's sentence.
There was no saving her. She was gone.
Eric nodded.
Okay, well, yeah, that sucks. But those that didn't get blown into pieces by it were left wandering the streets until we drove by. One of them on top of the bus was screaming this horrible cry. It was like they were calling the others. Like they knew what each other was saying. They poured into the streets from everywhere, tracking and hunting us. But the weird thing was that they had the charred clothing, but their skin looked new. Dirty, but new. If it hadn't been for the clothing and the missing patches of hair, we wouldn't have known that they'd been burnt at all.
Ellie asked, You've got to be kidding me, right? Jesus, they can heal? How is that even possible?
Patrick said,
You heard Sean, right? His dad was trying to create a cure, not a monster. The healing might just be a side effect of it.
Ellie laughed.
Because they need one more thing going for them.
Philip pulled up to the fence, hitting the door to the bus. Ellie got off, swearing up a storm as she walked to the fence. The idea that the things would heal if they weren't killed was infuriating her beyond the point of control. She attached the shirt to the barbed wire, hoping that the winds that Iowa was famous for would continue throughout the day, and that Sean would be back before dark and see the shirt flapping in the wind. She kissed the shirt, hoping that he would be holding it in his hands very soon. She knew that she had to have hope, regardless of what stood in front of her. She looked back to the bus, seeing the two grown men. She wasn't sure if they would have the know-how, the smarts, or worst case, the luck, to keep the small group alive. She jogged back to the bus, seeing some of the turn coming up over the hill, and following the sounds of the rumbling engine. It was this, or sure death. Neither one she was interested in. The bus drove off, away from the horde, slowing down as they pulled away out of its sight, and the sound of its engine fading away, leaving them to head back towards the house. Chapter 11. Andy sat on his bed. The brass from his rifle was quickly splintering the door. The turned on the opposite side were relentless, and banged on it with a fire inside of them that would never be put out, unless lead or something else was embedded in their head. He wasted no bullets. With each one that stuck their head inside the growing hole was one more target to be had. They piled up in the hallway. The dresser in front of the door was bouncing back and forth. The force hitting from the opposite side was being challenged by the craftsmanship that was poured into the projects of the olden days, when Andy was a much younger man. But no amount of nails and wood would be able to keep him safe. The door eventually buckled, its hinges breaking from their place, and the turn poured into the room. Andy smiled. He'd lived a fulfilling life, and done right by those that he knew, loved, and by his country as a soldier. He would be damned if he would go out scared. He thought of the kids for a moment, praying that they would be okay, that they would make it, and be able to continue to survive. Andy reached to the side of the bed, pulling out a fuse. He gave one last puff of his smoke, making the embers glow bright. He placed it up next to the glowing tip, watching it impatiently, counting the seconds he had until it lit. The sparks that shot off of it looked like a sparkler on the 4th of July. He dropped the fuse and blew out one last stream of smoke as the turned leapt for him, ready to do their worst, the only thing that they knew. Andy grunted as their mouths tore into him. He fought back the tears as the pain flooded from the many bites that were being taken out of his old body. He knew that it was going to happen, that it would be instant. The lights in his eyes went out slowly. The blood loss was too much to keep consciousness. The fuse swirled around the floor, winding its way under the bed, until it reached the long line of canisters that had been stacked beneath it, all connected. The room went up in a giant fiery ball of energy. The open windows gave all of the air that the fire needed to grow in its intensity. The Turned would not be healing from this. The explosion and the heat were too much to be able to heal from. They would hurt no one else. Andy would be their last victim. By the time the house was done burning, anything on the top floor would not be getting away. The black smoke filled the sky. The old wood burned happily. Ellie stared as they drove, getting further and further away. When she saw the black smoke, she said a prayer for Andy, but knew that there'd be no chance of seeing the old man again. The final gift he must have bestowed upon them was taking as many of the Turned as he could. She knew that there was no way to have that much smoke and not be burning something of immense size. Ellie started to lose it, but sucked in long, deep breaths, trying to keep it together. She hit Patrick in the arm to get his attention, pointing back in the direction of the home.
They just keep taking. They just cause pain.
So far, yes. That's all that I've seen. I can't see anything good ever coming from them, other than their deaths. I don't care if there's a cure at this point. If one of them comes between me and my friends, I'm putting them down. The minute I learn how to use these guns the way I need to, I will kill every damn one of them if I need to. They are evil, and I hate them more than anything.
Ellie looked at the complicated rifle, thinking exactly along the same lines as Patrick.
It kind of seems like if we want to not worry about survival every day, it might not be a horrible idea to be able to use it. I told Sean and the others yesterday that I wanted to learn everything I could. We are going to get through this. Who knows what's going to become of us eventually? But damn it, at least we will be around to see it.
Kaya said,
I've never shot anything before. Do you think that they'd teach me how to use one of them?
Ellie nodded her head.
I think if it means there's one more person that they can rely on and trust to keep them safe, then yes. Yes, there is a good chance they are going to be able to teach you as well. If they are able to find us. If they can't find us, then I bet these guys just treat us like kids.
Eric laughed, not foreseeing the ramifications of doing so. Patrick stared at the small rifles and pistols they had for their gear. He held up the assault rifles that Andy had given them and said,
Hey, just because we are kids doesn't mean that we aren't able to make it. God knows kids younger than us fight all over the world. Haven't you watched the news before? They have kids my age, and some as young as those kids in the back of the bus, walking around with full-on machine guns and grenade belts. Just because we are American teenagers doesn't mean we are any less capable. Got it?
Eric held up his hands in as much of a non-threatening manner as possible, doing his best calming motion, as Patrick was squeezing the two rifles harder than he needed to.
Hey, it's cool, he said. Don't forget who stopped the bus for you, kid. I'm more than confident that you guys can learn how to shoot those things. Hell, I could probably show you a thing or two. But don't forget, we were the ones who stopped the bus for you. We could have been real assholes and just kept on driving when we saw that horde following us, but Philip and I are stand-up dudes and wanted to help you out.
Patrick sat back, taking a few deep breaths to calm himself, and said,
Yeah, well, don't forget that we aren't useless. And don't go throwing out the stopping to pick us up card yet. You seem to forget that we were doing just fine by ourselves before you went and brought a boatload of zombies knocking down our front door. That old man was one of the coolest adults I've ever met, and he treated us great for the short time we got to be around him. So again, just back off a bit, will ya? It's going to take me more than 20 minutes to be getting over this shit.
Kaya leaned over, squeezing his arm, and said,
Patrick, that was totally hot. Thanks for sticking up for us. You rock.
Patrick's face went red, as he tried to think of any time a woman other than his mother or grandma had paid him any type of compliment. He tried to play it cool, but did not possess the skills yet to do so.
Yeah, I just don't want to be treated like a kid. After all we did yesterday, I bet we've done more than anyone to try and help the human population and its survival.
Ellie said, Yeah, and nobody is ever going to know we did anything, I bet.
Not that I care.
But what worries me a little bit more is the idea of us making it to that shelter, and they just take away all our guns.
What do we do then?
We can try to leave, but what do we do if we can't leave? What do we do if we aren't able to? and they take our weapons, and there's an outbreak. That would just be a line of crap that scares the hell out of me.
Eric leaned over. You aren't much of a glass-half-full kind of girl, are ya? Ellie thought about her story, and of Kaya telling her story, and decided that this conversation wasn't going to be any better by giving up the details of how her heart has been slowly breaking a little bit more each day. The constant struggles and heartache were continuous, regardless of the small hurdles they'd been able to jump. They constantly seemed to fall 3 back.
I tell you what, Eric, once I get the chance to see Sean and the others again, and we find the place that Philip up there is driving for, then I will be more than happy to jump for joy.
Eric could tell she was hurting, and wasn't about to poke further. He figured these kids were just emotional time bombs, waiting to go off. It didn't take a genius to see that they'd been through some serious shit in the last few days, and he was perfectly happy not knowing the specific details that were behind the angst. Better to be stupid and happy than educated and depressed. When we get there, we will do our best to stand by your sides and tell them that you know what you were doing with those things, that you are a more valuable asset to have those than just huddling in the corners waiting for someone else to save you and keep you safe. Hell, you never know. They might even fall for it. Unfortunately, we are so far in between where we were and where we are going that there'd be no point in you hopping off the bus now. You'd just be out in the middle of nowhere, without any way of knowing how to get back. Joey looked over, seeming to come out of his daze. The tears on his round cheeks had dried, leaving 2 clean spots on each of them.
Pat, you said that we were going to see Jordan. When are we going to see Jordan?
The girls looked at him, knowing he'd been making promises that he wasn't able to guarantee anyone. Ellie whispered back,
Patrick, did you tell him that you would be able to do that? You know damn well you shouldn't be making promises like that. What if we don't run into them? What if he doesn't come back? Then what? What are you going to tell him?
Patrick was feeling cornered and snapped.
It isn't like I wanted to lie to him, but when there was a ton of those things coming for us, it was literally the only thing that I was able to think of. They weren't going to wait around for me to tell him the truth. I didn't know the truth, and neither did the 2 of you. We can tell ourselves that we will see Greg, Tina, and Sean again, but in the end, it's going to be a miracle. We all know that, and there isn't anything that we can do about it. Am I sorry that I told him we would see Jordan again when I didn't know if we would? Hell no. I am not, because if he had stayed, freaking out in front of the house, then both of us would have been eaten trying to move him and save him. But that didn't happen, did it? He's alive, you 2 are alive, and I'm alive. And that is what matters. If it was you in my shoes, you would have done the exact same thing.
Joey moved over into the seat beside Patrick, gripping his shoulder tightly.
Why did you lie to me?
Patrick flinched as his grip tightened.
Joey, you're hurting me, man.
Joey nodded.
Are we going after my brother or not?
Patrick dropped his head, worried about telling him the truth, but decided just because he had special needs that he didn't deserve to be lied to. He realized it was what the 3 of them were worried about, rather than getting to the shelter and the government automatically taking their guns and treating them like kids.
The truth is, Joey, I don't know that answer. We want to meet up with them, and Ellie left a note for them to come meet us after they get back.
Joey let go of his grip and looked away. Patrick could tell the friendship that they had begun to create had just been seriously damaged.
Friends don't lie, Patrick.
Joey, the only reason I told you that was because at the time you were freaking out. If you had stayed there, you would have unfortunately ended up like Jen. I couldn't stand the thought of having to tell your brother Jordan that we got taken by the turned and lost both of his siblings. Can you imagine what that would do to him?
Joey nodded.
Yeah, I guess. Just don't lie. You don't know how many people think I'm dumb. Some of them think that I can't even talk.
Eric heard this and couldn't have felt guiltier about his early conversation with Philip. Ellie said,
Hey, do you think you could drop us off at the armory? Could you maybe take a detour?
Philip looked at Eric and at the gas gauge and shook his head. He said, Sorry, Ellie, but we don't have enough gas to be driving 40 miles out of our way. The gas mileage on this thing has to suck, and it wasn't new more than 10 years ago. If we drive out there and your friends are gone, we might not have enough to get back to Des Moines. If that happens, we aren't much better off than we were in Adele.
Except there's going to be, so many more people.
Ellie nodded, knowing that he was making sense, and liked the idea of having some gas in the bus so they could leave if they needed to. She knew that they were bound for some good luck, but that didn't mean they would ever actually be rewarded with it. They sat back, watching the countryside roll by, each of them filled with their own worries about what might happen as they journeyed to where they were praying they would make it to. Chapter 12. Clary drove down the empty street. Greg kept checking his side mirror, making sure there was nothing coming from behind him.
Do you think we are going to see more of those soldiers?
Clary shrugged his shoulders, committing to nothing.
If we do, I hope they aren't wearing their combat helmets. If we get lucky, maybe we will find a group of survivors to bring back with us. Or if the setup here is good, then maybe we will want to move our lot here. It is only a matter of time until the government tries to set up some sort of refuge shelter.
You say that like it's a bad thing.
No, I think it is a great idea, if those seeking help aren't already infected themselves. Once they turn, you know as well as I do that they will be difficult to stop. Throw on top of that hundreds or thousands of people, all in a confined space, and I don't think that I need to tell you how that could end up, do I?
Greg thought of the scene at the school, and how wide open it was. In his mind, when he added fences, gates, and soldiers with guns, it was pandemonium. It would be bad, wouldn't it? So if they do make them, you aren't going, are you?
No, probably not,
confirmed Clary.
If you kids want to go there, I can't say that I'd blame you. You are all too young to have to deal with this shit already. But it is what it is, and I think that you have just as good a chance with us as you do anyone. With the information we sent them yesterday, it might be months before they get anything figured out, so it could be a long time coming. If they don't figure anything out, and they waste all this time and tell people to hide instead of fight, then we are just giving stupid amounts of time to one thing.
What do you mean?
Think about it. People can't stay in their houses for months on end, especially if the power goes out or water goes off. There is no way that they had the means possible to be able to stay inside for that long either. Other than Andy, or a prepper, people probably only have 2 or 3 days' supply to live on. A single guy living in an apartment probably started this ordeal with no food at all. People are going to be out looking to eat, and so are the turned. There are some people that will be able to get outside and not get taken by them, but I think, for the most part, the longer we wait to start taking these things out, the more time they are going to have to turn as many of us as possible into them.
Greg wanted to say something, but he knew that Clary was right. He thought about himself on day one. If he'd have pulled an all-nighter out partying, woke up after it took place, and went outside, he would have been a goner. If not, then it would have been one of the luckiest days of his life not to run into one of those things. So, we wait.
Yep, that's about all we need to do, besides getting the others up to speed on things as far as being able to shoot and blow shit up.
Greg thought about Christy, and didn't want to ask, but knew he'd keep thinking about it until he couldn't stand to look at Clary. So, what happened yesterday? How did that go so wrong?
Go wrong? Are you kidding me, kid? We all lived, except Christy. We had limited time, we had hundreds of those fuckers that we needed to get moving, and we lived. The fact that you and I even made it out of the shop the first time was a miracle. I don't think you understand war, buddy, because this is war, and I hate to tell you, but she was a loss. If you don't think I'll have nightmares about the look on her face until the day I die, then you aren't giving me quite enough credit.
I'm not trying to blame you, man. I just don't understand what happened.
The door was old, the bomb was new, and I didn't expect it to splinter into pieces like that. If I thought that was happening, then I wouldn't have sent a couple of teenagers into the building. I would have done it myself.
Greg went to say something, but he didn't have a chance. There was a loud thud on the roof of the truck, followed by 3 more. Greg jumped in his seat. His first instinct was to look out of the down window to see what it was. He got his head about halfway out before Clary's giant hand gripped the back of his shirt and yanked him back inside the truck. A hand covered in blood swiped by, missing Greg by inches. Clary swerved the truck, but nothing came off the side of it. A face came into view, and Greg brought up his rifle. But Clary already had his pistol in his hand and was aiming dead center at its face. He squeezed the trigger twice. The first shot was all that the .45 caliber bullet needed to take it out. Its head snapped backward, its skull split in half, and the uniformed turd fell off of the side of the truck. Its body became entangled beneath the tires, ripping it into pieces, guts and blood flying everywhere behind it. Greg watched it happening in the rearview mirror, and it made his stomach jump at the gruesomeness of it. He was about to ask Clary if there were more on the roof, when the answer becomes very clear. The roof started to pound again. The dents in the roof were each the size of the fists being pounded into it. Greg laid down in the seat, aiming the rifle to the roof, ready to squeeze the trigger. Clary yelled, "Greg, don't pull that trigger!" Greg yelled, "Well, why the hell not? They're going to burst through this thing in no time." "They aren't going to get through this roof. It is made of taut military steel. But if you go trying to shoot into the roof, that bullet is going to come right back down towards you and kill one of us."
Well, that's stupid. What were they thinking?
They were probably under the impression that they didn't want to let the bullets from enemy soldiers come through the truck and kill anyone on the inside.
So what do we do?
Clary looked at the armory that was less than a few hundred yards from them and smiled. Greg said,
"You know, that's kind of a creepy smile you got going for you, Clary."
Clary nodded. "Oh, I've got a horrible idea. You make sure you got your seatbelt clicked. I think you're going to want it."
"Why? What are you going to do?"
asked Greg. Clary didn't answer. He just pushed down on the gas. As they approached the armory building, Greg kept thinking that it would be a good time to slow down. As they got closer, the turd started coming down and in front of the windshield. They were smashing their faces into it, trying to break it free and get their reward on the inside. The window started to splinter, and as they got closer to the building, Clary accelerated even faster, not letting his foot up on the pedal. Greg put his arms on the dashboard, trying to be ready for the impact. Clary looked over and yelled, "Unless you want 2 broken arms, you might not want to do that. Just put your hands in your lap and holster the pistol. That thing is going to become a flying rock as soon as we hit the wall." Greg screamed, trying to keep his feet and hands from pushing against the floor and dashboard.
"Why the hell are we going to crash it? That's the best that you can come up with?"
"Unless you got a better idea, kid, there aren't many other options. There are 2 of us. If we stick our hands or head out of the windows, those things will rip them off and eat us. We have dick choices, and I know they suck, but it is better to crash a truck than to just stop and have the Walking Dead come inside here."
"What about Aslan? Can't we, drive over there and tell him to shoot them off of the truck?"
"Yeah, we could. And they could jump off of the truck as we lead them all there, and then they kill all of them. Would that make you feel better?" Greg looked up to the roof, thinking of Sean, Tina, and everyone else, and knew it wasn't something that he thought they could risk either. He said,
"Okay, crash the stupid thing, and let's see what happens."
Clary slapped him on the chest. "That a boy. You know, we will make it just fine. We just need to play it smart."
"You are crashing a truck on purpose into the wall. That is playing it smart? I mean, I got nothing,"
Clary said. "You know what? I've been told what to do for 20 years now. I'm done doing what others tell me to do. Listening to other people has got me driving a truck towards a wall, balls to the wall in a zombie-infested state. So when you say, 'What about this is playing it smart?' I can't really answer that. But I can tell you that no one, and I mean no one, told me to go and do it." Greg just stared.
"You don't seem like the married type, Clary."
"Because I'm in the military, dipshit," Clary corrected. "No, thank God I'm not married. Can you imagine what I'd have to worry about if there were zombies and I had a family? God knows that'd freak me out something crazy." Greg went to say something, but it was then that the truck finished its forward-moving path and smashed into the wall. The turd who were glued to the windshield were now gone. They smashed into the brick wall in front of them. Greg looked over the dash, trying to see them, but between the seatbelt and the smoke coming from the radiator, there was very little to be seen. Clary wiped at a cut on his forehead and said, "You all right, Greg?" Greg rolled his shoulder, feeling tense and tight, and said,
"I don't know yet. Define all right."
"Can you walk?" Greg nodded, and they slipped out of the truck slowly, both getting out of Clary's side. Clary swung his rifle in the direction of where the turd should have been. He saw nothing when he went to the front of the truck. He saw the bloody imprints of their bodies on the wall and followed the fresh flow of blood on the ground, seeing beneath the truck is where it ended. Clary got back to a safe distance, where he saw 3 of the turd. None of them were able to stand. He guessed that they had broken their spines when they crashed. Greg asked, "Why aren't they attacking us?" "Because they can't stand, kid. They must have broken something when we hit." "What are you going to do?" "Oh, that is a much easier question." Clary fired the rifle 3 times, ensuring that there would be no further victims taken by the 3 vile creatures. Greg said, "You realize we are going to need another truck, right? Do you want to start walking back now? Or do we want to see if there's anything inside this place before we have something to worry about?" Clary said, "See, now you're starting to think smarter, not harder. You might just have a chance, kid. We need to get inside first, which could be tricky. These things are usually secure as all hell." Greg went to the front door and pulled on it, but it didn't budge. He hit the intercom next to the door, waiting for a voice to come back, telling him that he was trespassing, but none did. Clary said, "Well, it looks like that door is going to have to be removed. What do you think?" Greg said, "Well, if we had a truck, we could totally pull it off of there. But since someone crashed it into a big brick wall, we won't be able to do that. Let me guess. You have something that will turn that door into many, many little pieces?" Clary nodded. "You know it, Greg. My supplies are getting pretty pathetic, though, I gotta admit." "I think we still need to try and get in another way. These things are like flies on shit when it comes to any kind of noise. If those rifle shots aren't going to draw them in, then there's a good chance that blowing a giant door off is going to." "I'm listening. What do you want to do?" "I say we walk the building and see if we can find another door. Or maybe some way to get up on the roof." "That's actually a pretty good idea, kid. I have to say that I'm more than okay if we don't run into any more of those monsters today. God knows it's a matter of time before they get the jump on us, and, well, we don't want to have to worry about that any more than we need to." The 2 of them walked the perimeter of the building slowly, guns up and ready, but found nothing that they needed to use them on. As they walked around, Clary hit his throat mic once and said, "Hey, Aslan, we are going to need another truck before this is all said and done." Aslan said, "Wait, there's enough stuff for 2 trucks? That's awesome." "No, you misunderstood. There is a huge armory, yes, but I don't have a clue what is inside of it. We had to crash the truck to get rid of some of the turned that were on the windshield, so we need a new truck. We are still trying to get inside the armory. Greg here seems to have a good head on his shoulders, at least." "Yeah, well, I guess it's good that one of you do," Aslan joked. "We will do double time here getting the food, but I need you to not try and break any more toys, Clary. We only have so many things here that we can steal, and it'd be nice if we can make the trip back to Adele as well. You do want to drive back, don't you?" "Blow me. Just get here when you can. We should be able to at least find the inventory list and get stuff ready to load by the time you guys get here. But hurry. We don't have the time to waste." "Says the man who crashed the truck we need to put stuff in." Aslan ribbed Clary again. "No worries. We can bust ass here and be on our way there ASAP. Just don't do anything stupid until I get there." Greg was trying not to laugh, but the inner smartass was too dominant. He said, "Oh, wow. It's like I heard my dad. Actually, wait. Are you sure you aren't married? Because that sounded all too familiar." Clary just shrugged. "When you've been in a unit like mine for this long, you are pretty much family. We had one new kid with us, but other than that, we'd all been together for as long as I can remember. If you needed something done, we were the ones who had to go do it. We might not always do it pretty, but you can be dead to rights that it would get done, and we wouldn't quit trying until we got it done. Who would have thought that all my team would have been lost in one day? You don't have any idea the shit that we've seen over the years. We don't get sent into happy places. We don't go to war zones where there are already 10,000 pairs of boots on the ground. We go in first, we do our thing, and we get out. They might as well give us covert status, because we go in and don't come back until it's done. I just hope it wasn't all for nothing. There were a lot of good men lost yesterday." Greg said, "Yeah, they were great to us, man." "That isn't fair to them, Greg. We were told to go to Iowa, find research papers, and get out of there. They told us that there could be infected everywhere, and because of the spread of the virus, that we couldn't bring anyone back. If you went somewhere like that and were told you couldn't bring anyone back, would you be trying very hard to make best friends with anyone? Hell no, you wouldn't. And on top of it, it isn't like it was adults we were going to leave behind. It's a bunch of damn kids who have, or should have, nothing but a long, fulfilling life left to live. But in the latter,
It seems like every day that we live through is one that we should thank God himself for, because with all the shit we are seeing so quick, I fear it's only going to get uglier. Until we know if there's a cure, we don't really have a reason to go around killing these things if we don't need to. The end goal here is to stay alive, stay away from these things, and keep everyone safe.
Yeah, I can see not wanting to become BFFs with any of us if that is the case. It's crazy to think that the government could handle doing that to its citizens, though.
It takes some serious shit for something like that to be decided on. But if you think about it, the lives of a group of teenagers versus the entire country, having to worry about you being infected and spreading the worst thing ever to touch American soil, well then it kind of seems like a small price to pay to still have our homeland safe.
Greg nodded, looking at the wall and staring at the ladder. He said, "You know, we could climb this and go in through the roof if we wanted to. You up for that?" Clary looked at the ladder and took in the long, flat piece of metal that protected the first 10 steps of the ladder.
"How the hell do you expect to get up there? It's got to be 5 feet up,"
Greg said. "Put your hands together and give me a boost."
"Right, but how the hell do you expect me to get up there?"
"I'll come around and let you in. Just give me a few minutes up there."
"Yeah, right," said Clary. "I'll just sit out here and hope that I'm good to go, waiting on my own. How about instead, we think outside that box?"
Clary stripped off his backpack and cut the straps from it. He fastened them together and did the same with Greg's bag. By the time he was done, they had a 3-foot makeshift handle to pull him up with. He snapped it together, checking its strength, then clasped his hands together as Greg ran towards him. Greg landed a foot in his hands, and Clary threw him up past the piece of steel to within reaching distance of the first rung on the ladder. Greg grasped at it and pulled himself up with every bit of strength he had. The weight of the rifle and the magazines in his side pack each felt like an additional 20 pounds. Greg's arms quivered as he pulled himself up to the next rung, followed again and again until he made it far enough to get his feet on the ladder. He rested for a minute, regaining his strength. Clary threw the makeshift strap up to him, and Greg connected it so that Clary could make the ascent. Clary tossed his rifle and magazine pack up to Greg. He wrapped his hands around the strap and started pulling himself up, pushing his feet against the wall to help keep his balance. Clary looked up at Greg, realizing how much he was trusting in someone he barely knew, and was just a kid. He wanted to tell the boy that he was doing a great job and to keep it up, but what he saw made him almost fill his pants. Greg said very calmly, "I want you to get really close to the ladder and do not move."
"Expand on why there's a rifle pointing at my head?" Clary replied.
"Simple," Greg said. "They're turned. They must have come from around the building. They aren't sure if they want to approach us right now, and I am ready to split their skulls open if they end up making the bad choice of coming over this way. In the meantime, you can either get your ass moving, or you can dangle there and see if we are going to get attacked by them. It's your choice, but I don't think that we have a lot of time to be wasting here." Clary, not being a big fan of being bait, started pulling himself up with all his might until he could reach the ladder. Once he started moving quickly, the sweat poured even further from his scalp. The turned crouched, and then stretched to its full height, up on its tiptoes for a second, its tongue out and its nose sniffing wildly like an animal. Greg said, "It smells your sweat. You need to—"
"Greg, if you are going to tell me to quit sweating, let me be the first to go ahead and tell you how stupid that is and to shut up. Do me a favor, will ya? Shoot those fuckers before they come here. Cure or no cure, we aren't going to wait around for them to come after us, just because we think that there might be a way to fix them. There has to be a degree of common sense to everything before we just give in and let them do whatever they want."
Greg didn't even reply. He shouldered the rifle again, taking sharp aim, and fired off just as they started their forward rush on the two. Clary watched as the 5 of them fell to the ground, thankful to have Greg. He felt a tight grip around his ankle and didn't even look down. He unholstered his pistol, aimed it just off his foot, and started firing. The turned took 2 to the face and fell backward, looking like death falling to the ground. Both of its arms were outstretched in the air until it smashed onto the concrete floor. The only thing hitting first were the droplets of brain matter. Clary slid his pistol back in after making sure that they were clear and pulled himself up to safety.
"We need to get moving. There is no way in hell we are going to stick around here and wait for dark to come,"
Greg commented, I don't know. So far, they don't look like they can see all that well.
Well, I don't know about you, Greg, but unless I have some night vision going for me, which at the moment I most certainly don't, then I'm not going to stick around. I can't see worth a shit without it either.
Greg realized that the idea of having something trying to find him that can hear, hunts in a pack, and with a keen sense of smell, the black of night didn't actually seem so smart.
Got it. Let's just get what we need and get out of here. I'd very much just like to get back to Andy's place and try to forget about this place.
How do you think they turned all the way out here already? Clary climbed up and started taking the ladder 2 rungs at a time and at double speed.
I don't know, bud, but I do know they aren't soldiers anymore. Maybe they were deployed to try and control the outbreak and got overrun. Maybe they were trying to set up a camp, got bitten, and things went to shit. These might have been the only ones who made it back to the base. I can only imagine this place to have a few hundred or a few thousand soldiers available at any time.
So how the hell do we survive when an entire army can't take these on?
We don't have someone telling us what to do with them. Someone who doesn't have a clue how to kill them, or what they are capable of. There are probably hundreds of zombies walking around Des Moines who have got the perfect chest shots going through them. These boys were doing what they were trained to do, aim center mass, shoot them in the heart. But how the hell would they know what to do? Besides thinking about these things running at full speed, then jumping unimaginable heights in the air, my God, they were probably shitting themselves. One of the things about rifles, almost a constant factor with it, is that if you are pointing one alongside an entire team of men in a certain direction, then people coming from where you are aiming usually turn and get the hell out of there.
Greg now understood. But these things just smile and keep on coming. They wouldn't be fearful, they wouldn't care. They'd just be thinking about the meal. God, I hate this.
If you didn't, kid, there'd be something just a little wrong with you.
Greg laughed. Are you kidding me? If anyone is excited about the whole zombie apocalypse thing, they are seriously messed up in the head. My dad didn't drag me to a bunch of church services, but from what I did go to, it sure seems like this is the exact description of hell on earth. The only exception is that we've got a couple of people looking out for us who don't have any reason to.
Now you are kidding me, said Clary. You guys are not useless to me and Aslan. We don't last a few weeks if we don't have someone else watching our backs. If we were cruising in the city, trying to find a place to stay put right now, it would only be a matter of time before we were got. It's just a waiting game right now. The further we stay from them, the better off we are. If we got what we need, then there's no purpose going anywhere.
Greg looked at the hatch that kept the door shut and said,
See, I told you that we'd grow on you.
Clary punched him in the shoulder, laughing.
Yeah, like a rash, kid. Let's get moving.
Wait, there isn't a lock on that roof or anything to keep people from going in there.
What's up with that?
Greg, we are on a secured military base. This isn't really an entrance, so much as an escape hatch. If there is a fire and someone is on the top floor, the last damn place they're going to want to be is inside a military armory. You only think you've seen shitty conditions until you're on the inside of somewhere that is on fire with bullets heating up. We aren't talking about a couple of thousand rounds either. We are probably talking hundreds of thousands. They've got enough for an effing war in here. I can almost guarantee you.
You don't think that they took it with them?
I doubt it. Even if they left their reserve stock, we should still have enough to get us through what we need to. Again, this all falls under the idea of us staying put and not having to run into thousands of these things. If that happens, then, well, we can hope that the rest of the group turns out to be as good of shots as you and Sean.
Clary opened the door, swinging it upwards, and listened.
All right, give me a minute and let me...
Greg cut him off.
No, we go together or we don't go at all. You just said you wouldn't last a minute if you didn't have someone behind you watching out for you guys. Well, how's that different if you just go down there by yourself and it's filled with those things? God knows what could happen because of it.
They went down the ladder and into the dark. Clary put a foot down and tapped it left and right until he figured out that they were going onto a scaffolding.
Watch it, kid. There ain't a lot of room here, so take it easy.
They walked across in the dark. The building was silent and cool, so as not to damage the weapons. Greg pulled out his flashlight.
You got any problems if I turn this thing on?
No. I'd like to know what is going on beneath us. There could be 50 guns pointing at us right now, and we wouldn't know. It's probably a 50-foot-plus drop. Go ahead and flick it on. We ought to be safe up here.
Greg flicked the switch on and illuminated the long catwalk that they were on. There were no bells or whistles to it. It was suspended from the ceiling, and didn't look like it needed to hold very much weight before it would go crashing down. Greg said, "You feel better now? They didn't waste any money on making sure this place was safe, did they?" Clary shook his head and said, "You know, I don't feel any better. I'm actually a bit nervous about the idea that both of us are on this thing at once. More my weight than yours. Just take it slow, and if we start hearing any buckling, you get ahead of me and get to the end of this thing." Greg shone the light around the ceiling of the room, seeing that there was a set of stairs that led to the catwalk, as well as a ladder that came straight up off of the floor on both sides of it. Greg shone it on the floor and wished he hadn't done so. "Oh my God," Clary said. Greg said, "What the hell? What do you think happened?" They were both staring in awe, knowing what they'd done was too late to be taken back. The turned were everywhere and covered the floor. The death spread across the room as far as the light illuminated. The death that came back as the devil, disguised as the turned. Clary was horrified. "I don't know. They probably thought that they'd be okay and raced back here. There was probably an infected among their unit, and they thought, what better place to get into than a military armory? The guys will have assumed that they'd be safe in here, and if anything made its way in, they'd have the bullets needed to take out any potential attackers or threats." Greg continued the hypothesis. "Instead, they ended up probably not knowing what was going on until it was too late. There's no way these things would have let up either. Can you imagine them moving through the dark? By the time they were done, it was too late. They'd just devour the shit out of those guys." Clary nodded, walking slowly, but it seemed the slower they walked, the louder his footsteps became. The turned looked like they had been in their own world, staring aimlessly, but were no longer doing so. They craned their necks upwards, staring directly at the flashlight and the two warm meals on the catwalk. Clary looked back at the ladder to the roof and thought of the lack of lock on it. He realized that even if they got back up, there would be little chance of keeping those things from busting through it. Greg whispered, "I wouldn't have turned it on if I had known what was down there." Clary said, "Yeah, Greg, I'd kind of hoped that was the case. It's okay. We can get out of this. I just need a second to figure shit out, though." Greg said, "Sounds good and all, but we don't have a minute. We need to get the F out of Dodge now." The shadows on the floor were moving, and that meant that very soon, the turned would find the stairs. Clary yelled, "Go the other way! Go, now!" Greg didn't need to hear this. He was already turning around and going as quickly as he could on the catwalk. It started to shake and rattle, and he looked over his shoulder to see Clary coming full force behind him. Greg sped it up, and the creaking grew quickly as the turned launched themselves onto the catwalk, having made short work of the stairs, uncaring for the amount of weight that it was able to hold. When the catwalk was shaking too much and bolts started to pop out of their place in the ceiling, Clary knew that there was only a matter of time before the entire thing went down. He contemplated jumping off the side to give Greg a bit more time, but there were too many of them up here already. As Greg made it close to the ladder to climb back up, the end nearest Clary broke off and fell from the ceiling. The two of them were saved from death by the bolts on the opposite side of the catwalk. The turned that were on the other end fell backward, rolling over each other, entangling themselves, and breaking bones that had become stuck in between the handrails. Clary put his feet between two bars to keep from sliding down after them. He shouldered his rifle to start taking out those that had gripped as well. As he aimed to fire, he heard Greg screaming from above him. He was sliding with a rifle in one hand and a bar that had snapped off in the other. He tossed it and made 3 failed attempts to find another hand grip, but just kept going. Clary put his sling around his neck, knowing that if he lost his rifle, he was surely dead. He gripped Greg by the bicep as he slid past, the teenager's thin, ropey arm sliding through Clary's sweating hand. Clary gripped tight to his shirt sleeve. It ripped under the pressure. But Greg gripped Clary's thigh and held on for dear life. He would not lose this grip. Clary pulled him up until they were both secure and took a quick set of breaths, both having seen their lives flashing before them. The turned at the bottom of the catwalk growled and screamed, ready to kill. Both Clary and Greg aimed and started firing at the top of the group, working their way down quickly. Clary shouted over the gunfire, "Make damn sure you don't waste any of those bullets! We don't have enough to miss any of these things!" Greg didn't reply. He just squeezed the rifle, hearing his dad hovering over his shoulder, whispering, "Take your time, Greg. Take your time, and you will never miss." In less than a minute, the two had cleared the space, and their immediate danger was now past. The turned kept trying to climb it, and the scaffolding anchors into the wall were definitely beginning to give way. "It ain't gonna hold, kid," said Clary. "When we hit the ground, we need to get on top of those crates against the wall. There can't be more than 10 of these things left." Greg screamed, "It's dark! How the hell would you know what is left in here?" "Because if we need much more than that, we are screwed. We are probably going to be on our last magazine soon." "Don't you have any grenades left?" asked Greg. They slid down, still shooting as they did, and were ready when they hit the ground to sprint to the boxes of gear on the floor. Clary slid past the turned, pulling the trigger as quick as he could, their outstretched mouths tasting gunpowder as their last meal, as his pistol's bullets tore through the back of their heads. The light from the muzzle was the only thing brightening the room. The two landed and went straight for the boxes, Greg holding onto Clary's shoulder, using him as a guide. Clary embedded his knife up through the chin of one of the monsters, and the long blade stuck out of the top of its head. He left it to collect later, knowing they didn't have the time to waste. Clary reached the first crate, and as Greg came up on it, he turned around, gripping the teen under both armpits, and bending his legs, Clary launched him up the last 3 crates in one fluid movement. Greg's shock would have been priceless, had it not been almost pitch black in the storage area. Clary felt a hand grip his leg, so with his free foot, he sent a size 12 military boot into the skull, with enough force to break its neck. This left it paralyzed, but still trying to bite at his foot. The others, who were trying to climb after him, threw the crippled zombie into the air, knowing it was no longer of any use to them in their fight. Clary climbed next to Greg and screamed, "Get your light back on!" Greg complied and fired up the light. Clary took care of the remaining turn that were coming their way. When he'd shot the last one, Clary collapsed on their platform, breathing heavily. Without thinking, he patted at his chest, pulling out a nearly crushed pack of smokes. He offered one to Greg, who said, "Dude, I'm 17. You're kidding me, right?" Clary looked at what he was doing as he lit his up. "Don't smoke. It's bad for you. You could die of, lung cancer." Greg just stared at him. "Are you all right?" Clary stared at the turn strewn across the floor, thinking of how close they had just come to death again, and shook his head. "No, I don't think that I am okay. I really hate these things. I fucking hate them. I don't care if you can cure them or not. Every damn one of them that is in my way is dead. I can't handle these freaking things anymore. All they do is make every situation as horrible as possible." "Dude, are you freaking out?" Clary took a deep drag on a smoke, just staring at them. "Seriously, they are everywhere. Do you realize how many times we've almost died in the last few days? And we haven't even traveled. This place was like a half-hour drive away." Greg used the light, moving it back and forth in the large building. Seeing nothing else moving, he said, "Well, let's get moving so we can get out of here. God knows how big this place is. And there could be more of these things, don't you think?" "Are you kidding me? With our luck, hell yes there are more of these things. Probably hundreds of the bastards. Before we do anything, let's find the damn lights so we can see what the hell we are doing. First thing we need to find is the ammunition. And then we are getting you upgraded from that single shot to something that has an option on it." Greg thought of the machine guns he'd seen in war. He shook his head in disbelief that in a short time, he'd be walking around with one in his hands. He was in the same mindset as Clary about these things, and was more than happy to take out any that he thought posed a threat to himself or his friends. He knew that they'd be relentless in their pursuit of them. "You ready to get moving, Greg?" Greg pushed up off the crate, walking slowly between those on the floor, making sure that they were really down for the last time. Greg shone the flashlight at the walls, and when they saw a large steel pipe going down the wall, they followed it, finding a long line of light switches for the facility. The room illuminated, and the two felt even better about the fact that they were still alive. The number that they had taken out in that short time was a miracle. The fact that they hadn't been eaten didn't go unnoticed with how very lucky they had been. Greg stared at the large crates, and then to Clary.
How are we ever going to find anything in this place? There are just piles of everything. Do you know how to find stuff in one of these places?
Do I look like someone that worked in a warehouse, kid? We can and will figure it out, don't worry.
Within a half hour, they found the computers and got logged in. They found the crate reference numbers that they needed in the database for the warehouse. Neither of them had found any more zombies, and neither were unhappy about that fact. They used the building security feeds to search the room and saw nothing walking around. They also used the outside cameras and realized that the shooting they had done on the inside had thankfully gone unnoticed by the turned on the outside. The building's thick walls had most likely kept the sounds from escaping. They spent the next hour sweating and laboring over the heavy boxes filled with rifles, cracking wood open and pulling the now good-as-gold Colts from their places. Greg said,
"You realize we are taking enough for an army, right?"
No, it isn't enough for an army, but it is definitely enough to build an army.
That's your plan? We become your army? We take out those turned if the government tells us that they can't cure them? That the only things that will save the country are bullets and blood?
Clary smiled, nodding his head.
Yep, pretty much, Greg. If we can't cure 'em, then we need to kill 'em.
Clary wiped at his brow. The sweat from his forehead was almost extinguishing the smoke that he was balancing in between his lips. Greg watched him as he puffed on it and laughed.
You do realize that I've never seen one track star smoking a cigarette after he ran the big race, right? Not counting the fact that those things are killing you each time you inhale one of those drags, right?
You realize that living another year at this point might make me a minority? Hell, it could leave me as the last man alive if shit progresses like it is.
That is true, Greg agreed. But if you think about it, you might click empty one day and need to run. If you haven't noticed, those things don't get tired or winded. And what do you think is going to happen to you if you need to run a half-mile to get away from one of them? I don't see you as the giving-up type. But what do you do if you don't have the strength to keep up? If you fall back and a horde is following us, you are going to be lost. When we don't have any resources, those things are going to be like shooting fish in a barrel, and you know it.
Clary let a drag of smoke out slowly, contemplating what the kid was saying, and hating the fact that he knew that he was right. It was one of the saddest things that he was going to have to give up. He took it out of his mouth and stared at it.
Then he stared at Greg.
He said,
You realize the fucking minute, that we shoot the last one of those things in the head, or the cure, of course, I'm going to be taking these things back up, right?
Greg shrugged and said, Maybe when they're gone, or however it ends up going down, you won't need them. Or maybe you might not even want them. I'm sure stranger stuff has happened to you before.
Clary laughed. You know, there was this place down in Mexico, but I think the whole zombie apocalypse still wins the weird shit category of my life. Let's get a few more of those rifles, and then we need to move on to the ammo and handguns. If we are doing it, we are going to do it right. There is little that we can hope to come back to. The longer we stay here, the better chance we are going to have of others showing up. You know that resources are going to become harder and harder to come by if things don't get better soon. People's compassion and feelings of needing to help others are going to be less and less. People who've been a part of society are going to find their newfound freedoms too much. And those that think they can either run things or control others will be even worse. They'll think people owe them things. So if we can make one trip and be good for a long time to come, I say that is the way to go, hands down.
You don't have much faith in humanity, do you?
You haven't had to see what I've seen, and the places that I've been are nothing as bad as this. Those third world countries have been that bad forever. Now imagine that those people have never known about being ahead, about having the good life. Now think about day 1, day 2, and day 3. Those people that get up and go to work, they come home, and they have energy, plenty of food, stores with food. That's all so ingrained in their expectations of daily life that their heads are going to explode when all this becomes a reality. That is, of course, for those that made it through. We don't even have a way to figure out right now how many people did make it. But if the rest of the state and country is anything like Adele, then I'm not feeling too goddamn hopeful about anything.
Well, I guess the minute it doesn't seem like we have people looking out for us, and that they are only out to screw us over, maybe I'll feel the same way. But for now, I gotta think that with people like Sean's dad making sure we made it, and Andy helping us, and you guys, Even though you might not have wanted to save us, but now you are helping us, maybe I still have just a little bit of faith left in people. It helps when you have a group of friends as great as I do. They would do anything for each other, and that isn't a horrible feeling to be able to rely on. Clary just kept working, not wanting to tell the boy any horror stories that weren't going to do him any good. He couldn't see a point in explaining how things would go to shit on a grand scale if they didn't turn the infection around soon. Hey, let's hope that things keep going that way, kid. With your luck, I guess I can't see why they wouldn't.
Chapter 13. Aslan drove the road slowly, watching the signs to where the food was stored and the mess hall was located. He peered over at Sean, who looked like he'd been in the shit already for weeks on end. Sean saw him watching and asked, "What's up? You good?" Aslan nodded, thinking about the fact that he had a crew of teenagers underneath him. He was driving through a base that could be filled with zombies, and the one thing that he had to hope for was a cure to some superhuman zombie drug.
Yeah, I'm good, kid. You just look like you're a bit tense over there.
I'm good. I don't trust those things, and I want to make sure that we don't have any further issues to worry about. I keep thinking of Greg and Clary, and how every time we have to split up to try and get something done, we almost die, or something gets even worse.
You mean like Christy?
Yeah, exactly like Christy. We can't afford to keep losing people this quick.
You are worried about your numbers already? God, you are going to be a good soldier, kid.
Sean looked at Aslan dead-faced, with a tear forming in his eye. No, I'm not worried about numbers or building some army. I'm more worried about our hearts. We can only continue on this path for so long. If one of them has a breakdown, we aren't going to have time for them to recoup. We have to be able to continue on the go, to keep moving at all times. If we get stuck somewhere, we could be as good as dead.
Are you sure you're just a kid?
Sean nodded. I'm pretty sure, Aslan. Sean checked his rear view, seeing Tina and Jordan driving safely behind them. He thought of Ellie and Patrick, still back at the house, just a mile or less from town, and God knows how many of the turned walking through the streets. He was becoming sick to his stomach at the prevailing thought that they could move into the farm at any time and attack. And other than Andy, none of them really had any clue what they were doing with the firearms that were there. The idea of Ellie being torn apart was making him fidget in his seat. Aslan saw the worry on his face and said,
"Hey, we're going to be all right, kid. We just need to get these supplies, pick up our lesser good half, and be back on the road home again. Take it easy, man. We need to keep our cool."
Sean said, "I'm okay. I just want to get back to the farm. They don't have anyone but Andy to take care of them. I can't stop thinking that if those things came across the bridge, it'd just be them and Andy maybe to save them, if he can keep up. You've seen those things attack. I can't see him having it in him at his age to still be able to keep up with that kind of pace."
You shouldn't underestimate him just because he's old, Sean. Those old guys that were in the wars are tough as nails. Doctors tell them that they aren't going to make it, and they just keep pushing through it. You were going to make yourself sick, though, if you just continue like this, as early on into it as we are.
It is Ellie. I don't like leaving her behind.
Got it good for her, huh?
Well, no. Or yeah. I don't know. It's complicated. I just know that my dad promised to keep her safe if anything happened to her mom.
That was your dad's promise, though, not yours. She isn't your responsibility, Sean.
I know, I just think she keeps me balanced out. I can't explain it, really. It's difficult.
No one is asking you to. I'm just saying you need to go above and beyond to keep yourself alive, and those in your group. But if you lose anyone, remember, it isn't your fault. You shouldn't be punishing yourself because of it. This isn't your fault. You know that, right? Regardless of what you think, or what rationality you were using to blame yourself, this could have happened a million different ways. Your dad might have sped it up, but even so, it still isn't your fault. It's too much weight on your shoulders, and it'll crush you if you don't stop.
Sean took a few deep breaths, thinking of Ellie, the school hall, his dad falling for her mom, the cure that he was working on, the assistant that he used screwing him over, and the end result of hell being unleashed. As horrible as he knew it was to think, he just wished that his dad had never gone out of his way to try and cure her,
that he had just let her slip through his fingers and chalked it up as fate, and that maybe God didn't want him to have another love in his life, or at least, not Karen. He watched the signs as well. Hey, there it is. Come on, let's get moving. I'm about ready for this day to be over, and it's barely begun. Aslan nodded, turning the giant truck in and signaling with his hands to have Tina follow.
I like the idea of doing this quick, too. We need to try and make sure we take anything not tied down. We have too many mouths to feed to leave anything behind. Who knows how many we're going to have as time rolls on. We picked up 4 yesterday, and we weren't even trying. Imagine if it continues that way.
Yup. Let's hope there are that many left. That would be a good thing. It'd be too bad if they actually come up with a cure, and the only ones left are the infected. I can't imagine the nightmare that could be like, waking up from it. Can you think of what that would be like? What if they remember when they wake up? There are going to be some seriously messed up people walking around. Aslan hadn't considered this aspect of it, nor had he thought of what the cure might do. He stared at Sean as they pulled up to the building, then said,
Christ, kid, you must be one smart little shit, huh?
Sean shrugged. My dad was a borderline genius. Maybe it runs in the family. I had no interest in science, but let me tell you, it's looking more interesting with each passing breath. Tina pulled ahead of them, pulling the truck around so that it was facing the entrance. Jordan smiled, watching her. Dang, you're driving this thing like a champ. I'll go get the doors open and we can get stuff loaded up. Tina was just barely paying attention to him talking. She was concentrating as hard as she could on not driving the giant truck into the building. As she was bringing it to a stop, Jordan jumped out of the truck, wondering how quickly he would be able to get back to the house. He didn't want to waste any more time here than he needed to. He pulled the doors to the front of the building open, and his smile faded, the optimism melting, and his fears exploding out of him. The turned that had been standing in the hallway craned their heads, slowly sniffing, gradually seeing, then crouching, and finally sprinting towards the young man standing before them. Jordan muffled a scream, not that it would do any good, and turned to run, but slipped, falling face first and landing on his chest. He pushed up off of the ground, running back for the truck. The growling from the group of zombies behind him echoed past him. He ran to the large truck, jumping up on the side of it and screaming to Tina, scaring the hell out of her. We gotta go! Put it in drive now and floor it! Tina didn't question. She looked in her side mirror and saw the mass of bodies filling the hallway and pouring out of the building. She went to put it in drive, but it was too late. They were on the truck, and there were too many of them. They covered the truck and busted out the windows to the cab. Tina screamed, staring at Sean and Aslan in the truck in front of them. Sean pulled up his rifle, pointing it out of the window towards them. There were too many, and they were covering the windshield. He knew that if he fired at any of them, the bullet would pass through their bodies and kill Tina anyway. Aslan yelled, We can't do anything for them! There are too many of them, kid! I'm sorry, but we need to go before they move on to us! There are only so many that are going to be able to be fed by what's in there! Sean screamed. Are you kidding me? That's the best we can do is drive away? She's my friend, damn it! We can't lose another one! Not yet! Not her! Aslan went to speak, but Sean jumped out of the truck, pulling free from Aslan's grip. He sprinted, then knelt for a minute, and fired off a succession of 5 sloppily placed shots. The report of the gun was more than enough to gather the attention of the horde. Sean aimed better, with his next round of shots taking off those that were on the hood. The turned saw their fallen brothers, and immediately switched their focus on Sean, forgetting about the fresh meal on the inside of the truck. Aslan screamed at him to get back in the truck, but Sean couldn't hear anyone now. As they made their way off the truck and started closing in the distance between themselves and where Sean had taken his stand, he started firing. Sean clicked empty on his magazine. He thought that he was screwed, as one of them got within 10 feet of him. As Sean cringed, in his mind feeling the bite already, he heard a round go off, and when he looked up, he saw the fallen zombie on the ground, with the right side of his face and head was gone. Sean looked up and saw Aslan's rifle barrel sticking out of the truck. It jumped every second, and another one of them hit the ground. Aslan yelled, Lock and load, Fox! Hurry up! Sean saw he'd got a second chance, slammed a magazine on the ground, and then drove it home, releasing the charging handle and taking aim again. Tina watched as the two fired repeatedly, never stopping. The piles of the turned were littering the street. There was a red mist covering the light pavement. Tina pulled out her pistol and aimed the laser sight on the remaining turned on the hood, firing the small caliber pistol until they slumped and fell off the side of the truck. She looked to Jordan.
We are alive! We did it! They saved us! Jesus Christ, we are alive!
Jordan looked up, pushing up off of the floor of the truck.
I can't believe that just happened! What the hell was that? How are we still alive? Those things were everywhere! It was Sean! He just risked his life to save us! I can't believe that he just did that! That he was going to do that for me! Oh my God!
Jordan opened the truck door and slid out. Aslan screamed for him to stay in the truck, but it was too late. Aslan yelled again, "There's one on the side of the truck! Stay in the—" Jordan snapped his head towards Aslan's screaming, and when the words hit home, he realized that he'd turned the wrong way. Instead of listening to Aslan, he should have been running. He sprinted the wrong way, keeping Aslan without a shot. Sean had nothing, as he was on the wrong side of the truck to shoot at it, and when Jordan tried to outrun it, there was no hope. The turned leapt into the air, landing on his shoulders. Jordan's face smashed into the pavement, the skin peeled away, and the turned gripped his hair in its hand and smashed his bloody face into the pavement until he had made a mush of it. It bent down, licking the skin and blood off the pavement. The last thing that Jordan could remember before blacking out was the feeling of teeth ripping his cheek from the bone. Aslan made his way out of the truck, but the turned had done its damage, and as Jordan lay there, now turning himself, the creature moved on to meat that had not been tainted. Aslan did not hesitate to take the side of its head off with a fresh round. He stared in awe at Jordan, getting up. He reminded him more of Two-Face than he did of a teenage boy. He hung his head for a moment and watched the death in his eyes focus on him. Sean came around the side of the truck, seeing the downed zombie, and yelled, but already knew the answer. "Jordan! Jordan, are you okay?" Jordan seemed to be wobbling on his feet as he looked at Sean. He brought up his forearm to his mouth, never taking his eyes off Sean. Jordan placed it in his mouth and bit down hard, pulling away until a flap of skin was hanging from his mouth, fresh blood dripping from it. The look of pure satisfaction was on Jordan's face, and it made Sean's stomach roll. Tina crawled over into the passenger seat, staring at Jordan. She couldn't help herself, and screamed for him.
Jordan! No, damn it, no!
Jordan snapped his neck up, still chewing on the first and last bite of flesh he would ever be able to indulge himself in. He bent at the knees, ready to jump. Aslan screamed for Tina to get back. Sean squeezed the trigger, and the bullet raced across the parking lot, and as Jordan was jumping, it caught him in the neck, breaking his spine. He fell to the ground, still trying to get up from where he'd fell. Aslan watched the teen walking up. Tina was screaming from the cab of the truck. Her tears were falling on Jordan where he lay on the ground, and washing small specks of blood from his face. Sean closed the distance, thinking of Joey and Jen, and how he was going to have to explain all of this. He would be fine if he didn't pick up any more groups of kids that were family along their way. He looked at Jordan, being probably the closest he'd been to one of the turned, and realized that it did not know how critically wounded it was. Sean pulled his pistol, taking a long breath. Aslan came up saying, "Sean, you don't have to do this. I can do it. It doesn't have to be you." Sean shook his head, firing off the gun. "It is okay. Seems like something that I'm going to have to get used to." Tina got out of her side of the truck and came around to Sean. She saw Jordan and his mangled face, and pieces of brain and hair covering where he lay. She buried herself in Sean's chest. She gripped him tight, and he tried to think of something to say that would make it all right, but knew that there wasn't anything. "It'll be okay, Tina. We couldn't have known how many there were in there, or that there were any. He should have waited to go in.
He was worried that he wasn't pulling his weight because he could barely drive and didn't know how to shoot. He had every worry that his family wouldn't be able to stay if they couldn't contribute. He just wanted to help you guys. He thought that going in first was okay. He just didn't think that was going to be how this turned out, I'm sure.
Sean patted her back, gripping her tight. It's okay. We need to get moving.
But if I hadn't backed up the truck to the building,
she started. Aslan said, You can't do that to yourself. Blaming yourself for things that we can't go back and fix is just going to tear you up on the inside, Tina. You need to move on. Will it be today? Will it be tomorrow? Who knows? But you need to try and cope with it. The future is undetermined, and we need to do our best to make it through this. She looked up from Sean to Aslan and was doing his best to make a smile. Come on, you two. Let's check out that building and get moving. I want off this base as soon as I can. Clary and Greg are going to get itchy if they have to wait too long on us. Tina went to walk into the building, still in a daze of what happened. Sean gripped her shoulder tightly. She flinched, but realized what he was implying. She fell behind the two of them, who hit the flashlights on their rifles going into the building. They made their way through the building, checking everything in the facility, and seeing nothing. The horde that had been inside had come out as one, in a pack, leaving nothing inside. They found the supply room, and were pleased that it and the rest of the rooms had no inhabitants residing there, alive or otherwise. There was an entire room stacked with shelves of canned goods, dried meats, vegetables, MREs, and more. Sean said, Hey, we're gonna need a bigger truck, man. Aslan shook his head. We don't need a bigger truck. We need to secure that front entrance and make this our home. We can spend a few days clearing this place out and removing the corpses. There's no way we will ever be able to get through all of this. But we aren't going to find somewhere better than this. There is no way. Sean said, Wait, so you want to move into the base? You don't think that the government is going to send people at some point? Or that, others that know about the base are going to try and come here to get stuff? Or will have the exact same idea as us? Aslan said, Hey, I know it isn't perfect, but this place was built to withstand war. It should sure as hell be set up to be able to take care of the turned. We get this place locked down, and we go get everyone that we need and come back and make a fresh start. There is nothing here that we will want for. They have medical treatment centers, probably fully stocked. If we run into any soldiers, we explain what we know and what we can do to try and survive as a whole. No one is going to turn away help. We aren't any threat to them. At least they won't think we are, if we don't tell them that we are SEALs. So we leave the food, lock the place down here, pick up Greg and Clary, and bring everyone back from Andy's place? Is that about it? Yep, that's about it. It seems easier than making trip after trip after... Tina cut him off. You think that you are going to be able to talk Andy into coming back here? You think that he will be up for leaving his place and just coming here? Aslan said. He's lived here his entire life, hasn't he? There's a pretty good chance that he has been by this place a time or two. Hell, he's probably been around for longer than this base has been here for. We need to quit wasting time. You know and I know that the quicker we get there and back, the safer we are going to be. Looking back at yesterday and today, it doesn't seem like we can afford to waste any opportunity we have. We need to stop wasting time. It is precious. You're a smart kid. I don't think that I have to tell you that, do I? Sean laughed. Really? I think just after what we had to deal with on day one that I stopped being a kid. I bet there's stuff that soldiers haven't seen that I have had to deal with. Meaning what, Sean? Exactly that. You can call me Sean. You can call me Fox. Just don't call us kids. We've probably all lost more than you guys in the last 2 days. I think that we've earned that at least, don't you? Aslan nodded. Whatever you want, Fox. Let's go pick up the other two and head back. We can get another truck and our pickup and be back in less than an hour, hopefully. Hell, we might be sleeping in a nice military bunk by the end of the night. But the longer we stand here, the longer we waste time. Sean shrugged. That's fine with me. I don't care if this is going to be home or if it's Andy's place. Both of them seem to make sense in their own way to me. There's no one left for me in Adele once we're all together again. But I think we are going to have to vote on it. We can't just go around telling people what to do. That's kind of how the military works, bud. Right. If this was the military, that is how it would be.
But you seem to forget you were released from the military yesterday. Both of you were released, right after you got screwed over.
I can't force anyone to do what they don't want to. That is fine with me, too. I'll live up here by myself, happy as a pig in shit. But I'm more than willing to give y'all a chance to consider it. If you and your friends want to stay there, that's fine. If shit gets too thick, you'll know where I am, and I can assume that Clary is going to be down with staying with me as well. It's something you should think long and hard about. Staying with me is not a bad idea. With all of the things that we have going for us, you could stand to learn something by staying here. There is an entire base that you can look forward to training on. If things go well, and they cure those freaks, you'll still have one hell of a skill set that no one else does. Either way, you're going to be better off because of it.
Sean nodded, then said, I'm just saying, we need to approach others with a do what you want to, instead of a this is how it's going to be approach. You were dealing with teenagers after all. We hate being told what to do, you know.
The three wasted no time getting the place secured. After finding the keys for the doors in the guard's room, every door was locked. Sean thought about living here, and didn't really care where he was, if they were safe. He stared at Tina for a moment, how close she had come to dying, and wondered if he really would have sacrificed himself for the other members of the group. He didn't think that he could ever leave someone behind. He knew in the back of his mind that he was always going to be the last one out, so that if possible, he would never again have to shoot another one of his friends to keep them from turning. He tried to picture Tina turning, what he would have been forced to do, and the thought made him sick to his stomach. Tina turned around and saw Sean's face, knowing it wasn't a look of want or admiration in her. She slowed down, walking step for step with Sean.
Hey, are you okay, Sean? You look like you've seen a ghost. What's wrong?
Sean shook his head, not wanting to say it. Tina stopped walking, letting Aslan walk ahead, and motioning for him to keep going when he didn't hear the footsteps behind him. He just said,
Don't be all day, all right? We need to keep going, and you know it.
Sean nodded, and Tina gave Aslan a look that froze him.
Just give us a minute, won't you? We won't be all day.
Sean looked down, walking back down the hall, and turning around. Tina stared at him, leaning against the wall. You don't want to know what I'm thinking about, he finally said. It isn't going to make you or me feel any better talking about it. Tina shrugged.
I don't care if it makes me feel better. You saved my life, and at the same time risked yours. What the hell were you thinking? What was it you thought that you could do, Sean? You aren't a miracle maker, you realize that, right?
I know. Sean spoke quietly. I guess I don't know what I was thinking. Maybe I was worried about losing you. After yesterday with Christy and the day before with my dad, I just don't think that I can handle anything else. I can't keep losing friends and family. The idea of having to stop you, or anyone, from hurting others is more than I want to deal with. I'd rather risk my own life, if it means that you can stay safe and away from those things.
Sean, you won't last very long if you keep this up. That thing with your dad and him trying to get the cure for Ellie's mom, it isn't your fault. There are so many possibilities where they still would have met, where they still fell in love. It's just a matter of time. Or hell, maybe it's just fate that brought them together. But regardless of how you look at it, there isn't anything you could have done. I know you can't let it go, but you can't keep doing this to yourself either. You want to commit suicide? Then you just make sure you aren't saving me because of it. You don't deserve it.
She came in before he could step away and gripped him tightly, giving him a hug and squeezing hard.
I know you feel bad about what has happened, and no one blames you, Sean. It isn't your fault.
Sean tried to push her away, but she squeezed even harder. He could feel every inch of her pressed into his body. He gave up trying to push her away and squeezed her back. Thanks, Tina. You're pretty awesome, you know that? I don't think you give yourself enough credit for how great you are. Tina let go of her death grip, wishing that none of this had happened, and he would have still been available, and not back with Ellie. She kissed his cheek with a long, wet kiss.
Thanks, Sean. I do really appreciate you saving me, though. I don't know if anyone else would have done that for me.
Sean pushed a hand through her hair and smiled. You never know. I'm pretty sure there are plenty of people that would come to your rescue if you needed it. I'm not trying to get myself killed, but... He trailed off, trying to think for a minute. He looked her in the eyes. It's just that the idea of having to do what I did to Jordan is too much to try and comprehend.
Well, I don't want to think about having to see you being eaten by those things either. I think that Ellie would be destroyed by it too. You two look like you are starting things back up again.
Sean shrugged. Yeah, I think so. A lot has happened in the last couple days. Who knows what will happen from it? Tina looked down, trying to think of how to say what she wanted to.
Well, up until a few days ago, I thought that you and I might have had a chance at each other. She had been so busy with her mom that she kind of gave me the go-ahead, saying that there wasn't anything between you two at the time, and I wanted to, I guess, go out with you.
Sean smiled awkwardly, then said, I don't really know what to say. We'd better get going, though, before Aslan leaves us. Tina gripped his arm.
If, things don't work out between you two, well, don't wait too long. I'm sure there are plenty of not-turned boys out there. I'm a hot commodity right now.
Sean smiled and motioned with his head to get moving. Come on, let's get going. They went back outside and found Aslan waiting impatiently for them. He was clearing the corpses off the hood and checking out the truck.
We should trade this thing out, but we really need to take 2 trucks to get Clary, in case there's anything that we want to take with us now. Who knows what they found? I don't see anything wrong with loading up some of the rifles and ammunition that I hope they found. More firepower, for if we run into anything between here and Andy's.
Sean nodded and said, I'm riding with Tina then, if we are taking 2 trucks.
Aslan winked and said, Just do me a favor. If any of those things jump on my truck, you feel free to shoot the little bastards in the head. Got it?
Sean pulled out a fresh magazine and gave him a thumbs up. I'm not going to take my eyes off anything around here. Until we know this place is safe, I'm not going to blink.
Okay, well, let's go and see what kind of shit Clary and Greg have got into.
The 3 climbed in and headed in a line, Tina following closely to Aslan's truck. Aslan was staring around, checking every direction that he could. He did not want to have to worry about becoming one of those things.
What the hell am I doing? He said to himself out loud. I'm debating with teenagers, trying to keep them with me, and at the same time, I'm worried about what will happen to them if they don't stay. God, I need to find me a nice pilot and get the hell out of here. Hawaii has always sounded really nice.
Sean kept his eyes alert as directed. Not that he had needed to be told to do so. Tina said,
So, I know what you said in front of him. Now that he isn't here, tell me what you think we should do. I can't say I'm too worried about where I live, here or Andy's. Either one seems okay. Aslan had a pretty good point that once this place is secure, we are probably going to be better off here than anywhere.
Sean nodded and said, It really all depends on if the others will come with us. I don't know what we need to do to survive, but having what seems to be an endless supply of everything while we wait doesn't seem like the worst idea.
We don't know how long we will have to wait, but what is wrong with the idea of having one less thing to worry about? Maybe we will be able to pick up a few more people. If they aren't infected and we can trust them, I don't think there's anything against the old saying of strength in numbers.
Yeah, I totally agree, Sean said. We use that as our argument with the others if anyone isn't up for the idea. But really, I don't think anyone is going to have a big issue with it, if we can just make a valid point about why we think it's a good idea. Tina said,
It seems like Andy's place is going to get cramped pretty quickly, too. We were lucky that he invited us in the first place to go out there. If he hadn't been trapped in his shop, he probably would have left already, and we would have never been able to find him. It was just dumb luck that he was still there.
You think that Ellie will go for it? What do you think about Patrick?
Ellie will go wherever you go, I think. Patrick just wants someone to stay with. I don't really think that he is too worried about the details behind it, as long as he has his medicine and someone by his side. Do you think Greg will be cool with it? How's he doing with the Christie thing?
I don't know. I'd say bad overall. He was still pretty pissed about the door, and I'm sure Greg, being the way he is, We'll have already spoken to Clary about it by now. He didn't say anything last night. He just stayed in bed. I don't know how good he is with me right now either. He knew I didn't have a choice, but it doesn't make me taking her out any easier on him. He isn't stupid, though. He knew she would turn, and after that, there wouldn't be anything holding her back from coming after us. Tina said,
Well, there's a good chance that it still hurts. Even if we know it's not good for us, there can still be issues that arise from something like that. I just hope that the longer we go on, the better things get. There will be a lot of healing that will need to be done by everyone, myself included.
I understand. I'm no different from you either. Between my dad and our friends, Ellie's mom, it's just been a shitty run. Things will turn around for us. I've got a good feeling about it. As they pulled up to the armory building, Aslan slowed down, checking out the damage from Clary's driving skills. He laughed a bit while looking at it, thinking of the massive amounts of shit he was going to give him later for it. He didn't care if it was because of one of them or not. He parked the truck, motioning for Tina to park alongside him. He hit his microphone to radio Clary. "Hey, Speed Racer, go get the door open, will you?"
Hey, ass, there were frickin' zombies on top of my damn truck, Clary responded. It was either them or us, and they were going to destroy that truck in no time if we had let them stay aboard it.
Aslan laughed. "Well, it's a good thing that you got them off it, so that you could destroy it yourself. It looks like the giant concrete wall you drove into was able to make sure any damage you needed to do, it was done properly."
God, I hate you. I'm sending Greg up, and we can start loading shit up. I hope that you got enough food for an army, because I'm starving. That breakfast of Andy's has long been burned up.
Yeah, well, we didn't get anything, actually. But I've got a good explanation for it.
Good. I'd hate to think of what kind of shitty excuse you'd have had.
Tell you what, you and Greg come out front. I've got an idea that I need to run past you.
Is it going to worry me? Asked Clary.
Aslan said, "No, my ideas are genius. Why would you have any worries?" Clary didn't answer. He just laughed as his mic went off. Clary and Greg came out slowly, rifles up, until they saw familiar faces, ones that were not intent on ripping their faces off. Clary looked up at Aslan, and before he could say anything, Greg said, "Hey, where did you leave Jordan at?" Clary looked at the bullet holes in the truck, and the windows smashed out, and started adding things together that he hoped wouldn't be true.
Aslan, where is he? You left him there to guard the food, right? Or he's doing something back there that is safe enough to leave a teen by himself?
Aslan looked at Sean and Tina and said, "We lost him when we made it to where the food is stored."
You don't lose a teenager. Are we talking about him running off, or what?
Let's just think of it in these terms. Like we lost our entire team? Same idea. Clary tried to keep the look of disgust off his face and the blame out of his voice, but he failed miserably. He snapped at Aslan.
Aslan, you had 2 jobs to do. 1, go and get food, but I don't see a damn thing to eat in the back of this truck. And 2, you were supposed to keep these kids safe. I didn't think that was something that I needed to tell you, but it seems like maybe I did need to make the blatantly obvious points clear to you.
Aslan puffed up his chest as he walked towards Clary. Rage filled him. Clary could see the signs all over Aslan and said,
Don't fucking do it, Aslan.
You don't scare me, Clary. I'm gonna rip you a new asshole, goddammit. You think I was trying to lose him? Do you think I'm like that? How long have we been on the same crew? For fucking ever, right? I don't need this shit. Clary stepped up, shoving him backward and against the truck.
You don't need this? You don't need this. You think that I do? You think that I want to be here in this shit? You think these kids want to be here? Well, then you're dumb as shit. None of us want to be here. But here is the only place we got. There isn't anywhere that we can go. We are surrounded. So we either stay here or move on. But our choices are limited. I don't think that you tried losing the kid, but don't need you trying to take command here with your genius ideas.
I'm well aware that seniority at this point doesn't mean shit. But it doesn't mean that we need to become completely out of control. Ideas need to be listened to. If you'd shut up, I'd tell you what happened to him. It doesn't really matter, though, does it?
What do you mean? It doesn't matter that he's dead? Maybe there is something that I missed.
He got taken by one of them. The point is that he is gone. There's no lesson to teach him because he isn't here. Tina pulled up ahead of us. Jordan wanted to come off like he was useful and raced up to the doors, letting out a horde of turned. They raced back to the truck, but it was too late.
Aslan pointed to Sean.
Sean there risked his ass jumping out of the truck so that he had a shot. By the time he'd saved Tina, one of them went after Jordan. And well, that's really all that needs to be said about that.
Clary backed up a few feet, still pissed, but seeing why he wouldn't want to bring it up. The idea of what Sean had said the day before, about how bringing up the past did little to make things better, made more and more sense.
All right, then. We don't talk about it. But we stay together, goddammit! We fucking stay together!
Clary pointed at everyone, including Aslan, with looks they would not soon forget. Aslan shook his head, climbing back in the truck.
We better pick up another truck, so we can make sure that we can take everything from Andy's that we need.
Clary realized this must be part of his genius idea, and that in their quick bickering, he'd forgotten all about. Clary said,
What do you mean, bringing everything from Andy's? Wasn't the point in coming here to get everything that we would need to be able to make do until we know what's going to happen?
Aslan did a circle, pointing at all of the buildings.
I know we came here with the intention on going back. I totally get it.
Clary got defensive, thinking for a moment that Aslan was suggesting that he wouldn't be going back to Andy's. Clary yelled,
You mean you aren't going back at all? You are just going to abandon everyone?
Aslan shook his head, pinching at the bridge of his nose.
Try and stay with me, Clary. Really focus, okay? This really big place has got everything we need, including probably a few of the turned that we don't need. My idea is that we go through the base, kill them all, cure or no cure, I don't give a shit. The point is, we secure this place, and then we make it home. We have facilities right here that we can use to train these kids. It's safe, there's food, and there's everything we need. I mean everything. You know as well as I do that place we are trying to call home is going to be too small, and we won't have the room for storage that we need to survive there. It is only going to be a matter of time before those things make their way into Andy's place, especially being that close to town.
You are more worried about the turned than you are about the people who are going to be out, trying to take everything that isn't nailed down?
Aslan said.
A lot of those people are just going to be looking for a place to stay. If we can offer somewhere safe, somewhere that they won't have to worry about the turned, then maybe we will be able to start our own place.
You want to start an army?
Clary cut him off, not being defensive, more stating the end of Aslan's thought.
You want us to have our own group of people?
Aslan said.
If we end up having to take out more of these things, then does it seem like that bad an idea? If you really think about it, we can only watch so much of this base, or of Andy's place if we don't move on. We need to start making decisions. The longer we wait pissing around, the worse things can potentially get.
So we go back, right? We get the kids and we come back.
Aslan nodded.
We need to get them and get straight back. If we can at least get somewhere secure to sleep for the night, we can start our clean sweep of the base in the morning.
Clary said.
You think Andy will be up for it? I mean, he's lived at that place forever. What do we do if the others aren't up for living at some military base?
Then they don't have to. But this is my new home. I'm coming back here, with or without them. It just seems like too good a place to pass up after driving around. It seems there are monsters everywhere, and we might as well take the best spot that we can. Think of the communication we could have with the outside here. They've got to have somewhere around here that has a kick-ass communication center. We are going to get updates, hopefully, or the nation is going to get them. I'd like to be able to receive them.
Clary stared around the base, seeing the points that Aslan was making, and couldn't see anything in his logic about being wrong. He knew others might come there, and having numbers wasn't always a bad thing. Clary nodded and said,
You know, I can't say that what you were thinking about is really a horrible idea. I guess that is why there isn't any food in the back of the truck, huh?
Aslan nodded and said,
Should we get going?
Clary shook his head and said,
Well, since we didn't know that this was going to be our new home, Greg and I went ahead and got loads of crates of guns and ammunition ready to take back with us.
They'll still be here when we get back, Clary.
Sean stepped up, clearing his throat, and said,
Hey,
We are taking some of those guns with us. We only have so much left the way it is. We need to be able to take out those things if we run into any of them." Aslan went to interject, before really thinking about it, and Clary said, "Yeah, he's right. The last thing we need to do is get stuck out in the middle of nowhere, without any fresh magazines."
Chapter 14. They loaded the trucks with more than they could imagine needing, even under the worst circumstances, and headed off the base. They picked up an additional truck on the way out, leaving everyone driving except Sean, who rode with Tina. They'd all ripped into the supplies and had a healthy amount of rifles and magazines in the giant cabs ready to go. As they headed out, Greg disappeared into the guard's desk again, hitting the controls to lower the fence back into the ground. Greg opened the door slowly, and the German Shepherd stuck its head through, scaring Greg, who thought that maybe the dog had turned. But when a large pink tongue came out and ran itself up the front of Greg's face, his tension eased. He opened the door all the way, giving the dog a minute of affection, and the two of them walked out side by side. Greg took the truck that they had originally driven in, and they made a convoy line back to the farm, taking it slow and easy. They pulled up to the edge of the road that would lead them to the farm and stopped. Walking across the roadway was a small group of the turned. Tina whispered, "Oh my God." Sean's heart dropped into his stomach as he watched the turned walking across the roadway in search of food. He whispered, No, damn it, no." Tina reached over and gripped his shoulder, but before she could stop him, Sean had already grabbed a backpack full of magazines and an extra rifle and was opening the door to the truck.
"Sean, wait! Please! This is what happened to Jordan!"
Sean paid her no attention as he walked up the dirt road. The rest of the group pulled to a stop and saw what Sean was doing. Clary, Greg, and Aslan were all screaming at Sean to stop. Sean heard them, but it was as if he was in a pool underwater. He didn't stop. He had one thing in his eyes, and it was Ellie. The nightmare running through his eyes right now was her running from a pack of the turned, them running after her and taking her down, ripping into her perfect skin. The screams he was imagining would haunt his nightmares, he had no doubt of it. He saw red, and that was all he saw. He sprinted up the side of the hill. When the turned noticed him coming, they crouched and began their run towards him. He went into auto mode, not thinking, just reacting. He pulled the trigger 5 times, and 5 of the turned dropped, the pink mist filling the air behind them. The gunshots brought more up over the hill. Sean focused on them, crouching down, and picking them off as fast as they were coming over the hill. He knew that distance was important, and he did his best not to waste ammunition. Aslan came up, putting a hand on his shoulder, but he shrugged it off. He gripped Sean's rifle and took it away from him. Sean went to push Aslan, but Clary gripped him, keeping him from doing so. Greg yelled, "Hey, let him go, now!" Sean pushed off, leaving them behind yet again, and ran, pulling the shouldered backup rifle. He sprinted faster than any of them could keep up with, except for Greg. The two disappeared over the hill, both of them ignoring the screams from the other 3. Greg yelled at Sean, "Hey, slow down, man. I get the point. We need to find Ellie, but you're going to get yourself killed, or worse." Sean ignored him, but Greg finally caught up and grabbed his shoulder. The two of them went down on the ground hard. Sean got up to his feet, but Greg caught his foot. "We need to take them out. There aren't more than 20 of them. Keep the distance, keep our lives. You gotta think, Sean." Sean wanted to say something, but knew that Greg was right. If he didn't think, then he would end up dead, or one of the turned himself, and be no good to Ellie. The idea of going after Ellie as one of them was sickening. He held up a hand, letting Greg know that he was thinking again. He said, "I'm thinking. I get it. It's just the idea of losing her is—" Greg cut him off. "Yeah, I know. It is probably how I felt when they took Christy yesterday. Every time I think I'm losing her is worse than anything I can think of. So you're with me? We can do this, right?" Greg looked at the field of turned, and didn't point out to Sean that in the field was one lone leg with a sneaker on its foot, or that he wasn't sure who its owner was. He wasn't going to be the one to break his best friend's heart. Greg nodded, and they lay flat, until the turned were no longer. Aslan and Clary watched from the hill, seeing the two teenagers working in unison, and both of them stared at each other, nodding. Clary yelled over the gunfire, "I don't have to worry about those two at all." Tina came up behind the two of them, watching the boys. She was pretty sure she knew that Sean would not only risk his life for Ellie, but also give it, and felt a bit of pain about that fact. She said, "You guys aren't giving them enough credit. They aren't quitters."
Aslan leaned over towards Clary. "You think the old man got out of that house before it went up in flames?"
Clary pointed to the side of it, shaking his head. "Are you kidding? Look at the side of the house. This wasn't set on fire. This damn thing was blown up. I would say that someone set something off inside, and who knows if he did or not. I don't see any of the kids anywhere. I wonder where the hell they went." When Sean and Greg had finished clearing those that could be seen, they moved closer to the house. Greg didn't have to point it out. Sean saw Jen's body, not knowing it was her lying in the field. For a second, he was sure that it was Ellie, making the worst assumptions immediately. The feeling was again pouring over him. He needed her there to go through this with him. Sean ran to her, stopping when he got close enough to realize that it wasn't her, that it must have been one of the other two girls. Aslan and Clary came up behind them. "Do you know who it is?" asked Clary. "Sean? Is it Ellie?" Sean shook his head, and Clary checked again. "Are you sure that it isn't Ellie?" Sean was relieved, not happy about the fact that someone died, but at the least hopeful that it wasn't Ellie. "It isn't Ellie. I'm sure of that," Greg said.
"Yeah, as much time as Sean has spent staring at her, I'm sure he knows every inch of her."
They moved through the property, seeing leftovers from Jen. They didn't miss the fact that they were turned everywhere, even more than Sean and Greg had taken out. They saw that the corpses were everywhere, but there were a good deal of them close to the house. Greg said,
"It looks like they might have been taking them out from the house or something."
Aslan said,
"We can check the barn and look around, but we need to get moving. We don't know how many of them are still around here. There could be more making their way here as we speak."
Sean started walking for the barn, screaming out Ellie's name repeatedly. He didn't know why he was so hopeful, given the scene around them, but he couldn't think of that any longer, or he was going to make himself sick. Aslan yelled after them,
"Boys, we gotta go! We need to get moving! We don't have a choice!"
The boys kept walking without looking back. Tina said, "They aren't going to leave until they've looked everywhere. There's no way he's going to leave anyone behind. Especially not Ellie." The three ran to catch up to the boys, and they made their way around the property. When they made it to the barn, Tina opened the door, and inside was a turned that was bloated and still eating non-stop, regardless that there was nowhere left to put it. There was a cow, long since gone, lying beneath it. When Clary walked in and put one in its head, they heard the low murmur of growling. It sounded like a dog being challenged or threatened. When he took the light across the top of the rafters, dead eyes glistened back at them. They tried to count the eyes, but there was no time. There appeared to be too many of them, and they leaped off the rafters of the second level. They crouched near the cow, apparently trying to decide if they should try to catch the live bait in front of them, or if the cow carcass was still a great enough bounty that they would be satisfied. None of the team were that lucky, though. The hungry monsters raced through the doors, each of them trying to be the first to make it out. Clary screamed, "Fall back! Run back now!" Everyone complied, knowing what the result would be if they didn't. They ran, and the turned flew out of the doors. Sean grabbed Tina by the hand, pulling her behind him, the two of them running for their lives. Sean felt her grip slip from his instantly, and when he looked back, one of them was throwing her to the ground, and three of them jumped on top of her, ripping viciously into her neck, her stomach, and her thigh. Sean screamed, shooting the three of them as quickly as he could, but knowing that it was useless, because she was gone, and there was no hope left for her. Greg saw this and screamed to Sean, "Dude, you gotta keep moving! We can't stop moving! Keep going! Come on, man!" Sean ran sideways for a second, still trying to make his decisions, and broken-heartedly, he ran after Greg. Clary and Aslan tried to give the two boys some cover fire, but it just wasn't enough. There were too many, and they were too fast. They watched
as Tina had been taken down, Aslan thinking instantly that if they had just stayed at the base, she'd still be around the next day. The sight of Tina being ripped apart before Sean took out the turn was too much. Tina tried screaming, but the blood only gurgled from her mouth. She choked on it, and tears came from her eyes. Her outstretched hand towards Aslan might as well have ripped his heart from his chest. He pointed his rifle at her, and she nodded her head, but no matter how hard he tried to pull the trigger, he simply couldn't do it. He felt his cheeks growing warm. Clary looked back at him, seeing him frozen, and screamed to snap him out of it. "Aslan, snap out of it, bro! We need to get moving or you'll be next!" Clary pulled him into line behind him. Aslan ran, looking back at Tina. Her eyes were still open, but there was nothing left. Small streaks of blood ran down her face from her eyes, and she started to twitch on the ground. They ran back up the hill. Sean knew that if the others were here, or if the others were alive, they'd have come out by now, or they at least would have said something, anything, to let them know not to leave them behind. When they got to the top of the hill, Sean and Greg took a fighting position again, and Clary and Aslan, who were sprinting but not keeping enough distance between them and their chasers, could count the seconds they had left in life if these things weren't taken out. Neither of the two were able to get a good shot at them as they were running. Just as Clary could feel their hot breath on the back of his neck, it disappeared. The action happened before the sound could travel the distance. He looked ahead, seeing Sean and Greg laying down and firing repeatedly. The threat that was behind them was dissipating with every second. Clary yelled to Aslan, "You know, those two are really, really starting to grow on me." When the two seals got up to the top of the hill, they dropped down to their knees, trying to catch their breath. Clary patted at his chest for a smoke, and Greg cleared his throat, trying to remind him of the talk they had, and how it very much pertained to the current circumstances. Clary pointed out, "I just nearly got taken out by zombies, kid. I don't think cold turkey is going to work under the current circumstances. You give me a few months, and I think that I'll be okay." Greg stared down at Sean, still looking through his rifle. He looked into the distance, seeing that there was just one of them walking towards the group. He brought up his scope and peered down the field, knowing the answer before he looked. It was Tina, and she was staggering around in the field, trying to walk. With the pieces missing from her legs, she was not walking well. She had her mouth attached to her arm and was pulling at it with brutal force until a piece of skin from her thin arm pulled itself off. Sean watched as it dangled from her mouth. She chewed it, savoring the first bite, and what would be her last bite. Sean stared at her for a second longer before squeezing the trigger and sending her to a place that he prayed was full of peace. He whispered, "I'm sorry, Tina. I'm so sorry, Tina." The bullet whistled across the distance. Her head snapped violently back when the bullet entered her, sending her backward and knocking her off of her feet. She landed, arms out to the side, and smashed her head against the hard ground. She lay there, with her arms spread apart, staring at the heavens above. Greg leaned down, gripping his friend's shoulder. "Man, we gotta go. If there was anyone here, they'd have come out by now. We need to head back to that damn base. There isn't a thing here for us. Andy's place is gone. Fuck, I'm sick of seeing houses burnt down. I mean, I'm really sick of it." Sean pushed up off the ground, still staring at the smoldering house and the carnage everywhere, in the field and across the property. Again, in a matter of hours, he had come back to see that there was nothing left for him. He had to start over again, with less people than the day before, and now there was nothing again. He stared at Greg and said, "I can't believe that we lost them, Greg. Tina, Ellie, Jen for sure. Or it was Kaya, one of the two. I don't know which, though." Greg tried to soothe Sean. "She might have made it. Ellie might be out there. Patrick, too. They could be on the loose. But how the hell are we going to find them?" Sean stared, and when he didn't respond, Greg shook his shoulder and said, "Are you all right, man? I should have been the one who had to do it. You can't keep being the one every time.
You aren't going to be able to handle it. You are going to fry your brain if you do."
Sean stared and said, "It's okay. As long as it means keeping them from hurting others, then it's what needs to be done. I don't care if it's Tina, Patrick." Sean stared at Greg. "Or you. We can't let each other be one of those. I don't care how much it hurts, how bad it's going to mess you up. There isn't a choice to it. It must be done." Greg nodded, then said,
"So, where do we want to look? You do want to look, right?"
Aslan and Clary came the rest of the distance. Clary picked up both boys in one bear hug and said, "Jesus Christ, you two saved our asses! Thank you, my God, thank you! You are deadly with those damn rifles. Thank God for that!" Sean stepped back, pointing to the barn, and said, "You see we lost another, right? We've lost 2 just today, and we don't even know where the rest are. We don't know if they are alive. What the hell are we going to do? We need to find them. But they could have gone anywhere. They could have gone in any direction, and we don't have the first clue which way they might have started heading," Aslan said.
"Wait, who? What are you talking about, guys?"
"We need to go look for the others," Greg said.
"They might have made it. We don't know enough yet. We at least need to look." "No, we need to get back to the base before dark," Aslan said.
"No, we don't. We have hours before dark. We need to find them. If they are alive, we can't leave them out there. The longer we wait, the worse it could be for them. We need to get moving. If you want to get back, then go ahead. We know this place better than you. We will meet back up with you," Aslan said.
"We need to stay together. The more times we split up, the worse shit that just keeps happening. We need to get out of here. I'm not going to have the loss of 2 more of you on my conscience. I'm not leaving you 2 behind."
Clary said, "Slow down, Aslan. We aren't in control of anyone here. We aren't in charge anymore." Sean said, "I'm not going anywhere with you if you aren't going to help us look for the others. You wouldn't have left one of yours behind if you thought for a second that one of them might still be alive. You would do everything that you could to make sure that they came home with you. Well, these are our people. These are our friends. And we are the only ones left who are going to go look for them."
"Sean, do you know what the chances are of them being alive?"
Aslan asked. "I have no clue, Aslan. I also haven't found any corpse or any turned running through a field trying to kill me that looks like them. So I'm not giving up. If you want to go and start clearing the base, be my guest. It really isn't that bad an idea. Just don't leave us without any bullets or backup gear. If we run into them, we want to be able to pass off something to them. I can guarantee we are going to get back, because if Patrick is still around, he's going to need to get medicine, I'm sure. Christ knows we don't want him getting that bad again as he did yesterday," Sean said.
"Fine, we go ahead,"
confirmed Aslan.
"You guys get what you want out of Clary's truck, and then we go back and get the base ready. You guys watch your ass, and you keep each other safe. You understand?"
They didn't answer. They just walked to the truck, getting extra rifles, magazines, and a bag full of MREs. Clary gripped Aslan before he could head back to their truck. "You really want to leave these 2 by themselves? They are just kids, Aslan."
"Those kids just kept us from getting killed a few minutes ago. I think that they'll do just fine on their own for an hour or 2. They aren't stupid. They aren't going to get close to those things because they know what can happen."
"It doesn't matter if they are smart or not. Those things are dangerous," Clary said, unable to hide the concern in his voice. "We don't know enough about them. They don't even know where to start looking, and those woods go on forever. You realize how many of those things could be out there? Just the 2 of them isn't enough. They need backup. If you want to go ahead, then you go for it."
"So you are going to let me go back by myself, but it's not okay if those 2 stay by themselves? Man, I'm feeling some brotherly fucking love."
"Don't give me that shit, Aslan. It isn't that. But you know that you stand a better chance on your own than the 2 of them do together. No one is making you go back to the base. You have every right to come with us, and we'd happily welcome you. But I'm not sure you're using your head. The more of us, the better. The more we find, the better. And the more shooters... Can you guess what I'm going to say, Aslan?"
"I get it. The more people we have, the more zombies we can shoot. The better our chances of survival. But if we don't take care of that base, and someone who we don't want taking it over does, we are royally fucking screwed. If we don't hear back from them or they find trouble, we can get back here to help them with whatever it is that they need. But that base needs to be the priority. or it's going to be a lost resource, one that we can't afford to lose. Tell me you don't agree with me."
Clary went to speak, but realized that Aslan was probably right. But it didn't make him feel any better about the prospect of leaving the kids behind. The greater good option didn't seem so great. In fact, it seemed selfish right now. He yelled to Greg,
"Can you two get around and back on your own? Greg, I've seen you driving. If you need us to stick around, all you gotta do is say something. We aren't trying to force you to do anything that you don't think you can."
Greg hefted extra rifle after extra rifle and said, "We've got everything we need. We aren't going far. We will be okay. I've got one of those radios from earlier, so if we need anything, we will make sure to let you know. You keep yours on, and we will be back before you know it. Oh, and as for the driving, I don't think you got any room to talk, man. You do remember being the one who drove into a brick wall with the giant truck, right? I mean, that was you, wasn't it?" Clary didn't respond. He just did a short salute and climbed into the truck. Aslan watched as the two boys climbed into their truck and couldn't think of anything to say but the obvious, which was to just be careful. He followed, and the SEALs drove past the boys, nodding one last time before the truck disappeared into the distance. The men watched the road ahead of them, but both felt uneasy about leaving the kids behind, regardless of whether it was right or wrong. Clary said, "You think that they are going to be okay?" Aslan looked over and watched them go. "I hope so, man. I can't say I like the idea of just the two of us. There are too many of those things. I don't think I'd be able to forgive myself if anything."
"Nothing is going to happen to them, Aslan, because I don't think that I'd be feeling too good about it either. I still hope that at least some of those kids made it out of there. Is it wrong that I feel worse if that Joey kid got taken out? I feel like we should have taken him with us."
Aslan thought about it and said, "If you don't feel right about it, you let me know, and we can go back. We can ride around and look for the kids. It wouldn't take that long."
"No, if we don't have a place to take them, then we are just going to be scavenging forever and looking for a place to crash," replied Clary. "That isn't going to do anyone any good either." Chapter 15. Sean rode in the back of the truck, while Greg drove slowly around the property. The two boys were getting desperate. The fact that no one had come out was making them lose hope. Greg said,
"They aren't here, man. What do you want to do? We've got plenty of gas, but you know we're just killing time if they aren't here."
Sean was determined. "We aren't leaving until we find them, or figure out a reason why they aren't around. For better or worse, we need to find them. I just don't see Ellie not getting away. She's too smart. She wouldn't just let those things sneak up on her, nor would Patrick for that matter."
Greg shrugged. "We don't know, man. They are fast, and we don't know a hell of a lot about them yet."
"Let's quit wasting time driving the property then. Let's go up to the main road. Maybe they are walking the highway looking for a ride." They drove up the track in the opposite direction from where Clary and Aslan had gone. Sean slapped on the top of the truck when he saw a white shirt flapping in the wind. He screamed with excitement and hope. "Drive over there! Drive over there!" Greg saw what he was talking about, and the two jumped out of the truck, checking what the makeshift message said. When Sean saw that it was signed Ellie at the bottom, his heart beat easier for a second. Once he read the message, he got the same feeling back again. They went to Des Moines. Oh my God, why the hell would they go there with strangers?
It probably seemed like the smart play at the time. If there were this many of them here, then maybe it was the only choice that they had.
You realize what that means? We have to go there. We need to pick them up and let them know that we made it.
You want to wait for Clary and Aslan? They aren't going to know where we are, or how to get there. I don't think we've got any choice but to wait for them.
Sean went around to the side of the truck, climbing into the passenger side this time, and said, "We need to just go. We can take our time going through town. If it looks bad, we just go somewhere else. We can do it, Greg. Let's get a move on. After Tina, we don't want to have to worry about losing anyone else."
Greg reluctantly climbed in the truck, knowing they'd be better off with 4 versus 2.
You realize we are only going to get away with so much crazy shit, right? You know as well as I do that we are going to where it practically all started. If Des Moines is seeing the same numbers that we are in comparison to how many people live there, it's going to be horrible. I can't imagine how many of those things are going to be there.
Yes, said Sean. But at the same time, remember, if they are going to a shelter, that means there must be some sort of camp set up with help, right? There's got to be some sort of military or police there.
You saw the Turned at the base, though. They mean one of two things to me. One, that the Turned made their way out there, or two, that they were the ones sent to Des Moines to try and set up a shelter, and they had to leave because there were too many zombies.
Well, if that's the case, we need to go either way.
There isn't any talking you out of it, is there? You were pretty hell-bent on this.
Sean nodded and said, Yeah, I don't think there's anything you were going to say. She's your friend too, you know that, right?
Greg stopped the truck, staring at Sean long and hard. Hey, don't be making me out to be the dick here. I'm trying to get us somewhere and get us back. We got left behind just now by Clary and Aslan. All I'm saying is, we don't know if she's alive or dead. And I don't have a good feeling about going to Des Moines. It was like the one thing your dad said not to go and do, right? Like he said, hey Sean, do not go to Des Moines whatever you do because that is where the outbreak happened. And now look at us. We are going to fucking Des Moines. Seems like a shit idea to me.
I'm not trying to call you a dick or anything, but you are the only one that can keep me from going after them. I don't think I could do it without you, but if we have to leave her behind, then I'm not going to be able to forget that. Ever. I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but you are like the only one left with me that I can trust in. Tina's dead, Ellie and Patrick are missing, and Clary and Aslan are still too new to really put my faith into yet. I know you might trust them, but my dad always told me that trust has to be earned, and I don't think they've done that just yet. They wouldn't be here except for the fact that someone dropped them off in the middle of nowhere with a mission at hand.
I get that. They probably would have left us behind if there had been a flight out of here, agreed Greg. But there wasn't, and they're smart enough to realize that we hold some worth. I know you don't trust Easy, Sean, and I'm not asking you to, but I think the longer that we stay with them, the better all around it's going to be for us, and everyone with us.
So, what about going to Des Moines? Are you down for it or not?
Greg shook his head and said, No, I am most definitely not.
Sean looked hurt. Then Greg continued.
But when has that ever stopped me from doing something stupid before? If things look like they're going to hell in a handbag, though, we are out of there. Or if we see that she has been taken out, then there isn't any reason for us to stay there. And you and I get back to the base where we can at least stand a damn chance. You got a problem with that? You let me know, and we will skip Des Moines and just go straight back to the base. I have every intention of being one of the survivors through this thing. We need to be survivors.
Sean nodded and said, Yes, I can handle that. I don't have much of a choice now, do I?
Greg laughed. Nope. Not if you want to make it there and back safely. God knows what would happen if you had to try and drive there yourself.
Sean pointed ahead, drumming on the dashboard. Let's get moving, then. The longer we wait, the shittier it's going to be. You and I both know that. Greg pulled out to the main highway, wondering how far he was going to have to push it to get Sean to leave her behind if they didn't find the group. He stared at Sean, rubbing the shirt in his hand, probably thinking of her, and that she had been holding it not more than a few hours ago. They drove the speed limit on the highway between Adele and the interstate. As they drove, there were stretches where they were the only vehicle on the road, and it looked as normal as every other day. They took their time, being patient when they came to stretches with cars that had crashed alongside the road. The boys were thankful that the corn that had been recently planted wasn't shoulder height and above yet. The turn could be standing a foot away from the road, just inside the crops, and no one would ever know until it was too late. When they made it to the interstate, it too was void of cars. Greg said,
So, do you think this is a good thing or a bad thing that there's, no one out here? I mean, we haven't seen even another car yet that had people who weren't half-eaten hanging out of it.
Sean didn't answer. He just stared at the carnage. Eventually he said, I think it's bad. Honestly, I think that if I see Ellie again, or any of them for that matter, it's going to be a goddamn miracle.
You want to keep going? Greg asked. I only ask because the further we get into town, the worse it's looking, man.
When Sean didn't answer again,
Greg knew what the response was. They would at least go and check it out. Sean felt he owed it to them, at the very least. Greg said,
"You can only put so much on your shoulders, man. This entire thing isn't your fault. No matter how much you want to blame yourself, it isn't like you knew your dad had the devil in a bottle sitting upstairs in the attic."
Sean nodded, feeling no better. If they can cure these things, then I think that'll be at least a start to the healing process. But if they can't...
If they can't cure them, then what?
Then I'm going to shoot every last one of them until America is safe again.
You won't be able to do it alone, General.
Sean laughed. Oh, yeah? Are you going to be up for probably the worst idea I've ever come up with?
Greg nodded,
thinking of the two of them walking through the streets and taking out as many of them as they could.
You do realize that if they can't cure them, it's going to be to the point where we are probably outnumbered by those things.
I can't imagine how many there already are,
but it's gotta be some stupidly high number by now.
Greg drove under a bridge to take the off-ramp towards the baseball field that Ellie had mentioned on the shirt's note. When they drove under it, they could see the exit and felt a little bit of optimism. For about 3 seconds. Then 3 of the turned leapt off of the bridge, one landing on the roof, another on the hood, and the third in the rear of the truck. Greg swerved the truck wildly, the shock of it almost making him crash into the barrier of the interstate. His eyes grew wide, and he looked to Sean, who was already thinking, and said, "Bridges! We need to watch the bridges!" Greg yelled,
"Yeah, got it. Now shoot the fucking things, will ya?"
Sean complied, aiming at the one in the back that was crouched and screaming towards them. Pieces of whatever it had been eating, mixed with blood and spit, flying out of its mouth. Sean fired his pistol twice, snapping its head back. It stumbled out of the rear of the truck, flailing its arms until it slipped off the rear tailgate. It landed on its face, painting the road beneath it with its flesh. The echoing in the truck from the pistol instantly caused a ringing sound in both boys' ears. The effect was only temporary, but Greg's hearing was not going to last the apocalypse if they did not get some sort of hearing protection that could be worn regularly. A hand punched through the roof of the truck, splitting the steel and missing Sean's face by inches. The boys glued themselves to their sides of the truck and out of the reach of the hand. It had its arm in the cab all the way up to the elbow. Greg swerved the truck again. This time, his inexperience of driving, coupled with not being able to hold the steering wheel properly, put them in a bad position. He drove the truck into the barrier. Sparks flew off of the... Greg screamed, swerving it back away from the wall, and shouted at Sean,
"Get them off the goddamn truck! Do it! Do it now!"
Sean didn't answer. He pulled a knife from his belt, and when the turned was searching around the cab, Sean pinned its hand against the roof. Then he used every ounce of muscle with his other arm to slam the K-bar knife through its hand and into the roof. It tried its best to free its hand, but was unable to, because of the awkward angle that it was trapped at. A new pounding came from the roof, and dents started to form. The turned on the hood was crouched and holding on between the hood and the windshield. It was using its head as a hammer, smashing its face harder and harder into the glass. The window began to splinter. The safety glass was starting to buckle under the abuse. Sean screamed, "Pump the brakes! Hard!" Greg did, and the thudding on top of the roof ceased. The turn came over the top of the truck, still pinned to the roof, but its body slamming into the one trying to smash its face through the windshield. The force from the turned on top flying off knocked the one on the hood backward. A hand gripping the bumper was the only thing preventing it from being sent under the truck. The one with the pinned arm stared into the boy's eyes for an instant. Sean placed the barrel of his pistol up next to the windshield and fired twice in succession, both drilling into the face of the pinned turned. The hate in its eyes faded away. It went limp on the windshield. Sean pulled the knife from its place and pushed its hand back up through the hole. Greg punched the brakes again, sending it off the front of the truck. The truck hit it hard, bouncing into the air, and Greg fought to keep control of the vehicle. He slowed down, gaining back complete control, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. Sean sat back in his seat for a second. Their chests were heaving. Just as they thought they were safe, a bloody hand came into view, followed by another, and the turned began to crawl up the hood of the truck. Its eyes were focused on Greg and Sean. Greg screamed,
"What are you waiting for? Get it the hell off!"
Sean stuck his rifle through the pistol holes and fired into its chest, missing its head, but hitting it in the spine. Its legs went out from under it, and it disappeared beneath the truck. The truck bounced once, then again, and a mangled turn rolled to a stop behind them on the road, leaving a long line of guts and blood. Greg was speeding up and slammed on the brakes. The truck fishtailed wildly, and Sean, who had removed his seatbelt to take care of the turn, was slammed into the dash, splitting the side of his forehead open. Blood gushed down the right side of his face, and there was nothing in the truck to clean it with, except the shirt Ellie had left for him. Sean pushed at Greg, who was touching his shoulder, trying to see if he was okay.
"What the hell are you doing, Greg? Son of a bitch! Look at me, damn it!"
Greg pointed to the road ahead. Temporarily blinded by anger, Sean could not see it and yelled,
"What? What the hell is it?"
Greg said, "Look at the bridge ahead. They are everywhere. They're just sitting there, waiting to jump off it. And there has to be at least 20 of the damn things there. They are everywhere." Sean looked, seeing what he was talking about. He knew that there'd be no hope of curing these turned, because they were just one of many obstacles keeping him from getting back to Ellie and the others. Sean and Greg exited the truck, not getting any closer than they dared, and began firing the assault rifles until the bridge was cleared and the threat was gone. They headed down the highway, taking their time before passing under any bridges. They could see the city. There were cars everywhere, littering the roadways. Bodies lying in the street, as well as turned walking aimlessly, looking for more meals to try and quench the thirst that would never be satisfied. Sean barely spoke it aloud. "There's no one trying to flee, trying to get away. It's just the turned, walking the streets." Greg looked around too, seeing no signs that pointed towards anything positive about the situation.
"That doesn't mean that everyone is dead. There has to have been someone who didn't get taken, or who wasn't turned. Right?"
Sean shrugged, not seeing any signs to prove otherwise. "If this is what it's like this far from where we are going, I can only imagine what it's going to be like as we get closer. I mean, think about it. Didn't my dad say it was at the hospital? That's less than a mile from where this so-called camp is going to be set up at."
"We've come this far. We might as well keep going, right?" Greg asked.
Sean said, "Oh, I wasn't talking about turning back, Greg. But I'm thinking there aren't going to be very many people left to cure these things if we got hit this bad. I can't imagine what the rest of the state, hell, what the rest of the country, might be looking like about now."
"You know, as long as we can get them and get back to the base, I'm not going to be too worried about anywhere else. We need to rely on each other and just ride this thing out. They have to figure something out. I mean, science started this, and it is going to have to be the thing that ends it. Right? Because if not..."
Greg trailed off. Sean picked up the words that Greg couldn't bring himself to say. "If we aren't able to cure them, then there won't be anything left to do but kill them. I know that is what Aslan and Clary are thinking. I bet that's the only reason they are letting us stay with them, now that Andy's place is gone. They need boots on the ground to help."
"Hey, I'm sure it's more than that," said Greg. "But I don't disagree that if they had not lost their team, they'd probably have gone off on their own. Or at the least, they'd be taking out every one of those things that they see. I am in agreement, though. If they can't be saved, then they can't stay. At least around here. I can't imagine having to stare over my shoulder everywhere I go, and having to worry about these bastards jumping off roofs, off bridges, coming out of stores."
Sean said, "You know what worries me the most about them? Besides that it seems we have to shoot them in the head to kill them?"
"What is that?"
"That they don't seem stupid, Greg. They don't seem like they're just deadhead zombies. They think. I don't know what about, but when we were at the school, Ellie even pointed out to me that they heard the gunshots. They were looking for us, and when they found us, they had some looks on their faces, like they knew that they had bad intentions, and like they knew that they wanted to do something about it."
"Wow. Sean, that actually didn't do anything at all. Like anything to make me feel better about these circumstances going on."
Sean laughed. I'm sorry. I wasn't aware there was an upbeat to the zombie apocalypse going on in our hometown and across the entire country.
Let's just remember that you and I are in this together, right? Greg said. We need to stick together. Every time we split up, something horrible happens. Something changes that we can't go back to, that we can't alter. Your dad, Christy, Jordan, Tina. It's day 3, man, and we have lost too many people already. Too many lives are already gone, and I don't want to have to worry about losing anyone else. I'm running out of people that I care about making it through this thing.
You and me both, man, Sean agreed. We haven't been doing anything stupid. That is what scares me. Except for Tina. That feels like it's on my running half-cocked down towards the barn. I just don't think that I can handle losing Ellie as well. And when it came down to me thinking about her being gone and about those damn things getting her, about them tearing at her skin and her body, it was just too much for me to handle.
Hey, just remember, if the worst happens, and I'm not saying it's what I am thinking, don't lose it, man. We need someone to be in charge and control, and, well, I think we both know it shouldn't be me.
Sean said, I'm pretty sure Clary and Aslan are the ones in charge, man. No one's going to listen to me. I'm barely a teenager.
If we get more people our age, they're going to trust you more than any adult. They'll confide in you. It's our nature. You trust any adults over other teens?
Sean waved his hand back and forth in a so-so manner, seeing what Greg was saying, but not sure that responsibility was something that he wanted on his shoulders. Tell you what, if that becomes a possibility, if we end up getting more people our age, we can talk about this again. But if it's just adults we keep picking up, then it is not going to be a big deal. Greg nodded as they drove through the city.
Just remember that you said we'd revisit at a later time.
My main worry is if we lose them,
that there wouldn't be anyone left to keep us in line.
God knows what could happen if everyone is just running around like a bunch of morons without a plan. We can make it through this, but if we want any kind of numbers, we will have to make sure to keep the infected away from us.
It only takes one of them for the shit to hit the fan, and it's everywhere.
You sound like a grown-up, Greg, Sean said, laughing.
Hey, it just seems important, man. I want some idea of what is going to happen when the shit hits the fan.
Sean stared at the turned who were watching them drive through the streets, looking as if at any second they would run after them. Dude, I think it has hit the fan, Greg said. People still have hope. Isn't that a good thing? Asked Sean. Greg nodded.
It is the only thing. Once we find out from the CDC if they are going to be able to cure this, I think that's when it's going to get bad. I mean really bad. Like, people will know there won't be a replenish on supplies. What's left is left, and when it's gone, we don't have that thing anymore. People will get greedy and messed up.
Sean agreed. Yeah, think about all those people who made it and don't have their medicines that they need or other stuff. They both thought of Patrick, and Greg said,
You know, it'd probably be smart, assuming we find Patrick, that we make sure that kid has all the insulin he's going to need for a good damn long time. I don't want to see the kid get that sick again. That was rough. He's basically screwed if he gets like that, too.
Well, let's find some once we find him, said Sean. I think that is why Aslan was so hell-bent on staying at the base. He saw all the foods and knew it'd take us a month or more of going back and forth to try and get most of that stuff back.
We aren't the only ones who know about that place. We might not get visitors who are interested in joining our group. They might have their own groups of people that they prefer to stick with,
Sean said. Well, if Claire and Aslan can do what they say that they can, as far as training us in survival skills, then anyone not wanting to join us might not get back to their group.
Could you shoot someone who isn't infected? I mean, just a regular person?
Are they threatening us?
Greg nodded, and Sean's response was easy.
Yes. If they have ill intentions towards us, then they aren't any better than the turned, are they? They might be even more dangerous. God knows what some of those sick-ass people would do to us. Or the girls. Just because some people survived doesn't mean the bad died. Take Joey, for example. I saw how Clary was looking at him. He thought he was looking at a unicorn, but there's no reason why he wouldn't survive. Hell, can you imagine how many handicapped people are probably trapped somewhere right now that can't care for themselves?
Yeah, well, in their defense, I think self-preservation is something that people are more concerned about. If we spend all of our time looking for survivors, I think we would get taken out pretty quick. We need to hold tight once we get something safe.
Sean wasn't so sure. Maybe. But maybe we need to do more. We could help so many. That place is huge. If we get people early, before we know what's going to happen, we could already have the numbers we need.
Greg started to laugh and said, "Let's just focus on getting those who we are actually looking for, please. But I'm glad that you don't want to be a leader, since you already sound like one making long-term plans, Sean."
Sean thought about it and realized that maybe that was a pair of shoes that he felt he could fill. When they pulled into downtown Des Moines, neither boy liked its setup. There was nothing but tall buildings, narrow streets, and darkened alleyways. They drove slowly, and Sean said, "We need to get out of here. I don't like this at all. It's much more open, though, by the ball fields. Maybe we need to speed it up and get over there."
"Dude, it's not like I'm trying to go slow," remarked Greg. "There are bodies and cars everywhere. I'm more worried that we are going to get stuck somewhere and have to go in reverse just to get back out of here."
Sean nodded and said, "Yup, that isn't something that we want to have to worry about. I agree with you on that. Why don't you head over to the parking ramps, the ones that go up 3 stories, and drive up to the roof? Maybe we will be able to see something up there."
"What if we run into a horde of the turned somewhere? Then what do we do?"
"There will be that many less to worry about the cure working on." Sean's response was very definite.
"You don't believe in a cure, do you?"
"I can't see how you can cure something that you can shoot in the heart and it just keeps on coming at you hard and fast," said Sean. "I mean, these things rip doors off, they rip limbs off. There's nothing that can stop them but a bullet to the head, and thank God for that. Can you imagine if we couldn't kill them with a headshot? It'd literally be like walking through hell." Greg said,
"It kind of already is like walking through hell when we run into one of them. They just take without care, without ever being fulfilled, without being satisfied. They...
Sean finished Greg's sentence. "Suck. They really suck." Greg laughed, turning the truck onto a parking ramp and pulling a ticket to make the barrier rise.
"Well, I was trying to think of something a bit more articulate to say, but yeah, I'd say that suck is a good enough explanation."
They drove slowly through the parking ramp. Sean shone a light in anywhere he thought one of them could be lurking. When he saw no reflections coming his way, he breathed just a little easier. When they got to the end of the ramp, the two climbed out, looking down in the street and seeing it was clear for the moment. Once Sean got his bearings, he looked in the direction of the baseball stadium. Greg handed him a rifle, and Sean laid down on the pavement, sighting in the field. Within a second, Sean was up and dragging Greg behind him. Greg asked urgently, "What did you see? What is it?" Sean said, "We need to move. Come on, get in the truck. We need to get to the baseball field. I saw Ellie and the others." Greg wanted to smile, but realized that there was something wrong. His face was nervous and excited at the same time. When they climbed in, Greg slammed the truck into gear, turned the steering wheel, and spun the truck around in a fishtail movement. He raced back down the ramp and crashed through the wooden gate that was blocking their path. Sean covered his face with his arms in an instinctive reaction, and as they hit the speed bump, the truck bucked up and down, slamming both boys off the dash and the steering wheel. Sean screamed ecstatically, "I saw her! In a bus at the baseball stadium! They were okay! But I don't think it looked like it was going to be for long." Greg was confused and worried.
"What the hell are you talking about? What was over there?"
"They were surrounded by the turned."
"Did you see the army? Or were there guards or security?"
Greg asked frantically. Sean lowered his voice. "Yeah, I saw the army there."
"Great! We need the army, right?"
Greg said hopefully. Sean looked over at Greg. The seriousness couldn't have been more evident on his face. "Greg, the army were the turned. Every last one of them. They were punching holes in the bus. That sheet metal isn't going to last long. And once they get in there, we both know what is going to happen to everyone on the inside of the bus. Ellie isn't going to have a chance, and there won't be anything that we will be able to do." Greg rubbed at his face, trying to take all of the information in, and despising the news at the same time. He didn't say anything back.
He just put his foot onto the gas harder, swerving dangerously through the mixture of abandoned cars and those with pieces of the driver hanging out, nothing being left to turn. Turned came out of nowhere, jumping and trying to cling to the side of the truck. They punched through the glass and were rewarded with a rifle shot to the skull. Those that wouldn't let go of the side of the truck after a rifle hit got a pistol shot to the skull. Greg's peripheral vision allowed him to watch in awe, amazed at the precision with which Sean was executing them. He had never seen his friend so focused in his life. The victims fell behind the truck, skidding to a stop. Skin, blood, and brains from the new hole courtesy of Sean painting their path. When the last of them fell off the truck, they hit a straightaway. Those that were jumping at the moving vehicle were not quick enough to grab a hold. Sean checked to make sure that both his rifle and Greg's were ready and full of ammunition. He used the barrel of his rifle to clear the shards of glass from around the edge of the window. That way, he would be able to climb out of it, if he needed to do so. Greg said, "I'm in this for the long haul, brother. Just don't do anything stupid. You and I both know that there are only so many second chances that we are going to get here." Chapter 16. Ellie and the rest of the teens were fixated on the windows. Patrick whispered,
"Would you look at this place? Christ, I thought that Adele looked bad. This place looks like hell."
Ellie thought about it and just nodded. She yelled up to Philip, who was gripping the steering wheel for dear life.
"Hey, how's it looking up there?"
Philip didn't answer. He felt better for a brief second when they pulled up to the parking lot. Eric gripped his shoulder and said, "Hey man, take it easy. Look at all the army trucks. We made it. We did it." "Yeah, but where are they? Do you think they are inside?" Philip was uneasy again. Eric said, "Hell if I know. Just take it slowly and go up by the gates. Maybe they are inside and have it locked down. It's been a couple of days. Maybe they think people already would be here, or maybe they evacuated already." Kaya yelled,
"Wait, you think that they already left? What are we going to do then?" "If this place isn't safe, you're more than free to take us to the base where the others are. Sean's probably lost his mind if he came back and saw that," Ellie said.
"You think they came back already?" asked Patrick. Ellie shrugged.
"I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. But can you imagine pulling up and seeing the house on fire and the bodies everywhere?"
"I think they all are going to be scared," said Joey. "Jordan isn't going to be happy." They thought of Jen and of the horror that Jordan might face seeing his sister on the ground, eaten and ripped apart. Ellie said,
"Maybe we should go back. We could make it there on our own, right?"
Eric asked, "What? You think you can just take this bus all the way on your own?" Ellie's tone was dry.
"Once you get in there, you aren't going to need it. I don't see you going out for drives, do you?"
"So you don't want to even check it out before you leave?" Eric couldn't understand why they would pass up this opportunity. Patrick held Ellie's shoulders and said,
"Ellie, we left them a message. We've got to give them a little bit of hope that they are able to see it. If we aren't in one place, then how the hell are they ever going to find us? We only have so many chances to get somewhere safe. Our luck so far has sucked."
Ellie said,
"Yeah, we need somewhere that's flame retardant, I think."
She stared at the building in front of them, trying to make up her mind.
"Fine,"
she said, after she had collected her thoughts.
"We stay. If it looks cool once we get there. But if we need to leave, we go to the base and we try to find them. Or we can go back to the farm and look for them. I don't know. But if we need to leave, we have to find the others. We need to really find them anyway."
Philip pulled the bus up alongside the entrance and slowed to a stop. They squinted, trying to see inside the dark tunnel, but it was too hard, too dark. Eric looked around in the front of the bus and found a mag light. He hit the power and shone it down the tunnel. He breathed easy when he saw the military uniforms. It did not last long. When they turned around to investigate the light source, Eric saw the blood on the men, as well as limbs and tears of skin missing. He said, "Oh, fuck! Get us out of here! They... Ellie looked over and cut him off.
"They are turned, damn it! Unless they lock down the place, then everything here is a loss!"
"How do we get in there and check if the others are in there?" Eric asked. Philip replied sarcastically, "Oh, that is simple." Eric said, "Simple? Good, I'm up for suggestions." "We don't," was Philip's very simple answer.
We get the hell out of here before those things come out of that tunnel and rip this bus to shit!
Eric couldn't get past the idea that there was a potential for safety if they could only get past them, or go in a different way.
You can drop me off somewhere else and buy me some time by driving by those things to see if you can draw them out. If you can, then they chase you until I can find out if there is a refuge in there.
Philip said.
Right, but what makes you think if someone is in there? For the record, I'm saying you are a fucking dead man if you go in there. But if there is no one shooting right now, then there is a great chance that they aren't trying to do anything about those turned soldiers. They either have things locked down tight or...
Philip trailed off, and Ellie punched him hard in the shoulder. He yelled,
Christ, I don't need this. You realize that, right, Ellie?
Ellie punched him again, putting more into this one than the last.
Tell him what he needs to hear. It's obvious there's no sense in us kids yelling at you and telling you what to do. There is apparently, in your minds, no way that we could possibly be smart enough to tell you two intellects something that you wouldn't already know.
Eric said.
I don't think I like you very much. I don't care,
Ellie screamed, punching him in the chest.
But you are the only one who thinks going into that place is a good idea, and your best friend is too stupid to tell you that if you go in there, you are dead. Somehow, everyone on this bus knows that you are screwed if you go in there except you. You have some sort of false hope that there is something in there that is just going to magically save you.
Patrick said.
What makes you think someone is in there?
Eric opened his mouth to say something, and closed it again, not wanting to tell anyone, and then swallowed, nodding his head back and forth.
If there isn't anyone in there, we've got nowhere left to go. What the hell are we going to do if we need help? We are going to be fucked, like super fucked. We don't have supplies, we don't have guns, we don't even have a place to call home and rest our heads down at. Andy managed to find us everything we needed so far,
said Ellie.
And I don't think that a few more mouths to feed is going to kill anyone. What we do need is for you to stay alive. I don't see that happening if you go into that zombie-filled tunnel.
Philip said. There's a good chance that she has got a point. You think you can handle all those things coming at you?
No, probably not,
admitted Eric.
We've lost someone every time we have a run-in with them.
Philip said. I was kind of hoping that there was going to be some hope, that there'd be somewhere to go.
Christ, if this is what it's like now, can you imagine what it's going to be like in a week or a month? There might not be anyone left.
Ellie said.
I'm not getting eaten by those things, and if you guys stay smart and calm, well, I'm sure those kids back there would appreciate having someone to look out for them. We thought we were on our own too, and then we ran into Kaya and Joey, and now you. I'm sure that there are others, but it's going to take time to find them all.
Eric stared at the building one last time, shaking his head. I hope leaving isn't the biggest mistake we have ever made.
Well, at least we are going somewhere with supplies, said Philip. Somewhere where these kids can have a chance.
Eric looked back at the group.
Philip, you really up for taking care of all of them?
Philip stared in the rear view, but had already made up his mind from the minute they'd picked them up.
We don't have a choice, but to give them a chance. You and I both know we take them back or leave them here. And with the second option, we might as well save them the time and shoot them now to keep them from having to go through the pain and fear.
Ellie said.
You do realize that they are teens, right? They are more resourceful than you are giving them credit for. We've made it on our own, and we found the papers to try and cure this walking death.
Philip said.
Okay, sounds like we are headed to the base, yeah? Everyone seems to be on board with it.
Joey raised his hand, waiting patiently to be acknowledged, and looking a little more nervous with each passing second.
You need to go to the bathroom or something? Asked Eric.
Joey said.
Well, yeah, I do need to take a leak, but look!
He pointed towards the dark tunnel.
They are coming now!
Everyone twisted around in their seats, peering out of the bus, except Philip, who was already gunning the engine. He slammed the gas down as he took in the sight of the soldiers, leaping in the air and sprinting at impossible speeds, fighting at each other to be the first. They spread out as they raced forward, each of them ready to tear the bus apart to get the warm meat on the inside of the old bus. The bus shook violently and died. The strain on it from the day's travel was more than it could handle.
What did you do? Eric yelled.
Philip turned around, his face turning shades of red. The anger was pouring out of him, and he lunged for Eric, trying to grip his hands around his neck.
What the hell do you mean, what did you do? What I did was push the gas pedal down and tried to get us the hell out of here.
The two wrestled for a moment longer before Ellie walked up and kicked Philip in the side, hard enough to make sure that she had his attention.
"What are we going to do?" she asked. "What the hell are we going to do? Stop fighting and get up! They're coming, and we don't have any time for this shit!"
Philip rolled off Eric, and both men panted, lying on the ground, wanting a smoke that they didn't have time for. The teens saw the turn coming and ducked down in their seats, hoping that the thin metal was going to be enough to keep them safe. One of the kids in the back pulled at the emergency exit handle on the back door of the bus. Ellie screamed,
"No! Don't open that! You need to leave it shut! We can't let them in!"
The boy ignored her, waving her off. He pulled the handle, and 3 of them jumped out of the bus, sprinting away, with no plan or directions in mind. 5 of the horde of soldiers ran after them, and they did not make it 50 yards. The men caught up to them, tackling the boys hard, and they ripped into the boys' necks and stomachs. Their cries echoed across the parking lot. Ellie sprinted for the back of the bus. Patrick screamed,
"You can't save them! Stay in the bus, Ellie!"
Ellie skidded to a stop, slamming the door shut on it and pushing the emergency exit handle back into place. The turn that hadn't run after the boys had made it up to the bus. They were everywhere, on the roof, the hood, and hanging off the sides. They were slamming fists and faces through what glass was still remaining. Patrick looked at the complicated rifles that he'd been given by Andy. He said,
"Do either of you know how to shoot these?"
Eric took one, pulling back the charging handle and taking the safety off. Philip held up his hands and shook his head. Eric handed him a rifle and said,
"You've got 30 shots. When that's empty, give it back to me and we will reload it. You lost your man card, though, like really."
Eric grabbed the other rifle and a handful of magazines. He ran down the aisle, shooting with precise execution. The hands were through, and they were starting to bend back the thin metal, peeling the bus apart. Ellie pulled the small pistol from her side and contributed. They were making a fight out of it, but there were too many of them to fight off. Ellie screamed,
"What are we going to do? We are trapped, and there's nowhere to go!"
Ellie's gun fired empty, as did Philip's a moment later. Eric was still running up and down the aisle, doing what he could, but they weren't able to keep up with it. The door to the bus had hands coming through it. Philip, Kaya, and the rest all moved away from the front of the bus. Philip yelled,
"What are we gonna do, man?"
Eric hung his head, feeling remorse for something that was out of his control. He said,
"I don't know, man. I don't know."
When one of the soldiers threw its head in through the window, Eric slipped the gun around, forgetting the fact that he had a pistol on his hip, and smashed its head in, splitting it open until its brains fell out onto the bus seat. Eric's chest was heaving, the anger pouring out of him. When another came through, he repeated the act, as the other bus occupants watched in awe. Ellie appreciated the effort, but knew that it wasn't going to last long. They were going to be inside the bus in seconds. Hands started punching through the roof of the bus, and the sides as well. Patrick screamed,
"They are coming everywhere! We don't have a choice! We need to make a run for it! We are trapped, Patrick! We aren't going anywhere!"
Patrick looked at the front window of the bus. It was the only place that none of them had been covering. He shouted,
"We can make a break for it! If we bust that window out and run, we've got a chance! Right?"
Ellie nodded, and as they went to kick out the window, the moment they had felt was going to be their one chance to get out was now gone. The turned swarmed the space in front of the window and took care of breaking the glass for them. Ellie sat down in one of the seats, waiting for death to take her. Patrick was frantically trying to think of something, anything, that they could do, and couldn't believe it.
"Are you seriously giving up? You are just going to sit there and die?"
"I'm not going to die. I'm going to be viciously murdered by these things.
If you have an idea, I'm all ears.
But there's nowhere to run."
Ellie closed her eyes, waiting for it to come, imagining the blood and horror that was about to happen. She felt a moment of calm as she thought of Sean, her mother, and Frank, but mostly Sean. She waited for the pain, but it did not come. She jumped in her seat when what she first thought was her own blood was splattered on her neck, unsure how it could be, as she'd felt no pain. She wiped at it instinctively, not wanting the foreign substance on her skin. The pain she was waiting for didn't come. Instead, what sounded like an army came from outside.
She heard repeated shots, gunfire that didn't stop. She opened her eyes, staring at the turned, scattering the area. Blood splatters painted the windows and street around her. She peered through the scene, trying to figure out what was happening. And when she finally saw it, her heart felt warm. Sean and Greg were standing side by side behind the door of the truck, using it to rest their rifles on. The turned seemed to have completely forgotten about the bus and had focused all of their attention on the two boys. As they tried their continuous but unsuccessful approach, it was almost as if they realized that the threat in front of them and the reward behind them was not worth the short gain. They spread out, roaring at Sean and Greg as they ran away, disappearing back into the dark tunnel. Greg looked over and said,
"Who would have thought that they were smart enough to know when to give up?"
"That is actually just as scary as the idea of the abilities they've gained physically," Sean said.
"What do you mean?" asked Greg.
"Dude, they know when to run and when to fight. They aren't stupid. They aren't just blood-hungry. They care about living, if that is even what they are doing. I don't know. Maybe that means they can be cured. Maybe there is some hope."
"Yeah," said Greg, processing the thought. "Or maybe they're just the worst kind of monsters in the fucking world."
The two watched as heads started to rise from behind the seats. Sean walked over, not waiting for Greg, when he saw Ellie sitting up in her seat on her knees, her face appearing over the blood-soaked window. Tears were already pouring as her eyes connected with Sean's. She smiled, a smile that she'd not known she was capable of. The love was bursting from her, and her lip was quivering as she was trying to control her tears. She was unsuccessful, of course. Sean started running towards the bus, not wanting to go another second with any distance between the two of them. He could feel the emotions running rampant through his body, as well as the warmth spreading from his heart and outwards. Ellie didn't need to wait for him to come to her. She was more than happy to meet him halfway. She pushed her backpack and Patrick out of the way, wiping at tears, and hit the release on the door. She had to help it open, as the bus door had just been hanging on by the slimmest pieces of metal. She ran around the front of the bus, not looking where she was going, and tripping over the bodies strewn in the parking lot. Sean gripped her tightly, picking her up and squeezing the life out of her. Allie squeezed him back with no less force and whispered, "You saved us, Sean. You came back for us. Thank you so much." Allie smothered her face into his shoulder, still squeezing. Sean said, "We need to get out of here before they come back out. They might be smarter than we gave them credit for, but they aren't going to stay in there forever. We need to get moving. Go get your stuff and say goodbye. We need to leave and get to the base. We saw what happened at Andy's and can't think of any reason to try and make a go of it there." "Joey's sister. We lost her there." Allie's voice was quiet. "There were too many of them, and we didn't have any time. We just ran. But she didn't keep up. Andy must have rigged something up, because when we were half a mile away, we saw an explosion going off, and it totaled his house." Sean looked down at the ground, kicking at some gravel. "There were loads of turn there when we got back. They attacked us, and we took them out." Ellie saw the look on his face, and started thinking instantly that they were missing people. "Did Tina and Jordan go to the base with Clary and Aslan? I'm sure those two wouldn't have even wanted you to come after us." Sean nodded. "Yeah, I don't think they were too happy that we came after you guys, but I told them that there was no chance that we were going to leave you behind." He whispered the rest, just barely above hearing. "I would have rather died than not have you around to be with me." Ellie rubbed a hand through his hair. "I'm glad you came back. I'm glad that both of you came back, but really, did something happen to Tina? I don't know how much more loss we can handle." Sean nodded his head. "Yeah, I agree. I don't have good news for you, though. We were searching for you guys everywhere at Andy's. I refused to believe that they'd got you. When we saw Jen in the field, I just about lost my mind. The idea of you gone was as bad as one of those things ripping my heart out of my chest. It's my fault, though, about Tina." Greg came up behind, hearing this, and yelled, "That's bullshit, Sean!
You can't blame yourself for every person that gets taken out by these fuckers. Think about it, man. Do I agree that maybe we shouldn't have gone off half-cocked looking for them? Yes, probably. But under the circumstances, when we didn't know what was happening or if they needed saving, there wasn't a lot of choice but to go after them. The barn seemed like a smart place to try and find them.
So you opened the barn up, and they were in there?
Sean nodded. Yes. The 5 of us were walking down to the barn and...
Wait, sorry, 5? What about Jordan?
The story doesn't get any better, Ellie. We lost him at the base. Aslan took it pretty hard, too. I'm pretty sure we were growing on him.
Greg laughed. Yeah, we are growing on him, because he finally realizes that he needs us.
Ellie was going to say something, but the words, which were a little more than a whisper, interrupted her.
Jordan was killed? But he's all I had left.
Ellie turned around, and when she saw the look on Joey's face, it was instantly burned into her soul. She reached out a hand for him, but Joey backed up a few steps, tripping over one of the turned. A hand reached out from under the bus. Joey looked at it numbly, but when it reached for him and growled, he came back around. He stepped back a foot, crab-crawling, and pushed a few steps away. When he did, it came out from under the bus. Sean raised his rifle, but both Ellie and Joey were in the way of his shot. Joey saw red, staring at the thing, knowing that it was because of these that he would never see his brother or sister breathing again. He pushed up to the ground, and when it came out from under the bus, Joey kicked his foot into its face. Its head snapped backwards, then cracked off the rusted bumper of the bus. Sean watched, for the first time forgetting the boy had downs, seeing the rage and hate that was boiling out through his actions. He brought up a large foot as it tried to get back up and smashed it repeatedly in the head until it stopped trying to rise. Its skull had been crushed. Eric and Philip came out of the bus, having seen what he had just done, and Eric patted him on the back. "Holy shit, kid! That is the way to take it to those things. Good Lord, man! I think you might want a bat or something next time, though, in case there is more than one of them." Joey wiped at some tears, checked that nothing else was under the bus, then walked to the side of it. He leaned against it and stared at the mass of death littering the ground around him. Sean asked, "You okay, Joey?" Joey shook his head, and Sean had no idea what to say. Greg said, "What do you need, Joey? You need us to do something for you?" Joey shook his head.
No, there isn't anything that you're going to be able to do. I want my brother and sister. I want my parents. I want all of these things dead.
Greg said, "I'm sorry, bud, but they—"
I'm not stupid, Greg,
Joey said, giving Greg a dark look.
I know they are dead. It doesn't mean I don't want them back. I love my family. I loved my family, I mean.
Eric ignored the sentiments being put out by Joey and held out a hand to Sean.
"Hey, bud, you saved our asses. We didn't have enough supplies with us, and we ran into these things after thinking that we were going to have a place to call home for a while."
"And how exactly did you end up with Ellie and everyone else on your bus?" Sean inquired. Ellie was going to speak, but Eric said,
"I can speak for myself, Ellie. We came out of Adel, where we'd been hiding out. When we decided to go out and hit up the town for supplies, we thought that we needed some bigger transport, so we went out to the orphanage."
Sean took this as wrong as the others did and said,
"Wait, you went to their home to steal their bus? Like, orphans don't already have enough going against them? They need grown men stealing from them?" Eric snapped back, "Watch it, kid. You were getting ahead of yourself."
Greg put a hand on Sean's shoulder, and Sean shrugged it off.
"Get off, Greg. Why don't you fill us in? So you're saying you didn't try stealing their bus?"
Philip raised a hand and said,
Actually, what happened was our buddy Tim was with us, and he thought we should head out there and check on the kids. The bus was our main reason originally to go out there, but then we kind of made the decision that they needed to come with us. We weren't sure if we'd be able to come back from the camp or whatever this mess was supposed to have been." Eric said, "Wow, that didn't sound any better, actually. Look, we didn't know where to go, but we knew where Andy lived. By the time we were almost there, we had so many of the monsters following us that we didn't know what to do."
Sean's fists couldn't have been any tighter. He had the rifle slung and was processing everything Eric was saying, feeling the anger building to a point close to eruption. So you found a giant horde of the Turned that have no purpose other than ripping us limb from limb, drinking our blood, and eating our bodies while driving a giant bus? And when there were 100 different roads you could have taken that weren't to Andy's, why did you still drive to Andy's, knowing that you wouldn't be able to stop anyway? You thought you would what? Jump out, grab stuff, and get back in before those things that run almost as fast as some cars caught up to you? Eric said, "Hey, kid, I don't like your tone. And I don't give a shit, old man." "Old man?" Sean pointed to Joey and yelled, "We lost people today. People that we cared about. They were people's sisters, friends, loved ones. We lost our home because of you. A man that was doing nothing but trying to help us out was lost too, damn it!" Eric held up his hands in a well-it's-too-late-now manner and looked at Philip, who was already feeling the pain that was coming Eric's way. Eric whipped his head back around just in time to see Sean's fist flying towards him, connecting into his nose, breaking it instantly, and sending him flying backward off balance. Philip held up his hands. "Whoa, let's settle down, kid!" Sean stepped towards him, and Greg picked him up from behind, pulling him backward, and trying his best to defuse a situation where he actually thought that Sean was completely right. Eric landed on his ass, the warm blood coming down his face and seeping into his mouth. He shook his head, trying to clear the fuzziness, and pushed up only to fall back down again. "You broke my nose, goddammit!" Sean screamed. "You are still alive! You've got to think! You can't just do what you want, you two! You've got to think!" He pointed to the bus. "It looks like you decided to care for those kids, and you already got a few of them killed. We need to get out of here, and I mean now! But start thinking! We are going to be talking again about this, I'm sure. The guys that we are with are going to have questions for you, and you better get your answers straight, or they might just send you two on your way." Eric said, "Who are these people that we're going to have to answer to?" "They are Navy SEALs, and they are all that is left of their team that was airdropped in here yesterday. They have been helping us, just as much as we have helped them. But they are going to be very pissed off when they find out that you're the reason the farm got taken over. That was a good place, with good people." Eric just stared, and Philip asked, "How old are you?" "It doesn't matter how old I am. What matters is surviving every day and keeping others from being taken by them. Just because I'm young doesn't mean I'm incapable of thinking. You have got to think. You've got to plan stuff out." Sean patted Greg's shoulder to let Greg know it was safe to release him. The rest of the kids had come out of the bus, and Sean was questioning how they'd all get back in the one truck. Greg yelled, "You! What's your name?" Philip pointed to himself. "Philip? My name's Philip. Can you try to get that thing started again? I'm not sure we are going to be able to fit that many people in the truck, even if we drive squeezed tight." Philip didn't answer. He helped Eric up, and the two of them headed back to try the bus. Philip sat behind the driver's seat, and Eric sat next to him. Both men were hopeful that it would start. "You all right?" asked Philip. "You're bleeding pretty good, man." Eric nodded. He held his shirt up to his nose and eyes, trying to clean up the mess, and said, "You know, I think that kid is right. If we are going to try and do shit, we need to think it out first. We might still have had Cedric and Tim if we had. Hell, we might as well put those kids on a damn plate. We drove straight in, and I don't even know why at this point. He was right. We wouldn't have been able to stop. We wouldn't have been able to get any of the stuff there. Eric, what's done is done, man. There ain't no going back now. It's done. We can move forward and get this bus going, or we can die. That's our only two options." Eric motioned towards the bus to get it going. Philip tried unsuccessfully a few times, trying not to flood it. He punched the steering wheel hard and yelled, "Start, you dumb son of a—" That was the instant that the bus came to life, its engine warming up, and the two men just stared at each other, neither allowing a second to celebrate, until it had completely started and was going to not die again. When they were sure about it, Eric ran to the front and said, "Well, let's try and make it to the base. Who is coming?" The teens stared around, not impressed with their options. Stay and die, or head off to the unknown on some military base. One after another, They started walking towards the bus, ready to embrace their future, whatever that might be. Greg looked to Sean.
Well, should we get going?
Yes, let's get moving. Those things aren't going to stay in that tunnel for long. We can be back before it's dark, Greg said.
You gonna ride with them?
Sean snapped his head around. Why would I want to ride with them? It's those two morons' fault that we had to come here in the first place. Greg went to say the inevitable, that they needed to protect those kids, that they weren't responsible for the stupid acts of the men. Then Joey said, "We need to keep them safe. We need to stop those things from hurting anyone else." Joey's face was heartfelt and serious. The look of pain on his face was still very clear, and they knew that as much as they had all lost today, he had lost more than anyone else. Sean realized that Joey was right and patted him on the shoulder. He went back to the truck, finding an armful more of magazines, and went to the bus. Ellie followed him, and Kaya and Joey went with Greg. They pulled out together, Ellie sitting close to Sean, her hand in his, and gripping it tight, vowing to never let go, no matter what. Philip followed closely behind Greg, taking his time and keeping an eye out, looking everywhere. Ellie whispered to Sean, "Hey, please remember that Tina and the others are not your fault. Not everything is in your control, okay?" Sean didn't respond. He just thought of Tina and how viciously she had been taken from them. He felt guilty about having to keep her from turning, but knew that it was for the best. He knew that adding that moment into his psyche forever, and the nightmares that would haunt him because of it, were worth it. He felt confident that no matter what happened to them, taking care of each other and keeping each other from becoming one of those things was the most important thing they could do. I know it isn't my fault, but really it's not so easy to forget what my dad helped do. I don't care if it was for love. At some point you just have to accept the way things are. Ellie looked at him and said, "Really, Sean? So if I was in the middle of zombie-ridden Des Moines and I needed you to come after me, even though the chances of you and Greg making it were sub-zero, you are saying you wouldn't have come and got me?" Sean didn't answer. He knew that was exactly what he had just done. He smiled, putting his arm around her and setting his head back. It took seconds for him to fall asleep. She curled into him, and the two of them enjoyed the closeness that would only last for a short time. Greg took the long way back, making the journey take twice as long. But he watched carefully to ensure that there were no bridges to pass under. There were also no other cars to be seen anywhere, and it didn't make a bit of difference when they went through small towns or highways. When they pulled up to the base, Aslan and Clary were standing at the guards building. Aslan was on top of the roof, resting behind a bipod, and Clary was standing out front with a mounted machine gun and a large, beautiful German shepherd sitting obediently beside him. Greg rolled down the window, waving a hand at the two to say hi and, more importantly, guaranteeing they wouldn't open fire on the truck. The heavy coverage of trees made the bus impossible to see, and Clary yelled up to Aslan, "Shit, man! It doesn't look like they came up with anything!" Aslan looked through the scope, never letting him out of his sights. He yelled down, "Yeah, I wouldn't be so sure about that." Aslan smiled, seeing Joey climb out of the side window, giving two metal hands in the air towards him, and then waving at the two soldiers. Clary yelled up, "Hey! It looks like some of them made it!" The bus came into view, and the heads in the seats just barely poking up enough to see. Aslan said, only to himself to hear, "Well, look at that. Those little shits can do anything. Good for them." Clary disappeared inside the guards building, and the columns slowly disappeared into the ground. Greg pulled in first, bringing the truck to a stop and parking it. When he opened the door and whistled, the guard dog came running around the side and jumped into the cab with them. Kaya said, "You got a new friend there, Greg?" Greg smiled, petting the dog's neck and ears, and said, "Yes, he's going to be my zombie-killing buddy, aren't you, pup?" Joey asked, "What's his name?" Greg stared at the dog and said, "Harley seems about right. Let's call him Harley." He patted its side, and they climbed out of the truck, ready to go. When the bus came through, The two seals stared intently towards Eric and Philip. The bus was parked, and they came out first, holding their hands up in a non-threatening manner as much as possible. Clary took in Eric's bloodied face, which, even after being cleaned, was still stained with blood. "What happened to you?" he asked. He was already imagining hearing a horror story that he didn't want to make himself subject to. But when Sean stepped off the bus, Eric pointed directly at him and yelled, "That little shit! That one right there! Went all crazy and punched me in the face!" Clary looked at Sean, who shrugged and said, "Ask him why I punched him in the face, and then try not to do so yourself." Clary didn't say anything. He just stared at Eric, waiting for the explanation. Eric didn't want to try and explain to the man that was at least twice his size. When Eric was not forthcoming with his explanation, Clary shouted, "Did I fucking stutter, boy? Tell me why he punched you in the face." Eric went to talk, but Philip came to his defense. "We made a mistake, and we know that now. We were trying to get supplies and food, but thought we should start with weapons. When there wasn't anyone at the gun store in Adele at Andy's place, we found where he had his address written down, and that is what led us to his farm," Clary said. "And there isn't anything else that you feel you might need to mention to us?" Eric was feeling some confidence building and said, "We had them chasing us. We didn't think enough about if anyone else was at the farm. We know we made a mistake, but there isn't anything we can go back and fix now because of it. What's done is done." Clary puffed up his chest, and Eric was trying to back up, not allowing him to be pulled into a fight. He walked up, pushing Eric, saying, "Tina, Jen, and Andy, you are the reason for so much goddamn loss today. You are why we have to keep dealing with all this shit." Eric said, "You want us gone? Then we can go. But we aren't going to be any trouble if you let us stay. You might want to end up having some adults around here to help you protect this place." Clary pushed him one more time, shoving him to the ground and trying to keep from ripping him limb from limb. "I'd take any one of these kids over you any day of the week. If you'd seen what they've done, then you'd know exactly why I'm saying that." Philip started walking towards Clary, with only the intention of trying to cool off the situation, but Aslan took it as a sign of aggression. He fired off a few rounds inches from Philip's feet and yelled, "You two just stay right where you are, damn it! The longer you are here, the more I'm thinking that maybe you need to move on and get out of Dodge." Eric said, "We've got nowhere left to go, and besides, we've got a bus full of kids right here. If you kick us all out, you might as well just shoot them now because we don't have the food or artillery we need to go somewhere else and try and make a go of it." Clary said, "You know what? I'm not above giving you a second chance, or you for that matter." He motioned at the pair of them. "But I promise, if either of you do anything, and yes, I do mean anything, that I can take as you being completely ignorant, then the two of you are out of here. I'll bounce you on your ass down that road as fast and hard as I can, and I hope that you understand that, because I don't joke." Aslan came down off the roof, nodding his head. "I am in the same boat as him. You fuck up, you leave. There's no question about any of it. If it wasn't for the fact that you brought an entire busload of kids here, showing that you may at least have a soul, I'd send your ass on the way right now, hands down, and without question." Philip walked over with his arms still raised, nodding, and trying his best to give off body language to show that he was of no threat to either of them. He bent down, giving Eric a hand up off the ground, and the two looked at each other, and then at the long, empty road stretching both directions. They both nodded their heads in agreement. Aslan and Clary had cleared out bunkhouses, so took the new survivors there and tucked them away for the night. They vowed there would be food and drinks dropped off that night, and that in the morning there would be a daily routine set up, which would need to be appreciated and respected. Ellie said, "What do you think? You think we are going to be okay here? This place looks creepy." "We can eat like kings here, and not have to worry about starving or scavenging for food," Sean replied. "I think that there are more people out there too, and once we are ready, I want to go find them. There's no reason to leave them on their own, to make them try and go through something horrible like this on their own." Ellie said, "You better watch out, Sean. You are sounding more and more like a leader every single day." "We just need as many people to survive this as possible. But just don't trust in someone if they haven't earned it. Try and remember that. My dad always said, there isn't anything wrong with trusting people, but they need to earn it first and foremost.
You know we are going to make it, right, Sean? You, me, Greg, we are all going to be there at the end. If we stick together, there's nothing that we can't do, that we can't make happen.
Sean leaned over, kissing her quickly, and went back to the truck. He gathered his gear and helped the new arrivals to where Aslan and Clary had set up for them to bunk up. Epilogue. 6 months later. Washington, D.C. CDC Laboratory. The two doctors ran for the elevators. There was only one set, and there was such a small chance of making it that it almost seemed like suicide trying to escape. They knew that their chances were small. By the time they had made it to the elevator, the entire facility was going into lockdown mode. Both doctors knew protocol and what would happen if there was an outbreak of the infection at the research center. When the doors opened, neither doctor had taken their personal appearance into their current state of mind. They rushed out, both trying to yell something at the same time, but it just sounded like neither could speak. When they rounded the White Halls, a wall of men in useless gas masks and holding automatic rifles pointed at them, shouldered and ready to fire. The doctors saw this, their eyes grew wide, and they skidded to a stop. When the first bullets came, Jacobs threw himself in front of McBell and took the first bullets to his arm and thigh. A commanding voice screamed behind the men, "Cease fire!" The men did as instructed, trying, but failing, not to look back at the man in charge and questioning his orders. The man pushed through the human wall, walking forward a few steps and staring intently. Jacobs was on the floor, writhing in pain. McBell laid over him, trying to protect him. She flinched, waiting for the bullets to pierce her skin. But they didn't come. The man in charge waited, and when they didn't come seeking blood, he shouted, "Stand down! Call medics now!" He walked up to McBell, who screamed,
Please don't shoot! He's been hurt! We need help! We have important information, and we need to make an announcement. We need to let the people know!
The man said, "What is it? What happened?"
General Nolte wanted to speed up research, so he shot one of them in the head. When we started opening it up, we saw the chest.
"I've been shot! Why aren't you doing anything?"
screamed Jacobs. The man said, "Son, there are medics on the way, and when Marines aim down on you, you can expect to get shot. We don't aim a gun if we aren't planning on shooting someone. What is the message? What is so important that you'd run up here half-crazed?" She said,
There is no hope.
The man took a step back. His posture deflated, and his eyes looked like every optimistic thought had just been crushed beyond recognition. You can't save them? But I thought you were trying to cure them."
Sir, you can't cure something without a heart,
McBell continued.
I mean, it has one, but I think the only thing keeping them going is the infection. If they were cured, they would just cease to be. There isn't anything that we've been able to do with Frank Fox's research to even make a dent. Every time we got close, it just healed itself and seemed to get stronger.
God help us. This changes everything. McBell nodded, ripping pieces of her lab coat apart and wrapping them around Jacob's gun wounds. He screamed in pain, but the doctor in him couldn't stay quiet.
"The ones we had that were wounded were healed in less than a day. They regenerate, it seems."
"They cure themselves?" the man inquired.
"Yes, everything except the wound on their arm. Their eyes eventually stop bleeding, but the hunger, no matter how much they get or how many they take out, remains constant and never-ending."
The man hit his radio again. "Let the CDC heads know that we need to get an important message out. We need to let them know immediately that the inevitable has come, and there isn't any reason left to hide. We need to kill those things. There will be no massive cure. There is no hope." 6 months later, Camp Dodge, Iowa. Sean laid prone, his eye to his scope. He was singing Happy Birthday to himself, and between each line, he paused to fire off a couple of shots from his sniper rifle. "Happy birthday to me." Sean rolled away from his weapon, pushing up from the space he'd been lying in for a number of hours now. Patrick whistled, having watched the entire thing.
Damn, man. How far are you hitting them now? Aslan has been working miracles with me, but I'm still only hitting about 500 yards on a good day. How long have you been out here?
I don't know. I came out last night. I've been waiting for that horde to come through. Is Greg with you? Patrick shook his head.
He went with Clary and Ellie on a survivor's run. They'd got a message that there were some people in Huxley that had survived, so they went after them for an afternoon pickup. Did you realize it's kind of morbid out here killing these things on your birthday?
Sean grabbed his rifle, scanning the countryside surrounding the base one more time, and shrugged. Better than having to worry about them coming for me in my sleep.
Since when did you start sleeping?
It's just a figure of speech. What are you doing all the way out here anyway? Did you need something? Is something wrong? Patrick laughed.
You mean besides the zombie apocalypse going on full force around us and in our backyard?
Yeah. The CDC said that they were going to be making a special announcement in an hour.
Why an hour? They usually just come out with the information.
You know what? Let me call and check with them. I'll come back and let you know what they say.
Sean smiled, patting Patrick on the back. Hey, you know what the holdup is? Today is the day.
What day is that, Sean?
The day that they come up with the cure. The day that they tell us this nightmare is over. That eventually, things will get back to normal. Sleep, school, rules that don't involve guns, and dates. Patrick nudged him in the ribs with his elbow.
Oh, I am sure that you have had plenty of dates lately.
Sneaking around on the army base isn't quite what I was thinking of when it comes to dates. I was thinking movies, pizza, and sneaking in late. Having the opportunity to do stupid shit like any 14-year-old should be allowed to do. Patrick smiled and said,
I'd like to go on a date.
Sean said, well, just because the zombie apocalypse is going to be ending doesn't mean that miracles are going to happen. I mean, only so much in life is possible, man. When they walked into the communications center for the base, everyone had already gathered around. They were all looking as hopeful as Sean. Aslan nodded at them when he entered, made his way over to Sean, and asked, Hey, how goes the east perimeter? Did you see anything? Sean nodded affirmative, and Aslan said, Is there a reason that you didn't call for help? I didn't need any. There were like a dozen of them at best. I took care of them. We are good. They never got within 1,000 yards of me. Aslan whistled. Really? You were going 1,000 now? No, Sean said. Aslan said, Well, I'm sure that over time, I'm going at 1,300 now, Sean cut in. But the ones today were at 1,000 when they came out of the woods. Damn, son. You found your calling, haven't you? Sean nodded and said, You know, I think it suits me. I work better alone anyway. Why do you think that is? Aslan asked. Because I don't have to keep one eye on the dead and the other on the living at all times. I can get into the zone a little bit better. Aslan smiled, and the door behind him opened. Clary, Greg, and Ellie came in with a group of 10 faces that looked like they had seen better days. Their clothes were torn, their faces dirty, and they looked like regular meals weren't something they were seeing on a daily basis. Ellie saw everyone gathered around.
What's going on in here?
Sean walked up to her and said, They have an announcement coming. We are going to finally get the good news that we've been waiting so damn long for. What if it's just another hang in there, survivors message? Asked Greg. You know, the kind that we've been getting at least once a month for the last 6 months. Sean said, Hey, we've got to be optimistic or we won't make it. There's an end to all of this. Greg repeated the same thing he'd been saying for months. But what if there isn't a cure? Sean said, It's either going to be from science or gunpowder, but whichever it is, they need to be gone. We need to reclaim our cities and homes. Greg nodded and said, We can hope. That is something those things can't take from us at least. The radio started a countdown, and when it came to life, a deep voice came over the speaker system, the same one that they'd been listening to for months. Good evening, America. This message is one that we need you to spread. Those that are not able to listen to it will need someone to break it to them softly. Hope will be difficult to keep up. Our plans have changed. Our goals and way of thinking will need to be altered. There is hope. There is just as much hope as before. But I plead you to think before acting. What army we have left, which is in the thousands at best, and that is worldwide, is spread thin.
America is one of the strongest and the most well-armed countries in the world. Please use that to your advantage. If there is something that you think you can do to help with the threat, please do so."
Sean's head was spinning, and he had to sit down. He slammed his fist down hard on the metal desk next to him. He felt like he was going to puke. Ellie put a hand on his shoulder, but he brushed it off.
"What the hell is he trying to say?" asked Sean. "I don't understand. He isn't saying what I am thinking of, right?"
No one in the room wanted to be the one who voiced what they were now all thinking. The man on the radio cleared his throat and continued.
"We have found new information. Information that breaks my heart and tears at my soul to have to tell the American people. There is no cure. There is nothing that we're able to do to save them. They are gone. The changes are permanent, and their only hope is to be put out of their misery, keeping them from spreading the pain to more families of America and of the world. But there is hope. There is hope in those of you left, smart enough to survive, looking to live a long life. I know that we've been waiting for the government to come forward and save everyone. Unfortunately, the assets we have to offer you are, at best, limited in number. All that we may ask is that you try your best, that you be careful, and we pray that you will be here tomorrow, and the day after, and so on. The land did not make this country great, the people did, its citizens, coming to the aid of its land. Now is no different. They can be stopped. They will be exterminated. But you will have to have precision and patience to make it. Good luck to all of you. May God extend his hand to your fight."
Everyone in the room sat still. The tension could have been cut with a knife. Sean stared around the room. His rifle butt was sitting on the floor. He was bouncing the barrel back and forth in his hands, his breathing getting heavier, and his heart rate increased. Ellie walked over, gripping his shoulder, and trying to whisper in his ear that it would be okay. He exploded out of his seat, sending it backward. He brought the rifle up over his head, bringing it down fast and hard into a computer on a desk in the room. It crumpled under the gun's heavy butt, and Sean brought it up repeatedly until there was nothing left. Everyone in the room had a look of fear on their face. Greg said,
"Dude, that's not helping. No one likes these answers. We're sorry there isn't any hope left now."
Sean said, "We've wasted 6 months where we could have tried to kill them, where we could have been taking out as many of them as we could. The only thing we have done is training for 6 months. There are, what, a few dozen that are now useful if we had to flee and take our guns with us in a tense situation? Well, we need to grow that number. There are another 50 people that we need to train. We will keep training until every goddamn last one of us can kill those things, and from far enough away that we don't have to worry about them as a threat." Clary leaned over towards Aslan, whispering in his ear, "This kid's a natural-born fucking leader. Look at him. He has got every one of these kids' attention. He is going to be a hero."
Aslan just watched, nodding his head.
"So what are you saying there, General Fox?"
Sean said, "Simple, Aslan. Every single one of those things needs to have a bullet placed through its skull. There are no good turned. There are only the turned. Each of them has death on the mind and pain in their actions. We need to kill all of them. We need to take them out. We need to do it now."
The orphans started nodding their heads, getting pumped by his words, new hope filling them with a different emotion.
Greg said, "So we go after them, Sean. Is that what you were saying?"
Sean turned around, shaking his head. "We are going to war. We are going to do everything we have to do to kill every last one of them. We put them down. If we can't do it with science, then we do it with bullets.
But we save everyone. We kill them. We take them out, and we move on, and on, until there aren't any left to kill." "Sean, what about the base?" Ellie asked. "What about us staying here and staying safe?"
Sean said, "Simple. We don't. We move forward. When we have cleared the state, we move to the next, and we continue acquiring people who are ready to fight in this fight."
"You really think you can handle that, Sean?"
Aslan was apprehensive.
"You are going to get a lot of blood on your boots, bud. It's not going to be a quick fight."
Sean said, "I am not worried about the blood. I am worried about what I will see when I close my eyes." All I see when I sleep now is pain. But I understand that we are going to war. I'm well aware that it won't be done fast. But if we wait for someone to come after us, then we wait for death. We aren't going to have a chance if we try to rely on others outside of our group. Those that want to come in and help can. Those that want to rely on us to save them have my guarantee that I'll give everything I've got to try and save everyone.
This concludes Strangers by Mike Evans, narrated by T.J. Clark.